As they often do, Sylvie, as they often do. I'll be getting started in 8 minutes at 8 o'clock. See you guys in a bit. Hello, everybody. Good morning, good evening. Now, yes, Sylvie is right. Jet, you're absolutely correct. Simply Steve, this is why the old guard needs to go. We already got Nancy out. I got another one yesterday. We as the left need to clean house this time for real. Mamdani is right. We need warriors and fighters representing us in Congress. No APAC minions, no spies. Yeah, you're like 100%, fully 100% on board. What's up, What Camera Inc? And yes, actually, Rhaenys Targaryen, base name, by the way, you are correct. Some Dems are already calling for Schumer to step down, but like Schumer is only part of the problem here. There were 8 total senators who voted in favor. 8 of them. And all 8 of these need to go, but also, like, it's so much bigger than this. And beyond that, like, sure, Schumer voted no, but, like, that's for show. You understand that, right? What's up, Kiwi Heathen? In fact, like, on that, I suppose we could jump right into it, because we do have a lot to talk about today, and in about an hour, we're actually going to have a guest come on, and we're going to talk about Ukraine. So let's just get to it. So 8 Democrat senators: Senator Catherine Cortez Masto from Nevada, Dick Durbin from Illinois, John Fetterman from Pennsylvania, Maggie Hassan from New Hampshire, Tim Kaine from Virginia, Angus King from, what's Emmy again? Is that Michigan? Hold on. That's gonna piss me off if I don't like remember it. It was Maine. It's Maine. So from Maine, and Jackie Rosen from Nevada, and Jeanne Shaheen from New Hampshire joined Republicans and voted to pass the funding bill, which is dog shit. I mean, like, dog shit as it is dog shit. They got nothing for it. And beyond that, like, I need you to understand, we were at a point in which the entire country is mad about this shutdown. The air traffic, delays, the flight cancellations, all of that pissed them off even more towards the Republicans. The public is on our side. They're angry at the other side. And so what do Democrats do? They give Republicans the win and the ability to blame us because we now agreed to it, which means every time they say the Democrat shutdown, they're far more credible because we went and folded. Like, we didn't stand up and keep fighting until they came and made a deal. We made a deal with them, which makes it look like it was our fucking fault. Corporate Democrats of today are what Reagan was in 1980. No, you're absolutely correct, detector. Like, 100%. Fucking traitors to humanity. If the Democrats folding on this doesn't make people support a third party, nothing will. I'm just sick and tired of having to talk about, like, the Democrats as if 9 out of 10 of them aren't just Republicans anyway. A third party's not getting you out of this, by the way. Like, electoralism likely isn't getting you out of this. Mind you, you should still vote every chance you get. Look what happens when you do, and you do get a chance. But, I mean, like, don't put all of your eggs into that basket either. That's my name, Bozo. Hi, Chad. Are we all pissed off about liberals failing us yet again for the millionth time? Absolutely. Is the vote a done deal? I thought they had 4 or 5 more votes to go. No, it's not a done deal. The House still needs to vote on it on Wednesday. And Dems in the House seem to be far less likely to go on board with it, but I don't believe they even need the Dems in the House. So, we'll see by Wednesday. The agreed upon deal, by the way, like, doesn't even, like, Mike Johnson came out today and said, like, I'm not committing to, like, another vote on ACA expansion. Like, we're just not doing that. So you lose your health care. Your SNAP benefits likely aren't coming back. Now, like, did they technically agree? Sure. They technically say a lot of things. They also lie, fucking regularly. So, as a leftist, I believe the war in Ukraine is a proxy war of the US versus Russia. Well, you were wrong, because it's not. Because that assumption would require Ukraine wanting to join NATO, causing the war, and Ukraine did not want to join NATO well before they were invaded, and there is records of it. In fact, I'm sure that will come up today when our guest comes on and we start talking about Ukraine a bit later. But I disagree fully on that one. Sure. So beyond that, the Democrats who've come out and are calling for Schumer to be replaced, so far, not a very long list, but longer than it was yesterday, I guess. Ro Khanna, Mike Levin, Seth Moulton, Mark Pocan, Delia Ramirez, Rashida Tlaib. I believe Bernie Sanders has also jumped on board. At the very least, Bernie Sanders was like, don't vote for the bill. But we'll see. We'll see. Again, like, you could sign this petition. I'll link it to you if you guys want to. I don't really see change.org petitions really accomplishing much. But, we'll continue on. Well, like, beyond that, I think the fundamental, like, understanding here, regardless of which Dems are at fault, none of that matters. It's the fact that every accusation from the right is a confession, and by that, like, logic, that would mean that there is now a uniparty, and that tracks with what we've been seeing. Like, almost every time, most of the Democrats just go with whatever the Republicans want and pretend like they're putting up a fight. I mean, like, right now, people like Hakeem Jeffries are like, Chuck Schumer does a great job. He shouldn't be replaced. Like, shut the fuck up. Senator Schumer has failed to meet this moment, and he's out of touch with the American people. The Democratic Party needs leadership who will fight and deliver for working people. It's not just this moment. It's literally every single moment. If they needed 12, they would have produced 12. Like, it's such bullshit. You're absolutely right, Concernicus Live. Like, there is no difference. If they needed 12 votes, there would have been 12 Democrats willing to make that vote. I don't give a fuck if Chuck Schumer voted no himself. He clearly found someone else to take the place of his vote and say yes. Because they're all playing a game. And the game they're playing is not one that they're trying to win. The game they're playing is who can pull the wool over your eyes, so you think that they're playing the game. Just a reminder that this was the longest shutdown in American history. 42 million people don't have access to food. And this is what the White House was doing. Like, the idea of agreeing to this because you don't want to hurt the American people any further. What the, like, all you're doing is hurting the American people further. The fact that the shutdown was making people suffer is good for Americans. Because now, well, like, shit like this doesn't hit as much, does it? This was a Mar-a-Lago party just over the weekend where they had these stone crab claws and then just open buffet of seafood. Just fucking chilling while people are starving in this country. People can't have health care, like, none of that shit. Is there even a Democratic Party anymore, or is it just Republican light? No, it's just Republican light. There's, like, again, out of every 10 Democrats, only one of them is worth a damn. Reminder, this is the second time this fascist has capitulated on funding this specific government to Republicans. Is this a let them eat cake moment? Circuit overload? It would be nice if even cake was on the menu. This is a starve moment. And Vlad, you're full of shit. That's not the case. Like, that's just not true. That's literally Kremlin talking points. If you want to, like, talk about that, wait until we get to Ukraine. But no, Ukraine was not killing Russian civilians in the Donbass. Like, that's literally just what the Kremlin claims. So, moving on. But I will say one funny fucking thing. Even though Chuck Schumer needs to get kicked out of his job, guess who left their job of their own accord? Today would be Chuck Schumer's digital director of 7 years, abruptly resigning. Also, just take a moment to consider Schumerland. Ugh. After 7 years of fighting the good fight on digital with incredible people here in Senator Schumer's office, I wanted to let you know that I'm headed out for the next adventures in life and make sure you all had the best contacts in Schumerland moving forward. Thank you all so much for working with our office. Good riddance to you, and dude definitely was like, I don't want to be a part of this at all. I can see how bad this looks right there. If you're disappointed in Democrats for folding, that's where voting for the lesser of two evils gets you. I mean, I'm not surprised that they folded. And also, did you think that voting for the lesser of two evils means that everything's done? Because my whole thing for why you should have voted Democrat this past election was you want to pick the weaker opponent for you to fight against, not because anything is going to come from them. Positive change does not come from the top down. It only ever comes from the bottom up. If you're waiting for anyone to come and save you, I have a bridge to sell you. This is a tranche of hate mail that I do not, in fact, need. Peace. Literally, yes, Andre Clown Car. Mind you, throughout all of this, all of it finally coming to a head with the, airspace closures, which also was the cause of the last shutdown, the second longest shutdown in American history, ending under Trump's first administration. What's up, Ditso? But this is what Trump said in relation to the air traffic controllers today. I want you to tell me if you believe this for a hot second. I would rather have leftists just fight against Republicans alone than fight against Democrats and Republicans. There are no Democrats and Republicans. There's only the two. There is only up and down. Left is just the, military arm of down. Right is just the military arm of up. There is no Democrats or Republicans. It's just the bourgeoisie. That's it. It's just them and us. Wait, can't hear anything because this is set to a different audio input. Give me 2 seconds to fix that. Go.
Data say the ones that stayed, of which there were a lot of them, I'm sending them a $10,000 bonus.
Where's that money coming from?
I don't know. I'll get it from someplace. I always get the money from someplace regardless. It doesn't matter. I do a lot of bonuses for people because it's really something that, it's like the American way when you think about it.
This is the guy that was saying right now, he came out today and said, anybody who didn't come to work during the shutdown, I'm disappointed in you for believing in the Democrat hoax, and you're gonna get docked severely from your pay and shit like that. Come on. Nobody's getting that $10,000 bonus, just like how none of you are getting that $2,000 check that he said he would give you. Do you understand what, that would mean? The fact that, they're even saying that shows how desperate they are for anyone to give a shit. No, he's not gonna give you $2,000. You're never gonna see that money. Ever. Ever. But there's one reason why the Democrats did what they did, and it's because they don't work for us. They're just Republicans. They are also the enemy. Out of every 10 Democrats, only one is even worth a damn, and depending on which one, how much of a damn that they are worth is arguable at best. I agree, just the two parties are just two factions of the same capitalist class. Exactly. That's the reason for this. You're never gonna get top-down change that's going to help you. Not unless you're a billionaire.
There was a one-word explanation for why Senate Dems have folded Republicans and are going to be ending the shutdown having accomplished nothing. And it's the word filibuster. Republicans were losing the PR battle about the shutdown.
Yes, by the way, that is a nice segue into that, because this did happen right after Trump threatened to use the nuclear option of getting rid of the filibuster, which, to be fair, I'm not particularly even against. What's up, Latina Mafune? I always get the money from my father. Well, his father's dead, but he gets the money from you. He steals your money. That's where he gets the money from. And then he gives it to, Milei in Argentina so he can do a little Trump dance.
Almost every single poll was blaming Republicans, even amongst Republican voters, for the shutdown. And then this month's elections came through and the Democrats absolutely swept it. I mean, across the board. So the Republican Party is in complete disarray.
If positive change only ever comes from the bottom up, isn't that reason to only do grassroots organizing and vote? Well, it's a reason to prioritize grassroots organizing and vote, but every now and again you can get a W that you can then utilize and leverage from the top down. Like, you should use every tool in your toolbox, Vlad. Just because, like, the top down is not going to actually fix anything doesn't mean you can't get a W. You can't get something to leverage, to negotiate with. It also doesn't mean that you can't create a distraction. I, for one, am very much of the mindset of we need to fight the right like the right used to fight the left. We need to take their tactics and their strategies, flip them on their head, and then use it against them in a way that's not as evil as the way they use it. And that does work. I've been doing that. That does work. While doing that, you should still use every possible tool you have.
And they were starting to turn their sights in on each other. And Trump was already coming out and saying, just end the filibuster and we can solve this problem. It's the quote-unquote nuclear option. In case you're unaware, the filibuster rule allows the House and Senate in certain situations to need more than just a 51% vote on a certain thing passing. They need a supermajority 60% or more. It was because of the filibuster that even though there's more than 50% control of the House and Senate for Republicans, they were not able to get this budget passed.
Fuck the filibuster, get rid of it. I don't care. But actually, speaking of that, Kiwi Heathen, you might not be entirely correct. They sure did buck up that momentum when they voted. Not necessarily. Because this is the amount of traffic run for something got following last night. This is the bump from this last election where Mamdani won. On that election night, this many more people signed up for Run for Something to find a local, state, or federal seat for them to run for election for. This is the traffic that they got after the Dems folded. So that momentum is, well, it's still there. It's just doing exactly what it should, and not only pointed at fighting Republicans, also pointed at fighting Democrats. We're building a party of fighters, not folders. That's people are fucking pissed. If people are going to vote for Democrats, they should only vote for progressive Democrats, not centrist Democrats, even if they're running against Republicans. I disagree. I think any Republican that's not in office is better than any Republican in office. But I also think that we need to be able to keep two things in mind at the same time. Just because you vote in a Democrat because the Republican is worse does not mean that the Democrat's good and that you need to allow them to just do their job. Genuinely, why the fuck is there not an army of people in creepy clown makeup and costumes standing outside of every single one of the Dems that folded last night's house and workplace 24/7? It's not illegal. You're literally allowed to stand on the street, across the street from, a residence dressed in clown makeup. Hell, it's Democrats. It's not like the fucking regime's gonna care. It's not like they're gonna send the police after you. You're scaring Democrats. Hell, if they're like, you can't loiter here. You're dressed as clowns, right? Why don't you just hold a sign that says, don't fold to Republicans, we're watching, and then walk incredibly slowly down the street. I mean, it takes you 6 hours to cross the full block, and then you just do it again. You're clowns. They send someone after you, what? I'm a clown. I'm walking. This is just how we're doing it. We're practicing for a show. Like I've always said, Vizora, keep the bastards honest is even more important when it applies to your side. Yes. Does the down-up method take decades? Sometimes. Depends on how motivated you are. But, for example, do you want to know what actually fighting from the bottom looks like. So, Mamdani won, right? Mamdani's going to be mayor of New York, and he's working on his transition team. Now, we've seen some of the names on that transition team. They're fantastic. Fucking Lena Khan is on there. But right now, the Republicans are livid because Mamdani put out an ad saying, please give us some money, after putting out an ad a couple weeks ago saying, stop sending us money. They're like, well, look at that. You elected the socialists who promised they would give you all of your money, and now they're immediately begging for money again. However, what these Republicans don't understand is they're actually just doing free ads for Mamdani, because the reason that he's asking you for money for his transition team is just better than any other. Like, it's the best possible reason you could have. Buncor, I'm not here. Well, hello there, not Buncor. This is why Mamdani's asking for money for his transition team.
The day after Zoran won the election, he releases a video that makes the opposition furious.
One more thing. Remember how I told you a few months ago to stop sending us money?
Transition of power is a normal part of our democracy. A lot of people found this to be very odd because why is someone fundraising for a transition of power? You've probably never heard about this before, and there's a reason for that. Normally when someone takes power, the transition team is quietly funded by donors, private donors, special interest groups, lobbyists. Under the law, you can't use money from the general election to fund your transition team. One of the big highlights is that the head of this transition is Lena Khan. Lena Khan was the head of the FT.
Sundry Clown Car, they're still blaming things on Biden right now.
FTC under Biden. It's one of the few things the Biden administration really got right. She went hard on antitrust. She went after companies that charged junk fees, stopped health tech companies from selling your data. She stopped major grocery store chains from consolidating power and charging more. Grocery stores want to do a thing called dynamic pricing, and if more people understood what that meant, they'd be outraged.
Dynamic pricing, by the way, is the fact that grocery stores want to make it so that when you buy any particular good, it's going to cost a different price than if someone else goes and buys a particular good. And then beyond that, they're also actually trying to make groceries cheaper for the rich, not for you, with dynamic pricing. They want to prioritize long-term relationships with the wealthy, so they keep coming to those grocery stores. The dynamic pricing would actually make it so your groceries are more expensive, whereas a more wealthy individual's is less expensive. Mamdani is such a leftist extremist, he's even trying to make power transition. Yeah, literally. You mean like during the time of day the prices of groceries change? That as well, yes. And the neighborhood that the grocery store is in would also impact the price of groceries. Like, that's what dynamic pricing is. Mamdani going, you want Lena Khan level skill? I need Lena Khan level wages. And the New York City Republicans responding like, I don't wanna. Well, sorry, you can go move to Florida then.
If you want New York City to be affordable, if you want corporations to stop gouging you, you should love her. If you're a billionaire, you will justifiably hate this woman. But to sum it up, Zoran's transition is not going to be privately.
Lena Khan, by the way, is the name spoken the most in billionaire CEO executive therapy sessions. Like, she is their fucking boogeyman. She is the sleep paralysis demon behind them every night. Yeah, literally. Washington isn't perfect, but we generally like people that really care to make change. Well, we try to, not always. I forget the name of the app, but there was an app that does that, and I don't know how it's not illegal, and what's worse is disabled people probably rely on those grocery delivery apps. Oh yeah, no, for sure, they all, like, delivery apps already do that, for sure. So, dynamic pricing needs to be banned before it's put into place. It needs to be, like, not just banned, it needs to be a crime. If these 8 politicians who folded existed in the former Soviet Union, they would have been doing hard labor in the gulag. I somehow seem to doubt that, considering they were doing what they were doing in the service of the regime, so Like, again, it doesn't matter what country you're in or what the politics of that country are. If the leadership is telling you to do something and you do it, you're not exactly going to get punished for following instructions. Now, they shouldn't have followed instructions. They should have taken a punishment. But no, yeah. I'm on the side that transitions of power after election should be paid by the state, not private donors. So, I agree entirely, Denditso. But I also do support, like, paying for it through donations rather than private donors if that's not possible. Also, Uber does dynamic pricing, by the way. Now, we're going to move on real quick because we're going to talk about Ukraine a lot today, and I want to cover some, bases before we get into that conversation on the war aspect of the world. But first, do you want to see the most depressing post I've ever seen on Twitter? This is the saddest thing I've ever seen on this entire website, and that's saying something. This is an AI prompt of a girl smiling at the camera and saying, "I will always love you." That's fucking heartbreaking. That this has 11 million views and 11,000 reposts and 46,000 likes. That just a 6-second clip of a machine telling you that they love you is blowing up like this is just pathetic.
And I will always love you.
Damn, that's not even saying it right either. It's just such slop, but also, it just goes to show how lonely and depressed people are. I burned down a forest to create a woman who says she loves me. I sleep in a bed with my wife, literally. Yeah. My toaster loves me. True. Elon has no other way to ever hear that. That's also true. Why do people need AI girlfriends when we already have cute anime waifus? I can hear the vocoder, and it grates my ears. True. What's up, socializing sapien? All right, so let's start off with the war talk. So over the last week, we saw the U.S. Air Force have a B-52 photographed carrying a mysterious new weapon believed to be the AGM-181, America's upcoming stealth nuclear cruise missile. The missile features a wedge-shaped body, fold-out wings, and an inverted T-tail, matching renderings of the classified LRSO, which will replace the AGM-86B and equip both the B-52 and the B-21 Raider bombers. The timing is notable. The test flights come just days after Russia's Berezovnik nuclear missile test, signaling a strategic message from Washington, ongoing nuclear deterrence. Take me, nuke daddy. Yeah, look, I am also craving the void a lot these days, but unironically, nuclear war is probably the least terrible way for us all to die. If the world was gonna end and all of us were gonna die, that would probably be my pick. Because that would be the quickest. This is from about a week ago as well. I don't know if you missed it, but Laura Loomer is officially part of the Pentagon press corps. After most of the press left the Pentagon after refusing to sign on. Now the Pentagon's press corps is OAN, Laura Loomer, Gateway Pundit, Jack Posobiec, Lindell TV, TPUSA, Red State, and Real America's Voice. So you can just not believe anything coming out of the Pentagon now. Praise Adam, may his glow radiate through our bodies. True. InfoWars 2, right? I haven't seen that one in this, but that wouldn't surprise me. Would not surprise me. All right, now let's get a breakdown into Russia. We got about a half hour until we're going to talk about Russia, so let's break it down. So, want to know what Russian children are doing these days? Kindergartners? This is from Russian television. These are kindergartners.
Вовка, как ты?
Нормально. А мне честно нет.
Уверенно брать дистанцию, как Вовка, скоро смогут и его одноклассницы. Сомнений нет, форма обязывает. Эти мальчишки и девчонки примерили камуфляж еще до школы. Все выпускники кадетской группы детсада. Классный руководитель у них...
Just, sure, let's make all of these children soldiers while they're like, I don't know, before they're even 10 years old. My breakdown, oil refineries on fire, yo, true.
Не просто классный. Андрей Апурин, участник СВО, надеется, его опыт поможет воспитать настоящих защитников.
Нам до полной дисциплины еще, конечно, далековато.
It's not only sad, but like it's wild. Because Pete Hegseth banned the gay in the military. Speaking of Pete Hegseth in the military, just real quick, jumping on to America. Y'all want to see what the US military looks like under Pete Hegseth? Let's see. Where are we? Holy shit, did I not post that? No way. God damn it. Oh, I gotta see if I have that in my bookmarks. No, hold on, I will show you. I will find the video if I don't have it. It is literally just, them fighting. It's just a bunch of dudes in a barrack fighting. Each other, specifically. Oh, also, actually, speaking of, another thing that he's doing, they're currently removing World War II memorials for black soldiers. Just totally ripping them out of the ground. Why? Because they hate black people, and that's it. Like, that's just it. You ever heard of a Reserve Officer Training Corps? Here comes the Reserve Cannon Fodder Training Corps. Ah, just like Russia. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, sorry, I don't have the video of the American soldiers just like fighting each other, but again, like it wasn't anything. It's just dudes in a barrack pushing each other. It's the fact that we've lost not only any degree of professionalism that we may have ever had, we're not even functional. Meanwhile, by the way, we just looked at, Russian children. You want to know what Russia does with the Ukrainian children they kidnap? Well, it's this.
Putin stealing kids from Ukraine and putting them up on Russian adoption sites. Then, the evidence disappeared, but not before we'd sent it to Ukrainian prosecutors. Here's how we did it. Hunterbrook cross-referenced over 30,000 Russian adoption profiles with Ukraine's missing children database.
Literal Epstein shit. By the way, lots of records have come out recently showing direct collaboration between Jeffrey Epstein, the state of Israel, and the state of Russia.
Using AI, we found what appeared to be 7 Ukrainian kids listed for adoption as Russian orphans. All of them were presented as Russian. Shortly after we alerted the Ukrainian authorities, all of the Ukrainian kids' profiles vanished. Both American and Ukrainian experts say deleting this data suggests a goal: to prevent their return and to raise these Ukrainian kids as Russians. The timing and pattern of these deletions may prove legally significant. Martin Flaherty, professor of international law at Princeton, Columbia, and Fordham, told Hunterbrook that concealment may help satisfy the most difficult part of genocide prosecution.
Now, Russia is conducting a genocide in Ukraine. They have been since day one. Their intent has been fully genocidal in their own words. Like, they have openly been in the interest of conducting a genocide in Ukraine. Which, not a great way to get the opposition to stop fighting you when, you're losing. But we'll continue on.
Prosecution, proving specific intent.
The International Criminal Court has issued 2 warrants of arrest in the Ukraine situation for Vladimir Putin and for Maria Lvova-Belova.
No, this, I believe, directly is Epstein shit. Because the moment Epstein got arrested, none of that went away. All of it just moved. And where did it likely move to? Well, what are the 2 biggest pedophile countries in the world right now? Israel and Russia. The 2 places where pedophiles are most accepted. Really quite devious since propaganda reaches the point of organic self-perpetuation. That's a whole other subject. Well, I mean, that's like, there's been studies done, and media shows that most of the right wing literally just comes from Kremlin propaganda. Like the global right wing ideology, no matter where you are, whether it's America, in Australia, in India, in Israel, in France, in Germany, like it's all just Kremlin propaganda.
Все время там какие-то истерики, все время мы там разговаривали по ночам с ним.
Он не хотел жить в
детские
России,
дома.
получается?
Он не хотел жить в России, да.
Риторика какая? То есть я не хочу жить в России?
Я не хочу жить в России, да, потому что, значит, я люблю Украину, он пел песни на украинском языке все время. Его постепенно началось изменение сознания в сторону того, что есть на самом деле.
Since invading Ukraine, Russia has allegedly stolen tens of thousands.
Over 20,000, and it's not allegedly. Like, it's not allegedly. There are Ukrainians who have literally traveled to Russia to try and get their children back. But, in some good news, Lukoil, this was earlier from, like, the end of last month, Lukoil, which accounts for nearly half of Russia's daily crude oil production, announced that it's selling off foreign assets. The company has already started accepting bids from potential buyers, according to its official press release. The Moscow Times reported that Lukoil's value collapsed by 7.2% in just a few days, causing nearly $4 billion in losses to its main owner, billionaire Vagit Alekperov, who lost over $1 billion in the same period. So, you know, that's good. Somewhere in Russia, ration limit of 1,000 rubles on gasoline purchase, which comes out to about 12 liters or 3 gallons. That being, how much is 1,000 rubles in USD? It's $12.31 for 3 gallons of gas in this part of Russia. $12 for 3 gallons of gas. Mind you, that part of the social contract in Russia is the Russian public ignores foreign policy and gets cheap gas. So that's not happening. Oh, that's the guy who funded Khabib's camps and some MMA stuff in Russia. Unsurprising. They went from 8 to 5 to 3 gallons per person. So now there's like a limit of 3 gallons of gas you can get to. Thing is, things that are worth more than the ruble. A single ply of toilet paper. True. Now, you want to see the most Russian shit I've ever seen? Well, actually, no. I have a different thing that's the most Russian shit I've ever seen. This is fucking wild, though. This is Russian ballet with guns. I have a feeling I'm just not going to play the music. I don't know. What is this? Like, what kind of ballet requires you to be carrying, like, machine guns and shit? Like, what is the story that you're telling? And what does this say about the culture? Because if the culture is, we want little children running around in military outfits, you know, running laps at school like they're getting ready to get sent to the front, and then even, like, your arts, your ballet... LOL, she's flagged every person in the room. That's true. It's pronounced bullet. Yeah, would make sense. The great Russian ballet of the late Putin era. Aerobatic dances with machine guns. Like, this is... Guns as a cultural icon? Nice. I know who can relate to that one. I can imagine someone writing a ballet about one of the armed conflicts that Russia won. I mean, maybe. Sure. I don't know why you need ballet dancers with that. Again, like, the arts are supposed to be a little bit more refined. But it is what it is. Like, we're in a state of war, and it's going to get worse. The state of war with Europe is going to continue to grow as well. Even now, we're still seeing consistent drone spottings in Europe. We just had Sweden have to shut down, like, an airport. Like, Estonia sees them regularly, has closed their border entirely. Belgium just had some. This was just a couple days ago. In response to recent intrusions by unidentified groups of drones over and around airports and military bases in Belgium, including in the vicinity of Klein Brogel Air Base, which houses American B-61 nuclear bombs, the German Air Force has announced the deployment of drone detection and defense systems to Belgium. According to the German Ministry of Defense, advanced teams have already arrived in the country to amass the situation, and the main force is expected to follow soon, coordinating with the Belgian Armed Forces. Like, we're not slowing down on that front at all. Like, at all. Again, this is from last month. In Belarus, we had, on the orders of Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, an inspection of units being carried out with their being brought to the highest level of combat readiness, according to the Ministry of Defense. Like, they need to be ready for a greater conflict with Europe. And given how Ukraine's going for them, that doesn't surprise me. And given that, like, the whole Venezuela situation with us is now shifted, like, we now have Wagner PMCs. Well, to be fair, Wagner PMCs have been in Venezuela for a while, but, like, new flights coming out of, like, either Wagner-controlled areas or directly from Russia to Venezuela, supplying them with what I assume to be either, like, dudes, small arms, some ammo. Russia does not have the capacity to carry, like, large amounts of anti-ship missiles without, like, extensive time. Like, you can't fly those over. You're going to have to send those via ship, and getting that there is going to take a couple weeks, maybe a month. At the moment, like, the best they could probably fit on these planes are some dudes and some small arms, maybe, like, a couple Shaheds. Again, like, it's not like Russia's going to be giving Venezuela Shaheds. They need them. But Russia's also currently producing about 6,000 a month, and it's not particularly difficult to clone a Shahed when you have, like, 3. Like, Russia started production after Iran gifted them 3 to begin production. So we'll see about that. In reference to, someone in the chat mentioned, you know, Ukrainians killing Russians in the Donbass. Here's what the Russians do in the Donbass, by the way. The Russian governor of Orenburg tells occupied Donbass residents to give up their homes for Russian soldiers. He urges them to move to his region, saying, your apartments in the Donbass are needed for our boys. This is, by the way, why you have the Third Amendment in the United States.
Дорогие жители ДНР,
I mean, none of us speak Russian, I'm going to go ahead and assume so.
Почему вы не стремитесь к лучшим условиям?
There's no subtitles, it doesn't particularly matter, but leave your house and come deeper into Russia because our soldiers need your house.
И мы поможем вам с жильем.
That's what he's saying here.
Ваше жилье в ДНР нужно нашим мальчикам, которые стали щитом для всех нас. Ваша судьба в ваших руках, и только вы можете изменить свою ситуацию к лучшему. Дорогие жители ДНР, я наслышан о ваших проблемах.
So, take that, and then take this. Alexei Smirnov. This is a Russian occupier. This is a Russian in Ukraine, saying it pretty clearly. Guys, don't come to Ukraine. Think of your kids. This isn't our war. There were 20 of us. Now I'm the only one left. The rest of them are 200s. It's dead. It's important to secure the Donbass because there are ethnic Russians living there. On an unrelated note, ethnic Russians need to stop living in the Donbass because we need their houses. Basically, that's what they're saying. And again, like, I don't give a fuck if they're ethnic Russians. They're legally Ukrainians. If they want to live in Russia, nobody stops them. Nobody's stopping them from living in Russia. You can go to Russia. So they aren't following the Israel model of getting housing for the troops. So they aren't. Well, no, because Israel just destroys all of the houses. The Russians do that as well, but they mainly do that in, like, the cities.
Мирнов Алексей Валерьевич с Иркутска вызвал ИВАК. ИВАКа нету. Связи тоже не стало.
Don't come to Ukraine, y'all. Don't invade another country. Then we had reports, this was in September actually, of a Russian strategic nuclear submarine spotting near Japan. Then, this is from late September, the Russian occupation update, September 25th. The Russian movement of the First Civic Youth Organization continues to play a key role in Russia's efforts to indoctrinate and militarize the Ukrainian youth by forcefully removing children from occupied territories of Ukraine to Russian re-education and militarization camps, which has been ongoing. They've been doing this for a while. Other key takeaways: Russia is escalating its Russification efforts in occupied Ukraine by physically erasing the Ukrainian language from public life. Oh look, every accusation's a confession. It's almost like the entire global right wing is just Russian. Russia is coming close to completing the full integration of the occupied Zaporizhia nuclear power plant into the Russian energy grid. Russia is creating a cadre of future nuclear scientists and operators to supplement its consolidation efforts of the ZNPP. Russian occupation administration are pursuing cooperation agreements with Russia-friendly states in an effort to legitimize Russia's occupation. Essentially what we've been seeing. China is also helping them quite a bit and is continuing to, and also they are helping train China at the moment. The ethnic Russians there only exist because Stalin genocided so many Ukrainians when going after the kulaks that he had to physically reallocate workers to maintain food production. True. Man, they could at least ask before they crash at my place. Google's how to take your home, how to make your home look like a brothel crack house during a satanic zombie attack. Did you think that making your home look like a brothel crack house during a satanic zombie attack would make it less likely that the Russians would show up? Have you seen what kind of shit the Russians are building? Here's a Russian tank in Ukraine that was spotted this week.
Russia.
The most normal orc vehicle I've ever seen.
This shit is straight out of Mad Max. Now, I'm not trying to say this in some way like I'm in the 1930s here, but, you know, this is like inhuman. Non-human.
It's literal orc shit. Like, no, this is the most orcish vehicle I've ever fucking laid eyes on.
Human shit. They're literally building abominations. These aren't even real machines of war. They were talking all this shit about the coke cages. They were putting cages on everything to protect against these.
I just got tetanus looking at that. True.
Drones. Now, what the fuck? This is just a walking barrier covered in razor wire and spikes. I feel like this is the type of demon that the Americans saw when they were in Vietnam. They saw...
That's a tank! Yes, it's a tank!
These aren't even real machines.
Well, that's not a tank, but...
Machines of... Straight
that
out of
is,
Mad Max.
that's a tank!
Walk the other deal.
It's just orc shit. This is fear. This is what you use when you don't have any real armor. Well, also, like, that shit doesn't really help. It doesn't. And also, like, I don't know how you get in that. I don't know. Whatever living fuck are those and how are they supposed to be practical? Again, don't ask me, ask an orc. I'm not an orc. I don't know how orcish construction works. But it's a tank. Mind you, that, like, while they're doing that, we also have 20,000 North Korean workers in Russia, assisting Russia by assembling Shahed drones in Tatarstan. Chief of the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, Major General Andriy Ganatov, told Ukrinform. In addition to striking UAVs, North Korean personnel are also helping Russia produce other military equipment. North Korea produces the vast majority of Russia's artillery. The thing is, that does help against some FPVs. Yes, sure. Not if you're going to get it with 3, though. I still am waiting to see that the Russians putting armor on the donkeys. Well, you'll see that. Speaking of FPVs, though, this is unrelated to Russia, but I did see this and it freaked me the fuck out. I know for a long time we've just been making, you know, war in video games the same thing. But, it's a little uncomfortable now for me to be able to go and look at footage of a video game. In this case, Battlefield 6. And it just be the exact same thing that you see on the battlefield. A drone that somebody is putting... Oh, come on with the music. Putting explosives on and then FPVing it into a tank. This is gaming and war now. Like, just put explosives on the drone, fly the drone into the tank. I mean, I know we're doing this for a reason. Like, we specifically make the operation controls for all of these weapons. Like, we literally use Xbox controllers for some of our weapons for that specific reason. But holy shit, y'all. In the Philippines, they layered wood pallets and boards to their tanks, hoping it would prematurely detonate an RPG before it penetrates the armor. Well, that's kind of what the cope cages are for, but with FPVs. But popping in for a moment, thoughts on the end of the shutdown. I think it's a weak fold. I think it's terrible. I think it is literally agreeing with the Republicans and taking responsibility for the shutdown. I think that every single one of the Democrats who voted for it should be forever ridiculed and should have an army of creepy clowns standing outside their house forever. I had the same bad vibe when I saw the trainer for the new Battlefield in COD. Well, I mean, like, it's not even a vibe. We've been doing that on purpose. It's like that movie Toys with Robin Williams. Speaking of toys, y'all want to see what the Russians like to do with toys? Adam?
Лишь бы была фантазия. Сделать можно вообще.
Of course, no subtitles, but
Книжки.
the commander of one of the sapper units of the Russian army tells how he planted explosives inside of books and toys intended for Ukrainian children. For a sapper, the main thing is imagination. You can mine anything. Books, toys. Also, hello, welcome to the chat. I've already had my comments on Schumer deleted from Reddit, whatever. I mean, yeah, I'm shocked I haven't gotten banned from Twitter yet. But, yes, these people are literally putting explosives into toys, books. They also said vapes in the full interview, like, you know, disposable e-cigarettes. And then just, like, drop them around so that people will pick them up and then boom. Dylan, working with the bomb disposal guys in Ukraine, had so many stories of this kind of shit. I mean, that tracks. Again, like, we watched, we've seen this stuff play out over and over and over again. Although, good news, small bit of good news. Remember when I talked about the human safari in Kherson, where the Russians were sending their new drone pilots to Kherson to attack civilians and then would, you know, move those to a different front? Well, the ones from Kherson got moved. I can't exactly remember where they got moved to. I could bring Signal up and check right now, but they're dead. They died very shortly after getting to go somewhere else. Chaziv Yar is where they ended up. Hold on. Right around here is where they ended up, and reportedly most of those are dead now. Kherson War Criminal Unit transfers into new area, immediately loses ground. Chaziv Yar Oblast. Oh wow, how very Mossad of the Russians. There's not much of a difference. Israel is just Russian. Like they're all Eastern European. Polish, Russian, Romanian. Like, Netanyahu's real last name is Milkowski. He's Polish, so. But Russia's drone war has entered its industrial phase. Moscow now produces 6,000 Shahed-type drones a month and can launch 700 in a single night. Sorry, the number I gave earlier was incorrect. Each costs as little as 20,000 to 70. I've seen numbers really ranging from 10K to 50, so anywhere between 10 and 70,000. But, like, yeah, Patriot air missile cost $3 million. So the way that Ukraine deals with drones is by sending another drone to take out that drone, not by using a missile. Ukraine defends its skies using layered systems, machine gun trucks for low-flying drones, electronic warfare systems to jam or spoof GPS, SAM and manpad missiles for higher threats, laser weapons for in development, but also mainly by just sending another drone to take out the first drone. Russia adapts fast. It now flies decoy Gerbera drones made of plywood and foam to exhaust Ukraine's ammo. Others fly as high as 4,900 meters, beyond the reach of machine guns to overwhelm defenses. In September of 2025, Russia launched a record of 810 drones in one night, up from 193 the last year. Attacks happen every eight days on average, stretching from the front lines deep into Russia. Ukrainians feel so much better at using drones than the Russians. Well, they are, but the Russians are also good at catching up. Like, the Ukrainians are pioneers of drone combat and, like, drone usage in war, but the Russians do actually catch up fairly quickly. Like, the lead they had at the beginning is evaporating. However, I've now seen, you know, drone jousting happen. This is the first time I've seen 2 drones joust. I'm not going to play any music, again, copyrighted music, but just, yeah, jousting. I assume both of those did explode, but this is, on the other end, the military might of the Russian Federation. In Russia, the value of life had already fallen to somewhere between the cost of a can of Coca-Cola and a pair of cheap tennis shoes, but records are meant to be broken, with the Russian army now training troops to down drones with sticks. By the way, if this was in Ukraine, and that drone had an explosive on it, and you did this, you just got blown up there. That would hit you. You're not, like, that doesn't work. That would still kill you, likely, if not injure you at least. Do not hit drones with sticks. I've also seen them try and hit drones with, like, their guns. Like, literally physically use their guns as a bat to hit the drone with. Now that's what I call small arms. The stick wouldn't fill me with confidence. Yeah, no. I thought the drone with guns on them to shoot down the other drones was a fun one. Yeah, the shotgun drone, that was a good one. By the way, here is what the Russians do when you refuse to go to the front. This is the punishment method for the 500th among the Russian troops in the 15th Motorized Rifle Brigade and in the 9th Motorized Rifle Brigade.
Копать, сказал, быстрее, блядь. Ты закрой ебало, блядь, свое, нахуй. Бегом, блядь, копать, сказал, быстрее, блядь. Ты закрой ебало, блядь, свое, нахуй. Сейчас мороз будет проверять, блядь, придет. Ты еще себе, сука, мразь, будешь сейчас яму, блядь, копать. Закрой, сказал, ебало свое, блядь. Белое солнце пустыни, нахуй. Нехуй было съебываться, тварь ебаная, блядь. Закрой, блядь, ебало, нахуй. Закапывай быстрее, блядь.
Ха-ха. Идем кормить животных, которые пытались съебаться от нас.
This is how they treat their own soldiers. Again, unsurprising considering the practice of dedovishchina, but how's that for toxic masculinity? Have you read about dedovishchina?
Сидят, блядь, красавцы. Чё, голодны? Будешь печеньку?
Hegseth wants this for us? Oh yeah.
На, сука, жри печеньку твою. На. О, как смотри, как ест. Чё, может еще одну? Еще одну? Запомни, бля, подарочек от Ростова. Давай, уплетай, молодец.
Getting buried like that can actually end someone. That's so insane. I mean, basic training in Russia involves occasionally random live grenades flying through your window and you having to deal with that. So, you know, I'm not sure that they're worried. But again, the military might of the Russian Federation on display today, everybody. This is Russian troops on their way to Pokrovsk today. What the fuck is that? Really? Like, this is how you're rolling into Pokrovsk. Is that a repurposed wagon? Yes, it is. Did you see the, Come on. What's that called? What would you call... Is this a van? A pickup? The Taliban looks more professional and disciplined than this? They are. Mad Max shit for real. I just think of a fantasy novel I read once where the Russian coded army got pulled off of the front to defend a choice. Just wanted to go back to the front and then got told to report for punishment and was sent back to the front and then thought, hold up. Well, like, you do have to remember that Russia sends their Chechen forces to the front who hide behind the front line in the trees and shoot deserters that run away. So... and more good news that happened today. Those vehicles are genuinely older than the current Russian state. Probably some of them, yeah. Russia has just lost a key foothold in Africa. Sudan has suspended construction of a Russian naval base. Ambassador Andrei Chernovyl confirmed the agreement to establish the facility was signed back in 2020, but the project stalled amid the country's ongoing internal conflict. Sudan remains engulfed in violence, which we need to talk about at some point. I need to learn about Sudan. It's really, you can see it from space. There is literally blood stains across Sudan from space that are visible. Like, it's bad. So we'll have to get into that sometime. But I am glad that they've lost that foothold. Beyond that, we've also seen, this is, by the way, the level of destruction that Russia brings on Ukraine. Like, this is what Russia is doing to Ukraine. It is a genocide. This is Ukraine after Russia has been in the area. It should give you Gaza vibes, because it's the same thing that they do. It's the same thing. The compact gets to me. It's very funny. But that's what Russia does when they liberate a place. By the way, this is from yesterday. North Korean military from the 59th Separate Assault Brigade spotted and destroyed a North Korean Type 75 MLRS in the Pokrovsk area. So, you know, there's that. Again, the most orcish vehicle I've ever seen. We have a breakdown of Shaheds here, which is unnecessary. Russia, by the way, continuing mobilization. This is, by the way, very important. Since 2020, Russia's mobilization, rumors of new waves persist. Moscow avoided them by paying big bonuses to volunteers, plus using men from occupied areas, prisoners, mercenaries. Right now, there is about 100,000 fresh Russian soldiers, ones that haven't, gotten injured on the front or have PTSD, as well as some North Koreans, as well as some Chinese in Russia training right now. And if they were to open another front to Europe, that would likely be the force that's used. Now, before we pull up our guests and bring them on, let's pull up a map really quickly and see the situation. So, map looking pretty similar to usual. Most of the focus right now being in Pokrovsk. Now, the Russians are claiming that Pokrovsk has fallen. It is not, but they're definitely making gains. It has been a slog to try and take Pokrovsk for them. Ukraine is likely going to hold out here for another couple weeks. Pokrovsk almost certainly is going to fall. However, I don't think it matters. Pokrovsk did the job that it needs to do, in my opinion. Because they're not going to be able to just take Pokrovsk and then move up to Rodinsk and then move up to Dobropilia. Like, they're not going to just be able to take Kostanivka and then go up to, like, Kramatorsk, like, in Sloviansk, which is war goals. They, like, these two cities are proper war goals. They want to take Pokrovsk and they want to take Kostanivka. They have not made, really any progress in Kostanivka. It looks like they've even got pushed back. I mean, we know the ones in Chasiv Yar got pushed back. So taking Pokrovsk doesn't necessarily allow them to just continue taking ground like that. But also, while they've been fighting to take Pokrovsk, Ukraine has been, fortifying everywhere else. Oh, neat thing about Kherson, apparently Angelina Jolie went there to raise awareness about the human safari. Well, that's nice. Good for her. I'm still more psyched the fact that specifically the war criminals doing the human safari got transferred to Chasiv Yar and died. That made me laugh. Besides that, the front is just this. This is Russia's current plan, the World War I and 1918 vibes, this desperate. Well, Currently in Ukraine, yes. Their plans around Ukraine are the ones that worry me a bit more. Again, like, they're not doing well in the war against Ukraine. Ukraine is winning. Now, are they gaining ground? Sure, yes, they're gaining a little bit of ground, not fast enough. Ukraine's current, like, strategy is make them pay for every inch with as much blood as physically possible. 1 second. Oh, great. All right. Our guests need like 5 more minutes, which is great because I need like 5 more minutes. So, if you are in a war with Ukraine, and Ukraine is beating you, and has currently the strongest, military in Europe, the most experience, besides like NATO including 2 large militaries, the United States, which will not help between a conflict between Europe and Russia, not physically at the very least, and Turkey, which is an unstable ally to say the least. If you take America out of the equation, Turkey is the largest military in NATO. Turkey is also the least trustworthy, and very likely to flip to Russia's side if it benefits them. Ukraine needs to be like the center of the fight, and it needs to end there for Europe to be safe. If I'm Russia and I attack Europe, Europe is weaker, far less willing to take suffering and to take losses and to struggle, and far, 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 far less prepared. And by doing that, you then spread the fight out. You then weaken Ukraine's ability because Ukraine needs help from... Ukraine's still building its domestic weapons manufacturer. Ukraine will still fuck them up even without, Europe helping. But they're also going to be helping Europe. Ukraine is also likely going to send a drone team to Venezuela to deal with Wagner there. They have drone teams in Africa already. All right. All the while making Russia's economy suffer and setting Russia on fire, literally? Basically, yeah. Just like, right now, Russia should be transitioning to winter diesel production. Right now. And they can't do that because of the attacks on all of the oil refineries. They just don't have the capacity to switch to production of winter diesel. And I think that that's hilarious. All right. Well, let me get set up. Actually, I was wrong, by the way. We have 2 guests instead of just 1 today. Not that it matters, because we're still talking about the same stuff. It's going to be very fun. So, Get Money Dre, you're ready. We're still waiting on Real Visigoth, but I will pull it up now. Give me 2 seconds, everybody, and we'll be right back. Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Yes, I can. Cool, cool, cool. All right. Let's jump back onto the screen. Can you say something? Let me just see what your volume looks like in... Oh, okay. I don't think chat can hear you. I'm going to need to fix that. That's okay. That's a me thing. Now chat should be able to hear you. There you go.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the show, guys. So,
Yeah.
Real Visigoth and Get Money Dre. You guys want to introduce yourselves?
Yeah. Dre, can you get first? I'm gonna configure my camera real quick.
Okay, yeah. Hey, what's up? My name is Get Money Dre. I am an aspiring political commentator and journalist. I do interviews with politicians and people running for office. I also am a human rights enthusiast, and I love rights. So I also am co-host of Between the Islands with Real Visigoth over here. and we have a show that talks about everything from political stuff to streamer drama and just.
Sick. By the way, guys, if you want to drop me the link for your show, I will drop it in my chat.
I'll do what I can when I'm able to.
Sure. Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, I'll drop real quick.
So, we are going to talk about Ukraine today.
Yeah, we'll talk a lot about Ukraine, I think. To be honest, I'm a Ukrainian, but I it's shameful to admit I haven't been following much of the Pokrovsk situation. So what's happening there?
Well, on that, I was just speaking on that, and I really think, like, Pokrovsk is going to fall. It'll hold out for a few more weeks, but Pokrovsk did the job that it needs to do. Pokrovsk needed to hold to give Ukraine time to fortify the, rest. And it took the Russians a lot just to take Pokrovsk. I mean, like, the amount of people dying just for that is insane. And so they're not going to have this easy time moving forward, even if they do take it. I mean, they said they've made no progress in Kostyivka. They lost ground in Chasiv Yar because they sent the war criminals that were doing the human safari in Kherson to Chasiv Yar, and then they immediately died.
Oh. Interesting. I didn't know that. So you think that Pokrovsk is going to be just another Bakhmut?
I don't think it's going to be a Bakhmut. Pokrovsk is the 70th largest city in Ukraine. It is fundamentally, from a strategic point, Russia needs it for anything else they want to do. But Ukraine doesn't need to hold it. The fact that Ukraine is still fighting for it is because they're making the Russians pay for every single inch with as much blood as they possibly can. Ukraine could pull out of Pokrovsk right now and be just fine, but there's no benefit in doing that.
Yeah.
Also, it's really funny to see the Russians run in with a flag and be like, "This is ours, we control it," and put a flag down.
What do you think will happen as far as the next phases of the Ukrainian war?
Honestly, my real view on this is that it's going to expand into Europe. And we've been seeing a lot of stuff on that, lots of...
America's been involved, boots on the ground type shit? Or?
I don't think America would back Europe. America has actually said that we won't back Europe in a conflict against Russia. We've pulled back some of our troops from Baltic states, like Lithuania.
What traitorous shit is this?
Yeah, we're literally traitors. I mean, Tulsi Gabbard, who's DNI director, is a Russian asset. John Ratcliffe, CIA director, Russian asset, has literally been on Russian state television, multiple times, these two. And that's our intelligence agency. There was reports after...
Wait, she actually went on on RT?
Not even RT. Worse. Hold on. I can't remember what that guy is.
Still allowed in this country.
It wasn't! It was banned! We banned it! The Trump administration brought it back.
Wait, did they actually brought it?
Yes.
Back?
Yes.
My dad watches that all the time.
Literally, the administration retweets RT.
But they brought the broadcasting back in the United States.
Yes, they did. Indeed.
Yeah, no, my dad watches it, but
it was... Hold on, let me see if I can pull this up so that you guys could see.
No actual news or whatever.
You guys can see the stream, right?
I do not know. I have not.
I was gonna say, actually,
Vizora official.
Yes. Well, I was gonna say I'll just send the link in the chat so you guys could see. But that's Tulsi on the fucking guy, the Russian disinfo channel.
Wait. Can you?
Yeah,
I don't see it yet on the stream. I think it's
there. I just sent it in the Discord chat, in the one that we're talking in. She went on this show, the one that they always talk about, nuking the United States and stuff.
Wait, she actually went there?
Yep, she went on with Kash Patel and what was his name? Dude acts like he's a liberal and is good on Palestine, but is pro-Russia. Jackson Hinkle.
Wait,
Jackson Hinkle. He went on that show with, it was Jackson Hinkle, Tulsi Gabbard, and Kash Patel went on that show.
He acts like a liberal. He acts like a...
a fascist.
far left guy. Very, very far left.
Oh, well, he's a tanky. He's a tanky, which to me is just a right-winger.
Conservative, fiscally liberal.
That's still just a right-winger. Like, tankies are the government right now. The idea of, like, the tankies is America imperialism bad, and therefore Russia, China good. That's the level of thought that tankies have.
They're only contrarians. They don't have actual political thought. They're just contrarians.
Exactly.
Tankies are to that way just to, like, get attention, for lack of a better...
Again, like, it's like we were talking about earlier with the shutdown. The fact that, like, people even still think Democrats are Democrats. 9 out of 10 Democrats are just Republicans. Tankies are just right-wingers. It's just that simple.
Like, what do you mean by 9 Democrats are Republicans?
Well, like, out of every 10 Democrats, 9 of them are functionally just Republicans. They are on the opposing side as us. They work for the same people.
Fetterman?
Fetterman is literally a ghoul. Like, the man said, like, he has frontal lobe brain damage from a car accident, said he felt the progressivism leave his body. I have a video on my channel that shows the physical brain differences between fascists and non-fascists. It also proves that there's no such thing as left-wing fascism, because left-wing authoritarian brains are the same as right-wingers. They're literally just right-wingers with weird left-wing features.
Is that like a study?
Yeah, it's actually 2 studies based on that. People with more authoritarian views.
Question to ask you.
Go for it.
What would you say your political leaning is? Like far left or
center
left?
I'm probably like the furthest left that most people encounter.
I don't think so. I don't think you're the first left person I know.
Not the furthest. I mean, like I don't like to label my ideology, but I've had labels like libertarian socialist was one that I've used. I often get called an anarcho-communist. I don't particularly care. Like,
isn't that libertarian socialist? Isn't that what Walsh labels himself as?
Yes, actually, Vosh would be a libertarian socialist. It would also be what...
How does it even work? How libertarian socialism even works?
It would be libertarianism for, like, you, personally, socialism for businesses. The government can't tell you what to do or how to live your life. It has no say in, like, public policing. It's libertarianism for the people. As in, like, if you have, I don't know, a pedophile in your community, you don't call the cops, you just go beat the shit out of that pedophile with the rest of your community. Exactly. And the government's job is just to regulate business in that.
We have a pedophile as president, so that's
I mean, yeah, in a libertarian socialist system, he would not be. And the government's job would then be to prevent the misuse of, like, money. Like, you would have to get rid of capital. You could have money, but no capital. No private property. You could have personal property, but you can't own stocks. You can't buy a house and then rent it out.
What can you use your money for, then?
Well, to buy things. Like, there's a difference between currency and capital. Capital is something that you own that you can use to make more money off of. If I own stocks, for example.
Sorry for interrupting, but, like, I have a question. I know you were talking about Ukraine war earlier.
Mm-hmm.
If Trump were to leave office for, like, retiring or something, do you think Vance will be pro-Russia?
Yes.
He will be, 100%.
The entire global right wing, no matter what country you're looking at, whether it's America, Canada, England, France, Germany, I live in Australia, like all of them, Israel, it's all Kremlin propaganda. The entirety of the global right wing believes the same things, has the same talking points, and they all come from Russia. All of them. The global exporter of Nazism is Russia. We're Nazis because Russia's Nazis. To be fair, we were always kind of Nazis, but, like, it's popular because Russia made it popular.
Is that who's, like, behind, like, the Groyper stuff or whatever? Is Russia?
Well, no, that's Nick Fuentes, but kind of at the same time, like, it ties in.
Well, he's pro-Russia.
Yeah, exactly, because Russians are white supremacists.
In the country right now.
The white supremacists in America, like the Groypers, align with the Russian mentality because Russia is also a white supremacist country. Like the traditional values and all of that, like that's the talking points that they use. Of course, they don't have any, like, real values. In fact, like, I have a video that I'm going to show after our conversation of Russian soldiers destroying their own country, like Russian soldiers who come back from the war and the damage that they cause back home.
Oh, they kill civilians.
They kill civilians, they rape people, they do terrorism, like obviously these people are traumatized. But like, what do you think is going to happen when the idea of how you get soldiers for the front is you go to a prison and you find a prisoner and you put them in a room that has a table that has a piece of paper and a pen and a dildo. And you tell them you're going to sign this piece of paper or we're going to rape you with this dildo and then you're going to sign this piece of paper. Which I literally shown a soldier saying.
What the fuck?
Well, I haven't heard of that, but that sounds believable. That sounds Russia style.
Just before you guys came on, I showed the, I think it was the 500th Infantry Battalion of the Russians, who refused to deploy, and their punishment was getting buried up to their neck in the dirt for a couple days, got spit on.
Video.
Yeah.
I saw that video.
Like, that's how they treat their own soldiers? And again, like
what? Someone to do something like... What do you think about the, I know 23, the Wagner group tried to rebel against...
Prigozhin. I love Prigozhin. He's a piece of shit. Dude was a demon, right? Fuck
he was an ape.
Prigozhin. But he was funny as hell. Prigozhin famously called the Ukraine war the gayest war in history. He said Russians will call Ukrainians the F-slur, and Ukrainians will call Russians the F-slur, and then keep fighting. It's just the gayest war in history. But Prigozhin, like, that was a big deal. The Prigozhin saga was wild because he took Rostov-on-Don, which was like the main staging area for the invasion of the Donbass, and was making it. I don't know what stopped him. I don't know why he stopped, but yes, then immediately, boop, flew down.
Yeah.
But like, I show videos all the time of Russians in Ukraine being like, don't come to Ukraine. I'm begging you, don't come to Ukraine. I have one in my sources here. Russian soldier describes how he was ordered by drunk colonel to shoot his comrades.
I'll be back. Just give me a second.
No worries. But also, like, the fact that we still think about this as just like a war between either, like, the two narratives, right, are either this is a proxy war between the United States and Russia, or this is a war between Russia and Ukraine. There have been North Koreans fighting in Ukraine for Russia for over a year now. There's 20,000 North Koreans in Russia building shaheds and training as part of a mobilization force right now. There are Chinese in Russia training as part of a mobilization force right now. China's also helping the Chinese train in paramilitary exercises, how to drop from planes, how to drop, like, armor, tanks, equipment, APCs from planes. We are in World War III. Like, there is a unmistakable view of this with the amount of drones that come into Europe. And like, so I can't remember whether it was you or Get Money Dre who asked earlier, but like, where do I think this will go next? I think the next phase of this is Europe.
Yeah. And it seems like nobody's ready for that.
They're not. Europe is desperately trying to get ready. But like, as I said before, the average cost of creating a Shahed drone, of manufacturing one, is somewhere between $10,000 and $50,000, maybe $70,000 on the high end. When we had those like 18 drones fly into Poland, right? We used missiles that were $2.8 million to shoot down those drones. Now, currently, there is in development a weapon system for the F-35 that would basically be like steel harpoons. Like 46 could then be attached to the F-35, and they would be like cheap metal harpoons that could be fired at these instead of $2.8 million missiles. But again, that's not enough. That's okay. I was just talking about how I think this will move to Europe next.
Yeah.
And the fact that they're not prepared for it. Again, like, we're developing weapon systems for taking out drones. But take a look at how Ukraine deals with these. Ukraine has a layered system. They have machine guns on the ground that fire at the drones. They have lasers in development. They have electronic warfare. But what they also have are drone operators whose literal job is to fly a drone into another drone. Like, someone spots a Shahed, and they're like around Dobropilia, I've seen a Shahed flying. And so they look for a Shahed in that region, which is very difficult to find, mind you. And then they fly another drone into it to blow it up, which is the most cost-effective way of doing that. Europe doesn't have this. Now, Europe is preparing. We saw Poland mobilize like 40,000. Estonia's closed their border. Lithuania's digging trenches and shit. It's great. The issue here is, without America, like, physically boots on the ground in Europe, it's a slog of a fight, and we need Turkey on our side. Turkey is the global largest manufacturer and exporter of military drones. Military drones. China's the one of normal, like, regular drones, but, like, military ones, like the Bayraktar, for example.
Yeah.
We need them on our side. And they are our least consistent ally.
So what's going to be done to bring them closer?
Give them EU membership, which they've wanted for a long time. That would make it
Why
work.
why are they not giving it to them?
Because Turkey is a dictatorship, and Erdogan is an authoritarian dictator, and has been for over a decade. This dude literally did the Putin thing. Like, he was the president, he started off as either the president or the prime minister, finished his term, then changed the constitution to give his powers to the other one, then became the other one, like if he was prime minister, then he became the president, and then he changed the term limits, and then, like, he's been in power for 20 years. He's created, like, the Islamization of Turkey. Turkey used to be a secular country. Now it's not. He's not great. And also Erdogan uses the threat of Syrian migrants and refugees that are in Turkey against Europe. He'll be like, oh, I'll just put them all at the border of Germany. And there's still like 2 million of them who haven't yet returned home to Syria yet. It's not that particularly easy. What you do to make sure Turkey is on your side is you make sure that Erdogan benefits financially. It is literally, Turkey is just mini Russia. Just how, like, if the Kremlin gives a contract to a company, Putin skims some off the top. It's the same in Turkey with Erdogan. So you make it so he makes the most money, whichever is most beneficial. He was also at the Chinese Victory Day parade this year. Like, Turkey went. That's a big deal. Turkey doesn't usually go. Erdogan was there for the big, like, Shanghai summit the day before, and then left his foreign minister there for the parade. That's an indication of a potential shift. They are the largest military in NATO, outside of America. Yeah, go for it, sorry.
I'm not sure if you're finished.
No, please. I can talk forever, so feel free to interrupt me.
Okay, so are you, like, Canadian American? I know you said you were like.
I was born in Turkey, I grew up in America, and I live in Australia.
That's interesting, moving back and forth.
Yeah, I've been around. I've lived on 4 continents. I've lived in Montenegro as well. Been all around the US. But yeah, no. I live in Australia.
What states have you been in the US?
Have I been in all of them? Have I like, sorry, have I?
All 50?
I don't think no, sorry, I haven't been to Alaska or Hawaii. I've been to 48 of the states. But
what's your favorite?
Colorado. Well, favorite state to live in, Colorado. Favorite state, New Jersey. I gotta represent my home. I think it's helped with Zora's perspectives, to be honest, says my chat.
Do you like Sopranos?
I love The Sopranos. It's a fantastic show.
Great show on TV. Ever.
It is, like, Succession is a good version of it, too. Because it's basically like The Sopranos, but with the Murdochs. Because, like, they got sued making that show for using real storylines from, like, the Murdoch family. New York is the best state, Denver can get bent. I know you're just salty, Buncor.
I'm so sorry for the ding.
That's fine. I don't mind. Like, the parts of this when we talk about possibly this war expanding into Europe, right? Things that I think we need to keep in mind is, in France, We've already seen the French tell like hospitals to prepare for 50,000 wounded per day by March 2026. That is what France ordered hospitals to prepare for, to be ready for a military conflict that involves 50,000 wounded per day by March of next year. Germany has done the same, but for 1,000 wounded per day by around the same time next year. We're all preparing for a war next year.
Do you think World War III will happen?
I think we're already in it. I actually think that China would have moved on Taiwan in September of October. The only reason they didn't is because the Fujian aircraft carrier had some issues that they had to get worked out, which just recently was finished and was deployed. I've been tracking like China for a while, and there is large buildup of food, medicine, military supplies all along the coastal border, and the Fujian is ready. Now, their next open window for a potential invasion or blockade of Taiwan is in, I believe, like 3 months-ish? Like around March would be when that is. I'd also like to remind you that the United States, the Pentagon itself, put out a memo saying, this was like still under the Trump administration, but earlier in the year, is why, by the way, we pushed so hard for a peace deal in Ukraine, was if we don't end the Ukraine war soon, the chances of the United States being dragged in to a conflict with China and Russia and Iran and North Korea at the same time is very, very, very high if we don't end the Ukraine war. That is what the Pentagon itself said. It's also, by the way, why we've declared that we are going to be shifting our sphere of influence away from Europe and more towards the Caribbean. If we're already busy in a war, that gives us an excuse. Also, like, having a war is good for, like, the fascists at home, keep it ramped up. And also, you can kind of remote... Actually, to be fair, they're not even doing that, which is surprising to me. Because, like, if we wanted justification for war with Venezuela, I could come up with far... Still, like, not good enough to justify it, but, like, far better justification than they're using. Again, like, Russian planes landing, PMCs in Venezuela, the potential... Like, if Venezuela is given 3 Shahed 136 drones from Russia, in about a month, they should be able to manufacture those themselves. And a Shahed 136 launched from Venezuela can hit Florida and Texas and Louisiana and Alabama and Mississippi.
Don't they have any systems to, like, intercept them, like United States?
We don't necessarily really have air defense locally in the U.S. It's not like we often get hit like that. Like, sure, there's ships in, like, the Caribbean that could, but, like, the thing about a Shahed is it's really fucking hard to see. That's, like, the main issue with them. The main issue Europe's gonna have with them. Especially if they're flying low, they don't really show up on radar, and they're really hard to see.
If America is gonna get bombed by Shaheds, I feel like America is gonna go nuclear on Venezuela.
It wouldn't benefit us to do so.
Not nuclear bomb, but I mean, like, really hard on them.
We have F-22s, to be honest. Our primary missile defense is active interception. Yeah, that's true. Like, we would send a plane. And we're already kind of planning to do that with Venezuela. With like, I did a whole thing on this. I have an interview up on the channel with an activist.
Do you support United States
no,
in the government of...
Ironically, even though I fucking hate Maduro, the United States has put me in a position in which I want Maduro's side to win. I fucking hate Maduro, but we're the Nazi government. If America tries to invade Venezuela and loses, that is good for the world. Mind you, we would lose. Invading Venezuela would be like invading Iran and Vietnam at the same time. Venezuela is both entirely mountains and rainforest jungle. So, like, yeah.
Do you think there will be a nuclear bomb in the next decade?
I mean, Yes, because we've all said that we're going to do nuclear testing. We're talking about detonating nuclear bombs this month.
A civilian population.
If it'll happen, we'll do it first.
Warfare.
I think if it happens, we'll be the first to do it, and it will be because we're getting the shit rocked out of us. It'll be tactical, not strategic, but I think we would. I think we'll be the first to do it. What I think is going to happen is whenever everything is in place and ready, as long as is assuming that we maintain this current path, this trajectory. Like, things can happen, obviously things can change. The scenario could look very different tomorrow than it does today. But from this point moving forward, the end point to me looks like we are going to see a combined offensive where China will likely blockade Taiwan. I don't know if they'll directly even try and attack it. I don't think they necessarily need to. Russia will launch an attack on Europe. North Korea will start bombing the South. And Iran will launch attacks all over the Middle East.
The South meaning like
South Korea.
South of Korea. Okay.
Yeah. I think we will see all of that happen simultaneously. That is also what the United States predicts as the worst case scenario, and we're moving quite quickly towards it. I'd also like to remind you all that the people above all of this, right, like Vladimir Putin, Kim Jong-un, Xi Jinping, and Donald Trump, these are not the masters. These are not the people in charge.
Oh, I know. Trump is too, what's the term to say? What's the proper term to say without offending him?
I just call him the fermented orange.
A little special.
He's a retarded person. I will just say it outright. And it's fine. I'm retarded too.
I don't want to get arrested by the government. So.
Yes, I forget. You guys have to apply to NSPM 7. By the way, chat, if you don't know what that is, go look up NSPM 7 and read it. You're probably a terrorist.
What? NSPM 7?
Yes, National Security Memorandum 7. Have you not seen it? Interesting.
I see,
wow.
Yeah.
Ken Klippenstein did a real good article on this, but essentially, this is not an executive order. This literally could be classified. We don't know what number 6 is. But it makes it so. Any of the following indicators are indicators of potential terrorist extremist violence. Anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, support for the overthrow of the United States government, extremism on migration, extremism on race, extremism on gender, hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on family, hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on religion, hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on morality. Essentially, if you are anti-MAGA, if you don't like capitalism, if you're not specifically an evangelical Christian, because they don't even think like Mormons or, Catholics are Christian. If you hate Trump...
Do they not?
Well, like, to be fair,
I mean, evangelicals
I don't
maybe
think,
not,
I don't
but,
think
like,
evangelicals are Christian. Like, they're not Christian. They're about as Christian as Israelis are Jewish or ISIS is Muslim. They don't believe in their religion.
I am legally...
You don't have to say anything. You can redact.
I have no opinion.
But, like, evangelicals don't believe in Christianity. Jesus is literally the first communist. The man was a brown dude who got arrested and executed by the state for advocating against private property ownership and being...
Wait, when did he advocate against private property ownership?
His literal whole thing was sell all of your shit and divide it to the poor. Like, the man's famous for saying, like, rich people can't get into heaven. The closest we ever got to communism on this planet was immediately after Jesus died, when his disciples sold all of their shit, pooled their money together, and created a commune, and lived off of it until the Romans came and, put an end to that as well. Like...
As a person living in Australia, do you know how I can apply for refugee status there?
I do. You might not have an easy chance, but I do know if you're willing to work in a farm for 2 months, you can live here for a year and get health insurance.
Okay.
2 months, and it doesn't necessarily even have to be a farm. It has to just be a critical industry. I just know that farming is often one. If you are willing to spend like 2 months on a farm, you can live here for a year. I do know that Europe is changing its asylum requirements and removing the safe country requirement because of a class action lawsuit in the Netherlands, which is great. So Europe will be far more easy to escape to. But again, there's no escaping this. This fight exists everywhere. Europe is doing the same thing America is. Australia, when I came to this country, was America 10 years before the current America. Right now, we are 2 years behind. We are in Obama's second term. Everything's, all the libs are happy. But we're getting a growing Nazi movement. In fact, our Nazi movement is arguably, to a degree, worse than America's. Yours has been institutionalized.
People like Joel Davis?
Well, not even. More like in America, right? The Nazis have been institutionalized. ICE is just the Gestapo. In Australia, we have the National Socialist movement, like the National Socialist Network. They're literally like Nazis. They get to go make speeches in front of the Capitol building of like Melbourne, where the police protect them. There was a massive Nazi rally in Sydney this week where the police apparently couldn't stop them. However, like at the same time, I've also seen a Nazi rally in Adelaide in South Australia where the Nazis got run out of the park by cops on horseback. I've seen in Brisbane, in Queensland, Nazis getting just like pushed by cops, calling them like names, making fun of them, which I support entirely. But like in America, the Nazis put a mask on. Here they don't. They're out here shouting like white power on a stage with a mic in front of them with cops protecting them.
I got a question to ask you as far like this international idolization of the ugly mustache guy, right? When do you think this shit will stop, if it ever stops?
When every Nazi dies. Remember 5 years ago, it used to be funny to make fun of Hitler? Like, it was socially and culturally popular and comical to make fun of the Nazis?
Did Elon Musk have something to do with this?
Yes.
The rise of Nazism?
Yes. So here's the thing that a lot of people miss. The people in charge are the billionaires. You want to know what connects America, Russia, and China? Peter Thiel, Larry Ellison, Elon Musk, Sam Altman. Also, Lucky, whatever the fuck his name is, the Androl guy. Like, that's the connection. That's it. Like, it's all money. It's always been money. China's not like communist, by the way. Like, I'm sure you guys know that. But like, China just does capitalism better than we do. That is what that ended in. Guess who built China's surveillance network? Larry Ellison. Guess who just bought TikTok? Larry Ellison. Guess who owns Oracle? Larry Ellison. Guess what company is implemented in every single tech company? Oracle. Guess who owns Skydance and Paramount? Larry is Ellison's son, David Ellison. Guess who's trying to buy CNN and Warner Brothers? Larry Ellison. Peter Thiel works with Larry Ellison. Who's Peter Thiel? He's the one that co-founder of Palantir. He's the dude that literally will not stop talking about the Antichrist, doing 5-hour lectures on the Antichrist.
While probably being himself the Antichrist.
No, he's biblically accurate, the Antichrist. I'm an atheist. This man tries his hardest to be the biblically accurate Antichrist. They're the ones that test all of the drones on Palestinians in Gaza. They're the ones that, he actually is the Antichrist. They're the ones that are implementing all the surveillance technology in America. Larry Ellison built the health tracking stuff during COVID for China. Also is now in charge of all of our shit. Israel, right? Larry Ellison works very closely with the IDF. Guess what software company, what Israeli company is now integrated into every single American-owned social media company? It's a company called Cyberwell, which uses AI to parse through anything on social media, looking for what they define as anti-Semitism, some of which is actual anti-Semitism, and some of which is just anti-Zionism. Mind you, being a Zionist is anti-Semitic. So, like definitionally, mind you, you can't be a Zionist without saying Hitler was correct. You have to believe that to be a Zionist. There are rabbis all over the world that will tell you this. In fact,
Can you explain further on that?
yes, I could. The foundational belief of Zionism is that God has given this land to the Jews, and that is where the Jews belong. The Jews should not be in Europe, they should be in Israel. You are agreeing with Hitler. It is also, mind you, anti-Semitic, considering Semitic means you are from the area that used to be called Sumeria. Guess who else is Semitic? Palestinians. By the way, if you look at the archaeological record, if you look at the like physical DNA structure of bones, guess what tended to happen? You know, all the Jews claiming that, like, you know, the Israelis claiming the Jews are gifted this home, it's the land for the Jews. The ancient Israelites and, like, their descendants. Guess who the descendants of the ancient Israelites are? They're the Palestinians. Around, I don't know, like 1,500, 1,400 years ago, most of the ancient Israeli Jews became Muslim and stayed living in the area. So today, what we're seeing in Israel...
Where can we find information about...
you can go look at Israeli information on that. Israel, like Israeli universities have put studies out on this going back years. Even them. Because they were looking for archaeological records to prove that, like, they're the descendants. So what we have now is a situation where the descendants of Hitler's Holocaust in Europe, the European Jews that came to Israel, are now genociding, holocausting the descendants of the ancient Israeli Jews who are now Palestinian Muslims. And they're calling any, you know, criticism of that anti-Semitic. That's literally what is occurring.
God damn.
It's fucked, yeah.
Oh, god damn, yeah. That
Like,
too.
in 1948, Albert Einstein called Israel a fascist state that had very Nazi-leaning... 1948! Very Nazi-leaning structures. Israel was founded by militia groups like the Likud, which literally tried to make a deal with the Nazis. They were like, hey, Hitler, I know you don't want the Jews over there. We'll take all of your Jews. You don't have to build the camps and stuff. You can send them here. Just help us kill these brown people first. Like, that is the people who founded the country of Israel.
So when, again, you said there's studies from Israelis, like, is there any links we can, like, that's an interesting topic to research.
Archaeological record on ancient Israeli Jews becoming Palestinians. I'll just look it up. If I can't find it, like, right off the top of my head, I will link it to you afterward, but...
Later. Okay.
Well, I mean...
That's fair.
I think I just have it right here. Let me just double check. Yeah, actually, literally right here. Here is the Times of Israel saying it. Right then and there. I put it both in the YouTube and the Twitch chat. It's very funny. Again, like, Netanyahu's last name is Milkowski, guys.
I do have a question.
Well, a lot of Jews were in Poland because they changed
every
names.
single Israeli prime minister has changed their last name to sound more Jewish. If you haven't seen this site, by the way, guys, I just linked it to you guys in the Discord chat.
All right.
Zionism.
Yeah, but like, I mean, Jews were living in Poland, so they had to like change the names for.
Oh yeah, that's fine. It's just like saying that is. Like, there's a difference between how they frame it and what the reality is, and that's what I'm getting at. The link I sent, the Zionism.wtf game, I love showing that because.
Vistora, also, side note, I did link you in the DMs my links for social media.
Thank you. I will check that out now. I'm really glad we don't have a delay, by the way.
Do you have a delay or not?
No, we don't. I was just really worried that we would, and I'm quite glad that we don't.
Yeah.
Guys, in the chat, I am dropping the links of our lovely guests, No Echo Chambers, on YouTube and Twitter. Go and drop them a follow. And like the stream while you're at it. Join my Discord if you're not already in it. And if you want to donate to me, you could use this link so that Twitch and YouTube don't take half the money. Sorry, but that had to plug myself really, really, really quickly over
That's
there.
valid. That's
But
Yeah. Also, drop the YouTube of our podcast. And Real Visigoths is where we stream. We stream on my Twitch.
Just link it to me, and I'll drop it in the chat. But did you guys have any?
I did.
Oh, you did. Cool.
Previously.
Cool. I must have just missed it.
Yeah, I have some questions. Yeah.
Go for it, please ask.
So, like, maybe go about like it was pretty interesting. Like Ben Shapiro is now like probably regrets his decisions to be right wing because like it goes anti-Semitic with Nick Fuentes being there, and he's like, I don't know. I guess he like rips what he saw.
I love being me and having had called this months ago, actually over a year ago, that exactly this would happen. Right now, what we are seeing is the formation of the Nationalist Party. Figures like Steve Bannon, Tucker Carlson, Matt Walsh, Nick Fuentes, they're all becoming more outwardly Nazi.
There is nothing Christian about the whole...
Again, literally none of these people are Christian. Even the creator of VeggieTales came out and said, if your definition of Christianity only involves Christ from Revelations with mouth swords playing like fucking, I don't know, like he's in One Piece or some shit, you have missed the point of more than just Christianity. Jesus literally has said no rich people will ever get into heaven. Dude was a woke socialist. Like, real Jesus would whip these people to tears, and the current administration, American ISIS or Al Qaeda, like I call is what I like to call them, would literally crucify Jesus. Like any day of the week. Again, like I've on my stream shown on multiple occasions pastors, like Christian pastors, saying why you should love Hitler for Christ.
Well, that's insane.
Literally, like those are common.
Let's just say that, people. The end is near.
God, I fucking hope so. Unfortunately, I don't think so. See, the larger plan at play here, the end of society, not the end of the world. I wish, like genuinely, the two roads I can see ahead of us right now are we all die in a horrible like way, or we all live in a worse, exceedingly horrible manner. I would literally rather us all die right now. We could get off this path, mind you. There is a way off this path. It just needs...
What's the way?
Have you seen Georgia? Like the country?
Yeah, they were revolting against the Russian election, whatever.
They still are. It's been over 300 days. That's the way out. That's it. That's literally it. You're like...
honestly, I don't understand. I think it's probably just Russian influence, but it's hard for me to imagine how could Georgians, many of whom are very anti-Russia, could have elected
they didn't.
Russian government.
It was literally cheating. Like it's what they do every time. That's why I've seen for over a year Georgians fighting. I've literally I've begged Americans to pick up these tactics. I'm like, get the laser pointer. Get the fireworks, get this and that. Don't attack people with them. Don't use them on people. But laser pointers are great as a distraction. Yeah, and I know you guys can't say much here. That's okay. You don't have to. What?
I have how do we de-radicalize people from this whole pipeline?
You don't. I'm sorry.
Liking fucking Hitler. First of all, Hitler was a career loser. He lost 2 wars, both wars he fought in.
Every Nazi is a loser.
To face the consequence.
Every single Nazi is a loser.
People's leader? Is that their god?
Yes.
That their Führer? Is that their fucking leader?
Dre.
Bitch.
You put them in a hole. That's how you deal with them.
Who somehow got lucky enough to be appointed Chancellor of Germany by von Hindenburg, and Hitler's party was the most popular of the 32 elections, but Hitler himself wasn't elected. He was appointed chancellor.
Don't forget here that even back in the day, every Nazi was a whiny little loser. I stated this, and I've still yet to be proven wrong. The foundational belief of every Nazi comes from sexual insecurity. Everything else gets built on the sexual insecurity. American Nazism, in particular, was built on blacks and Hispanics are gonna fuck my white wife, daughter, or sister. That is the foundational belief of American Nazism. Everything else comes from that.
They all, like, if you go on Twitter, there's a great account. It's called White Male Cope. They highlight all the, like, the Nazi stuff, all the Nazis being insecure.
Mate, just go look at the Department of Homeland Security.
Like, interracial dating. They're getting insecure as fuck about it. And they cry whenever a white woman dates a black man. Vice versa, too. Like, roles switch to white man, black woman, but primarily it's the other way around.
The whole id poll thing, like the identity politics, it just comes from the right.
To all, if there's like a Nazi in chat, if there's like a Groiper in chat, I want to let them know something. Hating people is not going to get you what you want. Girls are not going to love you if you hate people.
They don't want girls to love them. You're misunderstanding their goals. But there's no Groipers in my chat. I mod everyone in my chat. Every single one of my chatters is a mod.
In our chat, there's probably one or two Groipers that snuck in.
Yeah, usually, like, I can sniff them out, but, like, if there is one...
I want this shit to end. I want this hatred shit to end.
But that's what you misunderstand about them.
We want to love each other and talk to each other because we have to do this shit.
But you misunderstand their goal. Their goal is they just like to create suffering. Like, they want you to suffer.
Oh, I don't doubt that. Creating suffering isn't going to make you feel any better, people. It's not.
Have you seen the Homeland Security?
It gets you more pissed off, it gets you more angry, it gets you more... It makes you feel shittier, it doesn't help anybody.
Go check out Homeland Security. Look at the type of shit they're posting.
Yeah, no, they're fucking weird.
Mind you, we should have this rhetoric. What you need to understand, like you asked about de-radicalization earlier. The only way you're ever going to de-radicalize these people is if they come to you first. What you have to understand about this cult behavior is it functions like an addiction. Every single MAGA is functionally a drug addict. They have to want to stop to stop. If they do,
if you want to stop, always talk to me. I'll gladly help people out.
Absolutely.
Also, I want to plug somebody else too. There's a gentleman that I'm trying to get interviewed for my show. His name is Rich, and his account is called Leaving MAGA. So always feel free to.
That's fantastic. Yeah. On that note, actually,
I'll talk to him if you want to leave. If you have doubts, if you're tired of feeling pissed off, if you're tired of hating people, if you're tired of feeling shitty, if you want to enjoy life, if you want to like...
If you're tired of getting lied to, mind you.
Hate is exhausting. Hate consumes you. It also leads to more stress, earlier death, health problems, obesity, heart disease.
But they love that shit. That's the whole point. That's literally the whole point.
They're going to learn that.
By the way, on the side note, I wanted to ask you, I guess you're the best person to ask it. What's up? I know that's something that question popped into my mind when I remembered about Phidias. What's up with the Greek-Turkey conflict? Who's the right, who's wrong in that conflict?
Well, obviously Turkey is right all the time, and there is no such country as Greece. It's just mini Turkey. So, I'm kidding. It is a conflict over...
I don't know too much about the conflict.
The conflict is because they're exclusive economic zones for like a country's exclusive economic zone for their like borders past land, like in the sea. Usually extend from a land border, like an island or something. In between Greece and Turkey, there are a fuckload of little islands, and both sides claim ownership of those islands. Mind you, there's also Cyprus, which both sides claim Cyprus. Turkey and Greece are not going to fight because they're both like that would be insane if Turkey and Greece went to war because they're both NATO countries.
I can see that happening now.
Cyprus is rightfully American. True. I mean, it's Israeli, which is literally the 51st state, so.
We should make Drew Pavlo a governor of...
Fuck Drew Pavlo! Throw that man in a hole! No, seriously, he's one of the ones I'm talking about.
Come on the show, no Echo Chambers and BTI would love to have you, Drew, if you're watching this.
Fuck Drew. Right now, he just posted about how Chinese security police are harassing Hassan while he was live streaming in Tiananmen Square.
I had better opinion on Drew before his grift to the right, but right now he's so... I don't even understand. Like,
he was a liberal. He was a liberal, now he's just a Nazi.
I don't understand it. If you are left wing, if you even don't like some of the far left stuff, okay, why do you have to become a conservative? Why can't you still be at least left on the social, on the economic policies? That's insane.
The grift doesn't allow it.
The grift. That's why
that's literally
totally
everything. Every time.
That he's a total grifter.
That's why I don't run ads and I don't take sponsorships.
Right-wing media sphere.
Yeah.
Media.
I don't take ads. I don't take sponsorships. I run specifically based off of donations for that specific reason. In fact, actually on that, funny enough, I talked about this at the beginning of stream. Right now, Republicans are really mad at Mamdani because he posted an ad asking for donations for his transition team. And that's not a common occurrence. You know, you usually you get donations for your campaign, but you don't often ask for donations for your transition team. You want to know why? It's because usually big corporate donors quietly come in and finance the transition team, generally after a candidate is elected. That's not happening. Hence why he's asking for money for the transition, because he's like, no, fuck the corporate money. I don't want their corporate money. He picked Lena Khan. That's why. It's all money.
I do have a question for you as a far left-ish influencer type.
I would challenge you to find someone further left than me, by the way. Just
what do you think about Hassan Piker?
I think he's great. I think he has bad opinions occasionally. I like his opinions on domestic policy.
I mean, he's a tanky, isn't he?
He used to hang around with tankies. I think he's gotten better. I think he's learned a little bit.
I'm not a fan.
He's too pro-China. He's not enough pro-Ukraine. But on domestic
he's not really pro-Ukraine at all.
He's said some better stuff on Ukraine recently than he did at the beginning, because that was back when he used to hang around with Second Thought and Hakeem.
That he said?
I can't remember, but he did speak about it in a way that wasn't just Kremlin talk. You know, it wasn't Hakeem or Second Thought talking.
Think he still is not pro helping Ukraine.
No, so hold on one second. My chat. That's my bozo. Hassan is not an ML, and I also don't read theory. So, he declared he's an ML? Jesus Christ, okay, he's a retard then. What happened, Hassan? People don't understand
what ML?
Marxist-Leninism,
Okay.
which doesn't exist. It's not a real ideology, because Marxism and Leninism conflict with each other. You can't be both. The two are opposites of each other.
You can, take from each or whatever.
You can take a piece, sure, but it's not Marxism-Leninism. It's not... Hassan is not an ML. I don't believe that. He doesn't talk like one. He doesn't say things like one. He just doesn't know what he's saying. Yeah, that's okay. On foreign policy, ignore Hassan. When he's talking about America, he's correct. When he's talking about Israel and Palestine, he's correct.
The thing there was one podcast, I think it was with Hugh Gopnik, where he was saying that his whole shtick is he lures in people by being less left-wing, and then he lures them into the pipeline.
Which is good, yeah. Literally, as my chatter Buncor said, homies, Hassan is a deprogrammer.
So he's a tanky.
I don't think he's a tanky. I think he just serves a purpose that would align with one. He's a deprogrammer. He's not with the rest of the left. He's not like a regular streamer. His job...
But he recently said that USSR unfortunately doesn't exist anymore. He's sad about it.
I'm sad that they fucked up the US. If Trotsky was dead with the formation of the USSR and then, I don't know, they got rid of capital, that would have been nice. But yeah, I don't care. I don't care either. It doesn't matter. Hassan is correct when he's talking about Israel or America. If you want to listen to a Turkish streamer talk about anything other than Israel and America, you come to me. I'm the one that's better on foreign policy. I know my shit with America too, but, I'm good on foreign policy. That's the main difference.
So, what about? Don't you think that Hassan creates a bad image for pro-Palestine creators because he is supporting designated terrorist organizations?
I don't know. Not even at all. Not even a little bit. I've literally said death to the IDF on this stream multiple times. America would declare me a terrorist organization.
But he supports Hezbollah, for example.
I support any resistance to a authoritarian government as blowback. Hezbollah would not exist if not for authoritarianism and suppression.
I do have a question about I know you're more toward the Palestine side of the Israel-Palestine conflict. What was your solution for the whole thing?
What is my
Your ideal
solution?
Your ideal solution.
If like I was in charge and I got to decide what happens next.
Absolutely.
Okay, sure, that's great. First things first. We are disarming Israel entirely. There is no more IDF. There is going to be an international coalition of peacekeepers that are going to be deployed to the region to make sure that all of their neighbors that they eternally pissed off do not immediately retaliate. We are going to entirely redo the government from scratch. Palestinians must be equally represented. Israelis have to go through deprogramming. The IDF brainwashes you. By the way, so does the US military, so does the police. Like, we figured out how to do brainwashing in the 70s. Read The Shock Doctrine by Naomi Klein if you haven't already. A lot of these people are, like, some of these people go to prison forever. Some of them go in a big hole. Depends on how many war crimes they committed. And then the ones that are left, democratically have to work together. And they don't get to do anything else. Like, it's essentially... we put soldiers from around the world to make sure that these people can figure out how to work the fuck together after all of the war criminals are in a hole. A very, very deep hole. With, food and water and, we're not talking about killing anybody. That would be wrong. We're talking about imprisoning them in a hole that they'll never leave. Or, send them into space or something. Whatever kind of action program can be devised to get us the things that ours that are ours by right, then I'm for that action.
The leading force of the... So who's going to be the government? Who's going to be the government of that country? Is there going to be one state, right?
I would say it would have to be a one-state solution. It would have to be a democratic government. I would immediately want the Palestinians to be in charge first, but you have to do this in a way that see, I talked about this in the context of America before. Pre-election, why I told people to vote for Kamala Harris instead of Trump. I said, I hate them both. Kamala Harris is the weaker opponent to work against. She is easier to make change through. If we get Trump, we're likely going to have violent revolution. I don't want violent revolution. I want cultural revolution, not the Maoist sense, but because when you have violent revolution that is led by the working class, it often carries with it resentment. The working class takes over, they kill the oppressors, they become the new oppressors. I want revolution where the disillusioned petit bourgeois, the middle class, the managerial class, the people who worked in the government, who worked in the institutions, who had good intentions and just saw that they were being used, they were being exploited, and then left. Those are the people that I want leading. I want the working class all to fight. I want us all come together, but we need to emulate a hierarchy structure, which the left fucking sucks at doing. We need people in charge. Everyone talks about reading theory all the time. The feds literally go into Twitch chats and tell people to argue about theory. They make them do that. Fuck theory. I need 3% of the left to have read and understand theory, and the rest of them can learn after. Ideally, I would want an educated public. We don't have time for that. This isn't about ending fascism in America or saving. This is a global humanitarian risk, extinction risk shit here. The people in charge are insane.
Yeah.
You understand that at the current pace we're going, we are on track to be Cyberpunk 2077 by 2077.
With Palantir in charge.
Palantir literally did what do they call it? A presentation in 2023 that they called the Miltech Summit.
So Miltech is
It's like Militech from Cyberpunk. We're on our way. I'll throw them into the Cobalt.
Did they actually do that?
Yes, 2023. They had a summit. They had a conference. It was called the Miltech Summit.
Militech.
Miltech. They didn't have the I at the end, but the company in Cyberpunk that is the US government is Militech. And Palantir, which is the US government, all of their data goes into Palantir's AI servers. They're the ones making the decisions for the... I don't even think...
So was it always like that? Or during Trump it started being like that?
No, it just started after Trump. That's what Elon's job was with Doge. When they broke into the treasury and they had the private email servers set up and the hard drives and all of that they got ordered to return. Remember that? Your social security, that all just went to Palantir. Every government agency now has a contract with Palantir. All of that data gets funneled up. Real-time traffic monitoring. Every camera on the road gets fed up to Palantir. Every like social media action gets fed up to Palantir. Mind you, at the same time,
this is all public available information, right?
Yes. And they also work with Oracle, who is currently
I thought
working...
that I somehow I wasn't aware of that, because I thought that they want to do that like that, but they're still not doing that. So
Nope.
they're already doing that.
They've been doing it. Well, to be fair,
And
actually,
where's the right wing outrage about?
none. There is none. It's actually like centrist outrage. The only outrage I've really seen do anything is a town in Washington actually got their municipality to disable the flock cameras. Because Washington had the flock cameras, which are AI integrated and check and send all your data everywhere. This town got them to turn it off. That was fucking amazing. It actually surprises me. But I've shown on stream before, I have a whole map of how this goes. It all feeds together. Your credit card information, your DNS server, your domain, your IP server, your ISP, your water bill, your electric bill, your driving habits, what time you wake up in the morning. If you use your phone for an alarm, right? Your alarm goes off, you pick up your phone, the gyroscope in your phone just registered that it moved, so now it knows what time you woke up, and that information gets... Like, that's what they are doing now. That's what currently exists. I've talked about before Sentient, the NRO program, which is what we know is only declassified papers from 2016. And 10 years ago, we had an autonomous satellite array in space called Sentient. It's not sentient, but it makes autonomous decisions. It can move satellites around. It can decide what to do. It doesn't take orders from the ground, and it relays information back. 10 years ago. That's the declassified version of this. What do you think has been integrated into that in the last 10 years? Stargate project. OpenAI is working with Oracle.
Elon Musk stuff?
Well, Larry Ellison stuff. Elon Musk stuff also in it. Also, don't forget, Grok is officially part of the United States government. That was announced. So, like...
When was that announced?
It was announced on Twitter by Elon.
Was it long ago?
No, it was last month.
Do you think that Elon Musk will ever, I don't know, throw like another tantrum against Trump?
No, because Elon's getting what he wants. In fact... I'm going to have a video coming out about that soon. I just did a whole piece on it on my last show on this space of how I think that we're doing illegal human surgery and experimentation on ICE detainees for Neuralink. And it is very convincing. I even had someone on to play devil's advocate.
So, was there like any evidence for that?
There's a lot of evidence. Again, like I'll have a video out on it soon, but functionally... It all comes down to, like, the main points being... Hold on, let me pull it up so I can see again. I know I can't show you guys because I would have to close the actual, like, Discord.
Sounds like some alien shit, like some...
Well,
experiment.
no, also, I would like to remind you that last time, like the last Trump administration, the first one, ICE was already caught doing illegal surgeries on migrants, giving them hysterectomies so that they couldn't have children. Like, we already saw that last time. But my main points being... In February of 25, DOJ purged FDA personnel, including staff reviewing Neuralink's brain device trial directly. We also fired USDA Inspector General Phyllis Fong, who was investigating Neuralink's animal lab, suggesting insider activity to disable alarms for covert action. Inspector General Phyllis had to get literally dragged out of that office by, like, security, like, would not leave. Elon said in May of 2025 that he wants 1,000 people with Neuralink by the end of 2026. At the time, he had 7. There's 13 right now. Neuralink's only FDA-approved U.S. trial locations are in Phoenix, Arizona, and Miami, Florida, which are both near large ICE facilities. In April of 2025, we saw Todd Lyons, who is a director at ICE, state that the Border Security Expo openly that ICE had, quote, worked frequently with Elon Musk's DOJ. And then, around mid this year, we saw 2 things happen at the same time. We saw in Florence ADX, Colorado, Supermax Prison, Eloy Detention Center, Arizona, and Chrome Processing Facility in Florida, all had a 271% increase in the average length of time that prisoners were kept in solitary. From 2024, it was 14 days. It was 38 days in 2025. By the way, 15 is psychological torture. And at the same time as the increase in amount of time people spent in isolation, we saw dozens of detainees from Florida and Arizona transferred to Honolulu Federal Detention Center. In 2025, in February, ICE and the Bureau of Prisons entered into a deal that allows the FDC, so the Honolulu Federal Detention Center, to use house up to 125 ICE detainees. By the way, like the people that got moved here were being like shuffled through several different states and prisons. In fact, when I covered this, one of my chatters is a civil rights lawyer and said, like, I have a client that was moved through 14 different prisons. Immigrant attorneys report clients arrested in places like California and Florida, shuffled through 5 to 7 different multiple facilities and states before arriving in Hawaii. One detainee in Florida from May was moved through facilities in Florida, in Los Angeles, Louisiana, Arizona, California again, and then after they finally got to Hawaii, that's when they got hit with the immigration charges. This is essentially a shell company, makes it exceedingly difficult to trace when and where something may have happened. Also, the length of time someone being kept in solitary makes it far more difficult for them to be able to pinpoint when something happened due to sensory deprivation or time distortion. It also means that these people have like less credibility for their beliefs. We have created the means to conduct high-risk medical experiments on detainees who, if they later complain, have patchy timelines. By the way, this is something we've done before. You read the shock doctrine, you can see it. So like that's stuff that exists. We know that for a fact. We know for a fact that in 2022, Neuralink tried to do this with monkeys and had a 65%.
Many of them died.
65% of them died. Monkeys suffered infections from implants. Some ended up mutilating themselves from distress. Uncontrollable vomiting, seizures, culminating in euthanasia or death. Well, ironically, or maybe not ironically, but in December of 2024 to February of 2025, we saw 3 deaths in Chrome processing facility, the ICE facility in Florida specifically, each involving neurological crises, seizures, and brain hemorrhages. One being Maxim Chimyak, a 44-year-old Ukrainian asylum seeker with no prior health issues, who died of a brain hemorrhage 16 days after arriving in this facility.
Was that news on mainstream media or?
Yeah, I have all the sources for this. Here I can.
Can you send me about the Ukrainian one specifically?
I will link the full set of sources in both the YouTube and the Twitch chat. It's a Google Drive anyway. I gotta post this when I post the video. But yeah, no, like no prior health conditions. Died 16 days after arriving. Like
there was a Ukrainian man who tested for Neuralink.
Well, no, he was a Ukrainian asylum seeker who was arrested, and then once he arrived at Chrome processing facility in Florida, died of brain hemorrhage 16 days later, and we haven't been told why. Currently, Neuralink claims to have around 12 to 13 people implanted across 3 countries. One being in the UK, one being in Canada. They are trying for Australia as well. For example, one of the issues being in 2024, Bloomberg broke the story revealing 85% of the electrode threads in the first implanted patient of Neuralink had detached from the target brain tissue soon after surgery. Like it broke. They didn't know how to fix it. In fact, one of the reasons the FDA initially denied Neuralink the ability to do human trials was they had 3 questions that Neuralink had to answer. 1, how do you fix the risk of the implant's lithium battery overheating and leaking into the skull? 2, the possibility of a tiny electrode wire migrating within the brain and causing damage. And 3, how do you remove the device without causing brain damage? They didn't have an answer for any of these. Biden's FDA, in May of 2023, approved Neuralink for human trials without any further information. No, Neuralink did not publish any new safety information. The FDA gave no detailed explanation at all. But so, they do their first human trial, and they fuck it up, 85% disconnected. They can't take it out, they don't know how. So what they did is they amplified it, they fixed it by amplifying the software signals so that they just send more signals. The hardware issue remained unresolved. So Neuralink lost its first patient's implant functionality quietly resolved it in a half measure, and then sanitized the narrative, present smooth sailings for like everyone else. It's some wild shit.
I know whenever you're done, I do have...
I'm done. That was it. Sorry. I went on for a while, but like that's a story I think everyone needs to hear.
This might get me killed for asking this, but fuck it. We know that Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein were very close in the 90s and the 2000s and the 2010s. About those files.
You do realize that like you don't even really need the files. Trump has been friends with more than just Epstein.
I know that.
Yeah, like Trump has...
In those files, what do you think is in them?
Oh, what do I think is in them? Yeah, I don't think the reason we're not releasing them has anything to do with Trump. Everyone knows. Trump is dying to be able to go on stage and say into a microphone that he just wants to fuck kids. Like, the man is... We would love it. The reason we don't release them is not that. It's because it's the conspiracy of the rich. Epstein is not like an Israeli agent. He's just like a info broker. He knows everybody. He works with everybody, and he has info on everybody.
I saw the documentary on Netflix.
Currently, right now, right? There are 20,000 Ukrainian children that Russia is selling. There are websites online. You can go and you can see children, eye color, height, like personality, mood, age. Like they just sell them like that. It's the same thing. Epstein also had connections with Russia and Israel. That has been like documented. It's come out. Mike Johnson has ties with Russia. Literally, like the new Epstein Island is just America now. We're building Greater St. James. That's the United States of America.
I might need to apply for asylum after this somewhere else.
If you have any Irish in you, Ireland will take you.
I'm not Irish. I'm sorry. I'm not
Italy will pay you to go live in a village, but then you have to go live under Meloni, who's literally from Mussolini's party.
Fuck.
Join the SRA, mate. Join the SRA.
What is SRA?
If any government official wants to talk to me, trying to set the record straight that she's lying, maybe.
Sure, yeah. But in the meantime, go join the SRA. This is, by the way, not a political organization. If you do join the SRA, do not talk about politics. It is the Socialist Rifle Association. There is a good reason why politics is not spoken of in the SRA.
I'm not a socialist.
You don't have to be. You don't have to be. Literally, it is just a place to learn how to defend yourself that is not MAGA.
How do we resist the dictatorship that's trying to ferment itself in?
In history, there has never been a case, ever, of a society that has fallen this deep into fascism that has got out without violence. Now, I don't think you need to start any violence. I don't think you need to do any violence. They're going to do violence unto you.
I have no interest in this.
Exactly. I have no interest in violence either. I don't want any. None. Zero. Except for Russia. I want a lot of violence against Russia. But beyond that, I mean, I just want Moscow to be New Kiev in a good world. Violence, bad, but join SRA. But
I'm scared the government's going to come after me after this.
The thing is, they're already doing that. You are already on a list. You will never get off that list. If you have a gun and you are left-leaning, they're going to come and try and take it. They've literally said this. Every accusation from MAGA is a confession. Once you like accept that, I've yet to see that ever been proven wrong, by the way. It makes things a whole lot easier. If you think of the woke mind virus, you know what the real version of that is? It's the Nazi zombie virus. I have an entire bestiary. The average public...
Is that why you left the States? Because of this shit?
No, I left in 2018. I mean, like, it was Trump won, but, like, I left at the time. I just never came back. And I'm glad about it. I mean, to be fair, sometimes I really wish I was there.
So why did you leave the States at that time?
I was moving around a lot at the time. In the years prior to that, like a year prior to that, I had lived in 3 different states. I went to Turkey from there. And then I lived in Turkey for like 6 months, and then I went to like Montenegro, and then Germany for a little bit. Like it's just I just moved around a lot. After high school,
where do you get so much money for like moving around so much?
Honestly, I didn't have much money. I had some, and like when I could get like financial assistance from like my family and stuff, but a lot of the time it's just making friends, and a lot of the time I slept in my car. I was realistically I was homeless for a while. She's a secret billionaire. Yeah, actually, you know what? I'm actually just AI. I am the CIA's AI. I'm here to psyop you. It's just I'm Kissinger's CIA. He's talking from hell. He's still evil. He just hates the Nazis.
I mean, that would make sense why he hates the Nazis. You know, he's a little.
Again, like I say this all the time though, because we purity test so much, and I'm like, I would literally work with Henry Kissinger to fight the Nazis. The man, I would pull him out of hell for 2 weeks to help us.
That's what killed the Obama-era liberalism is fucking purity testing.
That's an op from the right, too. Like, we need to stop buying into that shit. I don't know. The left infuriates me sometimes. Like, genuinely, sometimes I actually hate the left more than I hate the right.
Speaking of purity testing, I'm not sure how much you're paying attention to the midterm race, but there's a gentleman from Maine.
You mean, yeah, I know, Graham Planter. Yes. Look, I don't have much to say about Planter, except for he definitely was told, I can believe that he didn't know what the tattoo was when he got it, because he got it in Croatia. I don't believe that nobody told him that was a Nazi tattoo for 15 years. I do believe that he would have lied because he was too ashamed and just hadn't got it covered up. Then he went and got it covered up. I don't care. Vote for him if he's better than the opposition, which I think he is. I don't put my eggs in the basket of electoralism. After the blowout that we just did, I fully expect us to never have a free and fair election again. I can't vote anymore. They took away mail-in voting. I can't vote next time.
Did they take the mail-in voting?
Yes, they said so. Fuck Blackwater mercenaries, I agree. But fuck corporate libs even more. Blackwater mercenaries can change their mind. One of the most base chatters in my chat worked for one of the most demonic companies on the planet, and then came to our side, and is incredibly useful. I will accept defectors. They just have to earn trust. Fuck Eric Prince too. True. By the way, speaking of
hate should stop. What does it stop?
It doesn't. It doesn't stop.
They're not gonna stop hating one group when the one group dies.
No, they hate the next group. The only look.
Hate, and they're gonna kill themselves.
I'm gonna get in trouble for saying this again, but if you believe that every accusation is a confession, and I do, and you continue to analyze through that logic, right? If we make it forward, what does that mean? It means whatever the Nazis say they want to do, right? Those things need to be flipped and done to specifically and only the Nazis. And that's when it ends. You have to be intolerant of intolerance.
Oh yeah, that's the only thing I'm intolerant of is people who hurt other people. That's the only thing.
Well, that's the thing. You have to take their ideology, you know, like what Nazis believe, and you have to apply it to them and only them. You know, the must be rooted out, the poisoning the culture and the minds and the blood of the people. All of that applies to them.
Real Nazi shit.
Degenerates, like, yeah, no, it's that's them. I say degenerate to myself with like a positive. When I say degenerate about them, they are derogatory.
If by some chance some fucking Nazi or Netsoak, as they call themselves, is watching the chat, I want to let you know about this. Things were not good for the average person under Hitler's rule in Germany.
You're never gonna logic someone out of that.
Were not safe. People talk about the immigrants taking the jobs. Well, they overworked
right now, people are losing their jobs in America to robots and blaming immigrants. Like we have had like over 100,000 layoffs just last month. Like, I need you to understand you can't logic somebody out of a position that they didn't logic
Well, that's, by the
themselves
way,
into.
it's very interesting because I used to study for computer science before I dropped out.
I had to learn some computer science on the spot while doing this. I'm apparently like the tech literate streamer now, at least in my circles. People come and ask me about tech questions. I don't know how shit works, but I know how shit works, I guess. I don't know. It's fucked, guys.
By the way, also about this like whole like it's an intersection of immigration and I guess this like tech thing. There's a lot of people who are like always like bitching out like, oh, like immigrants are gonna lower our wages. Like, why people if they're so afraid of like workers being like lower wages, why wouldn't they not support workers unions then?
Because they don't want workers to have wages. They want slavery. You guys understand that like slavery is legal in America, right? It's just if you're in prison.
The 13th Amendment did not fully eliminate slavery. The 13th Amendment
Guys,
was the one that
Howard Nutlick was on television 2 days ago talking about how the government is trying to take people off of SNAP and the Affordable Care Act at, quote, lightning speed. We just put a 107% tariff on Italian pasta. And BlackRock...
Oh, yeah, I heard that.
BlackRock is buying utility companies around the country very, very, very quietly and is going to make your electricity bills significantly higher.
And also, oh, by the way, about making higher, also your insurance is going to get higher because ACA subsidies were gutted.
You Sagar, like the one from like Crystal and Sagar, like Breaking Points, he made a post about how his parents' health insurance went up from $5,000 a year to $50,000 a year. $50,000 a year.
Already?
Yes.
Interesting.
See, I live in
That
Australia
sounds kinda
where we have
unbelievable.
public health care, and we have a private system. I want to get rid of it because the existence of private health care makes public health care worse. You guys over in America are trying to break our public health care and turn us into you, just like they're doing in the UK. They're succeeding in the UK, not here as much. Insurance? No,
how
you
they do
fools. The
that?
best insurance is the death the poor deserve, according to the monsters. That's how they view it. Yeah, they think that you're an animal. They see you as less than like an NPC in a video game. I'm not kidding. Like, they really do. You know what? Actually, I just remembered. I can share my screen.
By the way,
I have a question for you.
Please do.
Are you afraid of like America or a company or another government or another country or whatever coming to hurt you?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I don't care. Like, they will come for me. They can. I am Antifa, right? I'm a leftist, and leftists are Antifa, which is a terrorist organization according to the United States. And SPM 7, that's a checklist for me. I hit every single box. The extradition act, like the extradition treaty between the United States and Australia, not that stringent. They could easily just get me, whoa. What the fuck?
What happened?
I just got a pop-up on my YouTube thing. To continue, we need to verify it's really you. This layer of security helps keep you safe, and that froze. Is YouTube chat still up? Hold on, sorry. I don't know what the hell just happened there.
So, okay.
What was I saying?
And, yeah, oh, Dre, do you have something to say? Because
I asked my question, so...
Yeah, I forgot what the question was. What was I saying at the time?
Are you afraid of
Oh, yes.
or a government entity trying to hurt you?
Oh, absolutely, and they would have an easy time, too. Again, the extradition treaty between the United States and Australia, they would literally just come to my door, the federal police would arrest me, and then send me to the United States. We've already done this like, last year with a soldier we sent to the United States. The treaty basically says, we want you, enjoy turbo prison. Yeah. Functionally, that. If we're being real here. I even know where they're likely going to send me, and I'm not fucking going to Florence ADX, I'll tell you that much.
No one gets out of Florence.
I'm not, the only way you get out of Florence...
And you'll have 24-hour security.
Mm-hmm.
24-hour security on you. You don't get no privacy, ever.
The only way you get out of Florence is if you go to Hawaii. and get a brain chip.
Well, if you die, that's another thing too.
Well, it's usually what happens. So.
By the way, do you think the Dems should have continued the shutdown?
Abso-fucking-lutely. I think that it, like, first off, I think accepting that shutdown is just not Dems. I think the people who voted for that are the enemy. They work with the enemy. You have to understand that right now, the shutdown was helping us and hurting them. Everyone understood it was their fault. And by accepting the deal, we now have taken responsibility for it. And now when they say it's the Dem shutdown, we conceded. So yeah, no, we get the blame for it. It's the same thing that happened with the CR. It's the same thing that happened last time. If we had anyone that wasn't a, I don't know, coward or literally an enemy of America in the Democrats, that'd be great. I can count like 9 Democrats worth a damn out of all of them. The House and the Senate. Genuinely. Yeah, well, if you ever need
like,
a
what about like federal workers that would be without wages?
I mean, I don't think they're going to get their back pay, first off. I think they're lying about that. I don't think a lot of them are going to get rehired. I think they're lying about that. I don't think you're getting your SNAP benefits back. I think maybe red states will. Honestly, up or down with Rustbot getting full throat when it was the shutdown, we were fucked. If we open, we are fucked. At least the starving get to eat for 3 more weeks this way. Not gonna lie, it didn't matter. Now see, it does matter, because the more people starve, the more they touch the stove, Buncore. And Americans need to learn to touch the fucking stove. It needs to hurt. The only way you'll learn your lesson is if it fucking hurts. The air traffic situation right now, that hurts. That's touching the stove. That's what stopped the last shutdown. The second longest shutdown.
The air traffic is federal?
Yeah, that's the FAA. We have told airports that, like, the first day was 4% reduction in flights. Caused hours of delays and flight cancellations. Next day, 5%. Next day, I think today would be day 3, 6%. All the way up to 10%. Flight cancellation because we literally cannot afford... There was a tweet today I saw of a guy at the Newark airport. Newark in New Jersey. Newark airport. He's the air traffic controller. Saying, please stop flying to Newark. I am the only air traffic controller here.
Oh, fuck. I'm supposed to fly to Newark in a few weeks.
Well, Trump did say in 3 weeks they're announcing a new air traffic control system, which I'm going to go ahead and assume is going to be AI, and is going to lead to like 3 plane crashes before it learns enough to continue working well. Like, remember Liberation Day, when we had all of those tariffs and the numbers were fucked? That's because the AI that they used to do all the government shit was still learning. It was like first few months, everything that came out of the government was messed up and weird. It was because it was AI, and it was still learning.
We shouldn't have robots doing these kind of jobs.
We don't have a government. It's not fascism if the government is subservient to a corporate entity.
Dirty clankers do human jobs.
Clanker lives don't matter, man.
No, see, here's the thing, right? We could have AI and robots if we didn't have the profit motive. Like, if you took capitalism out, AI and robots could be incredibly useful. The reason AI and robots suck is because they exist for profit. Oh my god, you saw the UPS explosion, right? No, I did not. Please send me the UPS explosion. Unless this is the Kentucky flight. Because that one I saw. Sorry, my chat, like, talking to me there. But, like, we are already seeing protesters getting arrested. We're seeing people get disappeared. ICE is now just randomly pepper spraying cars that drive by. Like just straight up. Like, even ones with children in them. It's actually fucking insane. Let me see. Can I share my screen with you? And show you.
Oh, I'm so cooked.
Alright, there we go.
We're all cooked.
Let me see.
You probably got us on a few watch lists with this. I'm the only one who's American citizen.
I have 3 citizenships and I've run out of countries to run away to.
Wait!
Like,
maybe they're gonna put us on the Epstein list.
Yeah, they're just spraying people. By the way, like, this is ICE. You guys can still see the screen, right? No, it's not that one.
ICE is too pussy to actually fight wars. So they go
ICE doesn't even go into the areas that they're policing that are scary. They're fucking pussies. By the way, imagine having the name Guillermo Diaz Torres and being an ICE agent.
Right now at 4:30, this federal immigration agent accused of drunk driving while off the clock. And we have the body camera video of this late night arrest. Marissa Perlman here with us now. And this ICE agent was busted in Oak Brook, correct?
That's right, Marie. The agent was sent here to Chicago to be a part of so-called Operation Midway Blitz. But during this immigration crackdown, the Trump administration has repeatedly said drunk driving is reason enough for non-citizens to be detained and deported.
I want this ICE agent deported.
Is charged with the same crime.
This is a fun one. It gets better. Oh, great.
Police here in Oak Brook identifying 33-year-old Guillermo Diaz Torres from Albuquerque, New Mexico, an ICE agent who they say was asleep at the wheel.
Got off shift.
Just fucking deport him. Genuinely. What, like you can say drunk driving's a deportable offense and then that's fine? It's fucking wild, yo.
I genuinely think someone's gonna try to attack me. After talking with you here.
Sorry, but welcome to the resistance. Learn how to defend yourself. Join the SRA. Build community. Talk to your neighbors.
My show is No Echo Chambers, and we have everybody on. So I mean, my show is historically me and Vince have Between the Islands, which is what this is. I don't regret talking to you. If that makes sense.
I mean, you shouldn't, but like also, I do understand fear coming from that. Look, my best advice to you and to everybody else.
I wasn't playing Overwatch to be very nervous.
Talk to your neighbors. Talk to go walk around your community, your town. Talk to the fire department. Talk to the cops. Be someone everyone knows. Be friends. If you want to go knock on some of your neighbors' doors, maybe have like a plate of like, go to the store and buy like a box of cookies and offer someone food and be like, hey, listen, I'm trying to organize the community. Like, we're all too isolated. The world's getting really bad. We need to come together. If something bad happens, I just wanted to have a conversation with you about that. Did you want like a pastry? And then you talk and then you build that system.
Gives me hope. You know what gives me hope? The people people younger than me in my community, like around the teenagers.
How old are you?
A lot of them are smart people. I'm 25.
I'm 30, so.
Well, how old are you?
I'm 30.
Oh, wow.
You're younger than me.
Yay.
What's your secret?
I don't know.
Adrenochrome?
Yes, actually, it's the adrenochrome. Absolutely.
Adrenochrome from the kids.
Hillary Clinton is actually my personal friend. This is why I've said that in 2028, we need to run Clinton and Clinton, but we don't say which one's president and which one's vice president. And we put the logo is keeping it in the family. And anytime they're asked who's in charge, they just say we're a team. And then they make Chelsea Clinton Speaker of the House. Like it would be so horrible, but it would be hysterical.
Be funny.
It'd be funny.
Absolutely.
It'd be funny. Yeah, look, guys, seriously, if you want to survive, build parallel institutions and systems to the ones that exist in your own community. Instead of the police, create a group chat. Group chat has a PDF of everyone's address on it, and anyone who messages in this group chat.
Palantir find the data.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't, because what you're creating here is a 911 group chat. If I message anything in this chat, it means come to my house right the fuck now. I need help. And everyone in the community is in this chat. Everyone's address is in there. Everyone's agreed to do this. And maybe food's expensive. Maybe there's a plot of land that you come together as a community that you purchase, and then you make a community garden where you, I don't know, plant food. Maybe it's the summer or the winter and it's really fucking hot, it's really fucking cold, and electricity prices are up. So on Monday, you hang out at one person's house. 3 families all sleep at that house on Monday. On Tuesday, it's the next person's house. You cycle so only one of you has to pay that bill at a time. It's not like you have to pay more for more people. It gets heated as much as it is. Anyway, you have to create these parallel systems so that you don't have to rely on the government. And you have to create a collective. The thing that's killing America is hyper-individualism. It's literally just that. It's everyone outside of my house is an enemy. The walls of my home are a castle. I need guns to protect myself. Stranger danger. No, go talk to strangers. It is go talk to every stranger you see. Just say something nice. Anything. It doesn't matter. You don't have to be, it doesn't have to be honest. You can just be like, I like your shoes, and they're ugly as fuck. Doesn't matter. That's the start of it. You have to get people invested in other people. Because I already see us living in, Ready Player One. We're in a Huxleyan dystopia in the West over here. We don't have the eyeglasses, but people are entirely different online than they are in person.
Chat, I recommend you watch Ready Player One.
I recommend you read the book Snow Crash that it's based off of, that Ready Player One ripped out all of the anti-capitalist, anti-corpo messaging from. It's also literally where Mark Zuckerberg got the name Meta for the metaverse. By the way, every single one of these tech oligarchs is a loser who didn't get bullied enough in school. Speaking as a loser nerd who got bullied in school, they didn't get bullied enough. I was also a loser nerd. Someone needed to shove those bitches into a locker more. Peter Thiel went to the last school on Earth.
Actually, I've never been to American school. Do Americans actually shove somebody in the lockers?
I've been shoved in a locker. I've been locked in a locker for 2 hours before.
Wow.
It was 8th grade.
I never got locked in a locker. I just had to fight a lot of people.
That too. To be fair, I'm from Jersey, so boy fights kind of sucked. It was the girl fights that were the shit. I didn't get in many myself.
Girl fights better. Oh, they do.
Well, because boy fights are just, they walk around in a circle talking shit and they grapple for 10 seconds. I see a girl fight.
Were you in any girl fights?
Girls do this when they fight.
I've been in one, which was a good fight, but it was not the best I've seen. I saw one where a girl took another girl by the hair and smashed her face into a concrete staircase.
Oh, speaking of smashing faces, in my high school fight, my freshman year, one girl picked up this girl's hair and just was shoving her in and out of her shoved her against her locker repeatedly. The girl who got shoved in the locker deserved it. She said something really racist.
Valid. There needs to be consequences, and you need to learn that you are not the only one. See, this is why, by the way, being a billionaire literally makes you mentally ill. All of them. Every billionaire is mentally ill.
You're not going to be a trillionaire or a fucking billionaire. You're going to be a fucking trillionaire soon.
Should get... I really hope...
I think there was already some news that he's already a trillionaire.
No, he's half a trillionaire. Although Larry Ellison surpassed him as the richest man in the world briefly. He still is. He's just not on paper. Look, all of these people have known each other for years. This is decades of work. Larry, Elon, Peter, Sam, Mark, Bill, and
Johnny?
No, Bezos and Jeffrey. These people have fucking dinner parties weekly. For 20 years this has been a plan. Peter Thiel hosted almost the same conference, the same dinner in 2016 that he did this year, where all of the big tech company leaders were present in Trump Tower in 2016. Peter Thiel did that then. It's just the same thing ongoing. These people are literally demons. I firmly believe that supporters of MAGA that defect have a chance. The supporters of MAGA that don't are subhuman. I firmly believe this because they can't produce empathy.
LeavingMAGA.com.
They can't produce empathy. It is a critical trait for humanity. They have no humanity. They are subhuman. I call those zombies. Then we have one tier higher, we have the ghouls. The ghouls are the zombies that will do violence unto others. These are the ice agents. Then we have the liches. The liches spawn the zombies and the ghouls. I'm talking Caroline Levitt. I'm talking, Matt Walsh, Nick Fuentes, the influencers. Then we have the demons, the ones in charge, like, Stephen Miller, J.D. Vance, who is owned by Peter Thiel. And then beside the demons on the same tier, we have the vampires, which are just demons, but they siphon all of the wealth. Like, that's it. That's their whole plan. They will destroy this planet. They will have you locked into working camps as the oceans boil. Join the SRA, hatingmaga.org, learn how to defend yourself, and talk to your community.
I'm gonna link the website that I want.
Please do.
For people who are thinking about leaving, who are disaffected with the Trump administration, but are.
So what's the website?
I'm putting it in the chat.
I've talked at length about leaving the United States. It is not an easy process to immigrate to another country, let alone through asylum. If you're going to do that, you have to understand, it is going to be hard. Especially from America. They're working on it. Europe is currently working on changing the safe country rules, but you need to have documentation. You gotta have your shit with you. You need to be able to show them, no, I am actually in danger at all times. But that doesn't mean they'll believe you. I got lucky. I got a partner visa. Funny enough, actually, I left my fiance 2 months after receiving my citizenship. But not on purpose.
Is he also far left?
No, she was a normie. She was a normie. No politics at all. But it was a real relationship. We were together 5 years. I had to prove that this was not a green card marriage or some bullshit. It wasn't. I proved it. And then I got the citizenship approval, and then we broke up. Naturally. It was just, the timing was quite funny. Harvard Law, nearly no demons? The fuck are you talking about? Look at JD, bun.
That fucker.
I mean, to be fair, you're right. Yale does produce more demons, but
I'm so sorry.
Also, did you say you have to go?
No, I got disconnected. No,
yeah, fair enough. I saw the lag.
Disconnected.
Look, I've said this before. We would have done exactly this, the full Nazism thing, exactly the same way, back in the early 2000s. If not for one man. 2004 to 2006, Iraq, Afghanistan. No, the one reason we didn't go full Nazi back then is Eminem, the rapper. That's the only reason. And the reason for it is because Eminem was, his songs were a way for young white boys to express...
I saw the video on it.
Yeah. You saw. I'm not the only person who said this.
I think we saw the same video.
I mean, I haven't seen any video on it. I talked about this a couple months ago. But
again, I saw a video essay on the hole in white America's heart that only Eminem could fill.
Oh yeah, well there you go. I gotta. Can you link that to me? I want to watch that. I was clearly I was correct. God, I love being right. But
yeah. No.
Speaking of ice.
Literally saved a little bit, gave us a little bit of time. Unfortunately, these white boy rappers are not speaking to white America like fucking Little Dick Nick.
Well, again, it's who they work for. It's their whole goal in mind. Guys, think about where we are right now, because this is what we're doing. By the way, we're already at Anne Frank level. We already have children hiding in other people's houses to avoid ice. We're taking people's personal possessions. Yeah, we're taking people's personal possessions and we're not giving them back. Hold on, I thought this video included the these are all wedding rings from a concentration camp from World War II. We're doing this now.
And the Nazis sold them to fund the fucking war.
We're doing this right now.
There's a video I sent you in the...
I appreciate it. Guys, I have a feeling you two might enjoy my content. You should sub to the channel, Twitch and YouTube. Kanye West becoming a big Nazi rapper was an M. Night Shyamalan twist. If you gave me 2 weeks in a room with Kanye West and, like, a 30-day supply of lithium, I would leave that room with Kanye West redistributing his wealth and being Comrade Yi, alright? Fuck, is Anne Frank in 2025 gonna be on TikTok? Fuck that. It already is! Go look at TikTok. It is. We're already there. I see videos of people hiding. The defining image of the 21st century is an agent of the state holding a gun at a person who's holding a camera back at them.
Sora, I got a little... I want to, like... I followed you on X. I want to try to shameless plug, follow back, maybe?
Absolutely. No, you guys are cool. Like, this is a nice conversation. Obviously, like, a lot of this stuff is not the... I don't focus on what everyone's usually talking about. Because what everyone's usually talking about is, A, if it's important, I'll touch on it. But if it's important and somebody else is covering it, I have other shit to talk about. There's so much news to talk about every single day.
By the way, about X, I was blocked today by Lauren Southern.
Based. I'm blocked by Anna Kasparian. So, you know, high five.
Why are you blocked by her?
Because I destroyed her in a Twitter argument, and then she got mad and blocked me.
About what?
She got mad at a meme, like the birthing person meme, and then she got mad at me and accused me of some shit and started a conversation that she couldn't win. I can't remember what it was, but like she has me blocked. Again, guys, by the way, don't go on Twitter. Twitter is a psyop machine in and of itself. But if you're gonna go on Twitter,
it's a battlefield. Why not go to the battlefield?
It is. You just have to be prepared.
Don't have a choice.
The battlefield is not Twitter.
All the conversations are happening.
You can go on Twitter, but like, hear me out. Most people will have a negative impact from going on Twitter. They will learn the wrong thing. The battlefield is not Twitter. The battlefield is outside. But
people think
Twitter is important. Like, I've gotten shit from the left being like, why aren't you on Blue Sky and why do you use the Nazi site? Because there's no news on the Blue Sky. I keep track of the Nazis and what's happening, and for like a whole, like, you have to have the right mindset when you're using Twitter. Also, I highly recommend for all social media, try and scroll on your computer and not your phone. You will have a far better experience. You will get distracted less, and...
I just tweeted from my computer.
Based.
So, that makes sense.
Hold on, I'm gonna... like, you're frozen, Get Money, Dre. You might want to turn your camera off and back on.
Okay, I'll move my laptop.
I think he's not frozen at my end. I don't know why.
I can't see shit.
I've been having internet issues, so it's kind of... That might be my end.
But that's weird. Why on my end I don't see him?
Yeah,
like,
it is weird. I don't know. But, like, that's what I mean.
Is my camera working now?
No, it's still not.
Motherfucker,
Hold on, maybe I just end the call and call it back?
Nope, don't do that.
Okay.
I will do something else.
Okay.
Because we want people to watch. So, people...
Well, when people are watching, I was literally just going to hit the button and hit it back again. But, like, you can try. Jet, you are right, and I can't debate. That was too easy. But...
Also, was interesting thought... Oh, echo? That was an explosive
Echo's
echo.
gone.
It was almost blew my ears out. So I had an interesting thought. I was like, okay, so I mean, United States is in a big debt, so it's like, I feel like United States does not have to worry as much about the debt as long as it's the leader of the world, because people are going to lend them money. Because they protect them.
I think Americans are in for quite a shock soon. I think...
Yeah, but...
I'm going to mute myself.
But the thing is, they are basically lending money for protection, but like soon, because of the far-right parties, they will say, oh, we don't need protection. So like the whole shtick is kind of fucked.
First off, on 2 counts, have we, like, can we talk about how much the Trump administration has moved towards, like, actual National Socialism? Because they keep doing that kind of shit. Like, they do it a lot. Trump wants nuclear power plants. He has chosen Westinghouse to build them. He'll pay Westinghouse $80 billion for the projects. In return, he has compelled Westinghouse to pay him, crossed out the government, 20% of any cash distributions. Between now and the end of January 2029, the government can compel Westinghouse to go public via an IPO, at which point the government will be awarded 20% ownership of the company, likely making it the single largest shareholder. This is literally seizing the means of production. So, like, we're already doing that kind of stuff. But the thing about the economy that Americans really need to understand is, honestly, this might hit before New Year's. I am more expecting... You're back! February or March of next year?
I wasn't going to be gone for long. So.
Oh, you're still frozen, but it's fine.
My apologies. I heard everything. Keep going.
Yeah. So I think around February of March next year, maybe. It's a little touch and go here because the economy keeps shifting pretty rapidly, but almost the entire US economy is held up by NVIDIA. If Russia made a move against Taiwan, America collapses, period. Because NVIDIA needs TSMC. But, put that aside, we have so much debt that we can't pay it off. We're paying the interest payments on the debt, and the debt keeps rising. We're going to default on the debt. That is part of the plan. This will destroy the world economy. This will be the greatest depression. We're going to default on this debt, and then we're going to try and transition away from the United States dollar to a cryptocurrency as the national currency. Because crypto...
Who said that plan?
Well, this is Dark Enlightenment. So, like, the broad scope of the plan that all of these people believe. It was written by Curtis Yarvin and Nick Lang. It's insane shit.
Fuck, I hate this guy. He's so unlikable.
Well, like, he's also an idiot and evil. And also a liar. People thought Trump is losing because Curtis Yarvin made a tweet saying, "I'm leaving America, Trump is not doing good enough." Right when the ceasefire with Israel happens, you know where he went? He went to Israel. Why? Because his whole thing is building technological, like, AI-run megacities. He wants to build Night City in Gaza. That's why he's there. We're going to do this because cryptocurrency... You can't just print money. There is a limited amount. 5% of all of the Bitcoin that will ever exist is already owned by one person. Right now.
Why will it ever exist? Like, it's just a line of code.
Because if you make that the currency, the rich people can never lose. There's a limited amount of money. Period. Like, it makes capital a physical thing that has a limitation. And here's the thing. When the economy collapses and a lot of companies go bankrupt, the top dogs, the big richest ones, they're fine. They get to buy all of the bankrupted companies and foreclosed companies, and they get to own all of it. So now they're a monopoly. Now let's say you live in New York. And let's say Elon Musk owns New York City. Or, like, the infrastructure in... Like, the water goes through Elon's company. The gas goes through Peter's company. The internet goes through Larry's company. You pay all of that money, and it goes to them, and it cycles back into the machine. There is a exact amount of money cycling. There's no extra. There's no additional. You can never gain more than they are willing to give you. It gives them full, complete control of the money supply. That's why they want this. Now, can they successfully do that is a whole other question. I don't know. But they want to try. I don't know if they can successfully do that. But we're at a point right now where economically, we're at a breaking point. We're likely to start a war just to have manufacturing in this country. Like, just for that alone. And to be fair, we are already in the midst of a civil war. I just like I don't know how to make it clear that
who is the like civil war, like MAGA versus others?
It's literally just the capital class against everyone else. They are invading your towns. They are taking your children. They are like terrorizing you. They're terrorists. This is just American ISIS. They can get close enough to where it doesn't matter if its complete monetary velocity takes over at the scales we are speaking about. They won't be successful by doctrine, but they will be successful by outcome. That's exactly my thought, Buncore. That is exactly my thought.
How much views do you have, just to be curious?
How many views do I have? Not a lot.
How many views?
Like live right now on Twitch is like 20 and like another 20 on YouTube. Okay. This is actually like very low numbers for me, actually. I usually get like 30 to 40, but it doesn't matter. I don't really care about the numbers.
We love you, chat. I'm not sure how much is watching us. I know Vince handles most of the streaming part. I promote shit and whatever, but he usually does like the tech side of the streaming shit, so.
I do all of it. I've been talking a lot about how we are actually living in two dystopias. We have the West dystopia and we have the East dystopia. The West lives in a Huxleyan dystopia. The East lives in an Orwellian dystopia. Like China and all of these countries, they, after World War II, had this mentality of chaos brought all of this. We need to not ever do that again. And so control and peace was the like mentality there. Whereas over on our side, we just want you to be an addict and scroll all day and not ask any questions. So it's, let's just show you, I don't know, whatever shit. But you actually, Dre, asked me about Israel before, right? You said, how can this be a thing? I have a video for you.
All right, send it in the chat.
No, I'm gonna play it on the stream.
Oh shit! I want to ask you one more question before you get to the video.
Go for it.
What made you believe the things you do? Like, how did you get to your philosophy and your political viewpoints?
By looking.
That's what I ask all my guests.
Genuinely, just by looking around.
Anything in particular, like a book?
Nope. Oh, what the fuck did I just click? Fuck off.
Merch's Kingdom.
How do I turn this off?
Merch's Kingdom?
How do I turn this off?
You don't. That's the dystopian part.
Motherfucker, I want this off!
Ooh, dystopia! Ooh, Ready Player One! Ooh.
How do I get this off?
Here's the thing.
Leave, there we go. Okay, finally. Jesus Christ. Holy shit, that was annoying. No, like, honestly, I just watch the news. I don't read much theory. I read Capital once. I've read the Shock Doctrine. But this is my answer about Israel.
Run. I'm a Jew to serve God, and therefore we're related that he won. We congratulate Mr. Zoran because he took a courageous stance against the occupation.
You can't see it?
I can see, but I can't hear. So, I'm not sure if chat gives a fuck. I'm good with whatever. Chat
well, here's the video. It's him saying that, like, I mean, you can see the words. Occupation against Palestine because we are Jews.
We cry and
hurt for the people of Gaza and Palestine.
And we were very worried for him because he was being accused of anti-Semitic.
They were, you know, he's mad about them calling Zoran anti-Semitic. Like, that's what real Jews think about that because that's how it works. Again, like, look at the link that I sent you, Zionism.wtf. There's a quiz there. It's 20 questions. If you get more than 15 of those correct on your first try, I would literally be shocked. Toby Sampson, way back when Howard Zinn's People's History of the United States was a big blast into the indoctrination I was fed in grade school. I mean, again, I've shown, like Todd Stormer is a really good professor of resistance history in America that I like to show clips from on TikTok. But, like, think about this for a second. Peace, in any case, always has a body count. Always has a body count. Because peace requires fighting. Now, we're not the ones starting that fight. But if they start a fight, you have the right to defend yourself. Literally, the reason that you have the Second Amendment is this. This is why you have the Second Amendment. Like, they're going to take away the Voting Rights Act soon. I'm shocked, actually, the Supreme Court denied taking the case on gay marriage. But they
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised one bit.
Oh, I thought that they would turn over gay marriage.
Because Peter Thiel is
gay. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. That was for Peter. But they're going to overturn the Voting Rights Act or take parts of it out by New Year's. They have made it not yet 2027. All right, so we got 1 year for that. They're going to work on that next year. Thank you, Bun.
So I have one viewpoint that determines all my politics.
Which is?
I am pro human rights. People should have the right to do whatever they want without the government interfering, as long as it's not hurting anybody else.
I have both my real answer to that and a very funny one that one of my chatters will regularly say. My viewpoint is I want the best outcome for the most amount of people for the longest amount of time possible. I want, people to live the most comfortable life that they could possibly have for as long as possible and as many people as possible. Now, the weird way of saying that, which is actually also accurate, I can't believe I'm going to say this out loud, it's maximizing cum. You want more people to fuck, right? Like the birth rates are down. If you want more people to fuck, you got to give them money, you got to make them happy, you have to have them comfortable, and then they will fuck, and they will produce more children. It will make the other issues go away. Now, it is cringe to me to say that, but cringe is a weapon, and we need to use that.
Can you explain further?
Well, the thing is, right now, we have the woke right. The right does exactly the woke shit that, liberals used to do. And that is a weapon. Just today, I saw some lady losing her shit at a Burger King because she called a trans woman sir and he. And so the trans woman responded to her by calling her sir and he. And she lost her shit. And it was fucking hilarious. I am fully on board with take their weapons, their rhetoric, their strategy, flip it so it's on, for our purposes, and then use it against them. I relentlessly bully these people. I was screaming this morning that, the Dems that voted for this, we need to have, 9 dudes in creepy clown costumes standing outside of their home and place of work for, ever. Just all the time. With one sign saying, do the right thing. And I want that and to be fair, they're Democrats. The government doesn't even care. You're allowed to be scary and creepy to Democrats. Get 9 dudes dressed up as creepy fucking clowns and have them stand in front of these people's houses. Or, if they're like, oh, you're loitering. Walk really slowly. I'm a clown, we're doing a bit. We're just walking down the street. It just takes 6 hours to cross this block. You can do so much. Protest-wise, I've been saying this forever. Instead of one large group protest, break off into 12, 15, 8, 20-person teams and take over streets, occupy the city, split up into teams, work together, organize it, get walkie-talkies. Doesn't matter if the other people can hear you. Just don't say anything important into it. It's literally just for, hey, we need help over on 39th Street. Break off into teams and occupy the areas. Also, again, talk to your neighbors. The biggest weapon that we have in this fight against the fascists is our neighbors.
So the government, the right-wing media has been obsessed with, trans and things.
Yes, Trantifa.
Really, it's really weird.
Because they're doing a genocide of trans people right now. That's why. Definitionally.
Actual genocide?
Yes, definitionally, they are genociding trans people right now.
Why them specifically?
Because they're the easiest target to start off with.
I mean, everyone is pretty pissed off at them.
Nobody knows what trans people are.
That's exactly true.
Again, like, we still talk about trans people in sports. There are 7 in America trans people who play competitive high school sports or college. 7. That's it. That's it. Transgender for everybody is what Trump keeps saying. You know what? Fine.
Transgender for everybody.
You know what? I support that. Transgender for everybody.
You know what's actually funny? Donald Trump was the first person to have a transgender contestant in his pageant.
Donald Trump used to not give a shit about trans people. He literally said he would let Caitlyn Jenner use the women's restroom. Like, Donald Trump has no beliefs. He is...
Yeah, no, he has no beliefs.
Whatever
gets him money is his belief. Whatever gets him power is his belief.
No. Here, you guys have seen The Boys?
Yeah.
He's Homelander without superpowers. That's Donald Trump. He's old, fat Homelander with no superpowers. He wants to be loved. He wants to be adored. He wants everyone to clap for him, cheer for him, build a statue for him. And he does not give a flying fuck about what anyone or anything says. There's a lot of signs that I'm seeing even this administration doesn't want to fully remove gender-affirming care. They just want to make specific parts of the country livable for trans women to get lured into sex work. Haven't seen anywhere in Texas cater to it, but it's insane how many transgender sex workers live in Miami and Las Vegas. That's because they get trafficked to Vegas and Miami, Oxpecker, most of the time. But you're not wrong about that. They are sectioning it off. Listen, Project 2025 calls for, at some point, like, militarized border crossing so that women can't cross state lines without a male escort. Like, this is literally, like, American ISIS.
Taliban shit.
Yeah, like, Al-Qaeda. Hell, no. The Taliban is better. They're currently asking people to immigrate to Afghanistan and saying, hey, influencers, come. You don't have to cover your head. Just come hang out with the Taliban. There are American influencers. I covered a video that was on CNN that made my chat lose their minds because it's CNN and it opens with an American in a chair, tied up with like a bag on his head with like 6 guys looking like terrorists around them. And they pull the bag off his head after like, I have one message to America. Pulls the bag off. Welcome to Afghanistan. And then it turns into like an ad of like hanging out with the Taliban. That's what the Taliban's doing. We're worse right now.
I know my state was the first state in the union to vote post Roe v. Wade about abortion. And despite it being a red state, people voted overwhelmingly in favor.
Yeah, because overwhelmingly, right-wingers don't have a problem with these things if they're worded normally. You know, like, if you poll the entire country and you ask questions in the, like, neutral manner, this country is a leftist country. MAGA are just retard socialists. That's what I call them. Like, I'm not...
question.
Yeah?
How many Republican people do you think probably have, like, a transgender fuck buddy, for lack of a better word? That's
like elected officials?
Probably most of them.
Like, Republican elected officials are all doing, like, hella fucking degenerate shit. I don't know. Like, they're not... It's not like fuck buddies. They're not normal. Like, these aren't normal people. They're torturing people, I'm sure. But, like, no, absolutely. They have, like...
Women, too.
Like, you understand that, like, Mike Johnson's Grindr profile got stolen, and then they sent the fucking Secret Service and the FBI after the guy who had promised to release Mike Johnson's Grindr profile if they got rid of Snap.
Was that actually the thing that happened?
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was fake.
Nope, that was real.
On Twitter, it looked fake.
That was real.
Last question about this particular issue. You being a regular biological woman, like, I want to know your opinion on, like, transgender issues. I know some people say that they're trying to steal.
I don't, like, listen to me. I don't believe in gender. Gender is made up. It is a social construct. I don't care about gender, just like I don't care about race, because it's also made up. I don't care about...
I mean, what if a dude would say hypothetically would say he's a girl to, like, try to spy on women and, like...
Nobody does that. Like, men just walk into the girls' restroom to do that. Nobody does that. Like, literally, I had this conversation with a friend's mom who was worried about, like, that exact scenario, and I pointed out 3 cases that happened in America, where a man literally followed a cisgender woman into a bathroom and then demanded to see her genitals. So, like, the man went into the girl's bathroom to check her genitals because of this.
But, like, there's, like, apparently, like, a
that does never happen.
I think, of women that are trying to protect, like, the women's.
Yeah, those are fascists. They're fighting another part of the war. Ignore them. Those are literally just the enemy. They're zombies. They're just a different kind.
I saw recently a girl, like, there's a viral video of a girl complaining that a man walked into a bathroom at a gym in New York.
Again, shadowboxing. These people are gonna die. They're not aware of what's happening to the world. These are things that I can't relate to. These people
I know the right wing only gives a shit about this kind of stuff.
Yeah, look, that doesn't happen. I'm telling you right now, trans people get raped more than any other group, have the highest suicide rate, and all of this, and a lot of mental illness, all of this is because of, like, literal abuse that's done to trans people. Again, gender doesn't exist outside of you and the person you are interacting with, if it's relevant. Like,
I'm doing a documentary, and I want to get other people's issues. I'm doing a whole documentary.
I'd be happy to take part in that and talk to you about this, because I am a gender abolitionist. I don't believe in gender. I also don't believe in race or ethnicity.
It's very, like, if you're born male, if you're born, that's very real.
That's sex. That's not gender. Those are different things. Sex is physical characteristics, and gender is the social construct. You can't change. No one claims that they're, changing their biological sex. It's gender. But, like, the right just conflates these two as the same thing because they can't do nuance, or rather don't want to. Remember, like, the women that fight against trans rights are people like Lauren Southern, who then have a miserable relationship that results in them writing a giant article about how much they hated being a trad wife.
Again, I'm playing stupid, but, like, I've done my action.
I know you know more than you're pretending. Like, you're playing devil's advocate here.
Because I'm doing a big documentary on this, and I want to get certain people's issues or whatever.
Look, I'll happily chat with you, and I document a lot of things. I don't even, like, things that I don't even show on stream sometimes just because I don't have
I'm trying to get left-wingers and right-wingers in this, so it's like...
I genuinely don't think it's worth listening to any right-winger's opinion. Like, at all. They're subhuman.
I would respectfully disagree, but
you can. That's fine. Like, that's on you. I just, like, I'll take part in it, and I'll just, like, happily give you my opinion. I'm just saying, in my opinion...
Me, as a center-left-ish person, am doing a whole documentary because I'm so sick of...
Here's a question for you.
People talking about this in the news.
You said you're center-left.
Talks about.
What do you think about Mamdani?
Here's my... I wanted him to win the New York mayoral race.
Mm-hmm.
I have kind of concerns, but, like, he's, like, the only person who's, like, kind of, like, morally upstanding in that race.
What are your concerns, can I ask?
I'm worried that if he were to enact some of the thing, like, I'm worried if, like, he would, like, create policy that could potentially move, like, wealth out of New York.
No.
I don't want New York to be a fucking, what's it called? Like,
not possible, and it won't
failed
happen.
Eastern European,
What New York is doing is it's changing the tax rate to that of New Jersey, which, like, is, like, 3%. Zoran literally said during the campaign, y'all have spent more money on ads to run against me than I was going to tax you.
Here's the thing. I do think that the ultra wealthy should be taxed more than other people because they have more money than God. They can afford to be taxed more than other people to basically help the rest of the population, which benefits them too. But some of these people are too, what's the term, greedy.
Oh, well, yes, because, that is the fundamental, perspective here. The goal isn't to better people's lives. They don't care about people's lives. They care about getting richer. That's it.
It benefits their life too.
I know, but like that's the thing.
Some of these people are too stupid to see that.
Well, some of them are and some of them aren't. Like a lot of the corpos actually have kind of flipped to our side a little bit because they know that this does not benefit them at all, and they are now scared.
Do you think I'll be jailed for talking to you?
No.
Really?
I'm not big enough. If I had like Hassan's viewership, maybe.
Okay.
I got like 25 people, 40 people
Because
watching.
I have had police officers stop by
your house?
Yeah.
And ask you about like stuff you said online? Because I've seen that happen. Because if that's happened to you, I would love to hear that. I showed a video of that happening to someone who criticized Israel.
They're not talking to me, but parking and like when I visit my father and his family, you know, he has a hard time getting up sometimes, so I have to help him with some stuff. Like he has a hard time moving around his house. He stays by himself. He is from a country of interest, which is not exactly nice to America. I'm not going to say which country,
Fine.
but I think I did tell Vince one time. But he's also, I disagree with his views. My dad's a tanky, essentially, for lack of a better word. He's a tanky. Like
Okay.
watches RT daily. That's where he gets his news.
Mm-hmm.
Russian television.
Of course.
And I've had, again, like I did, like, growing up, like, a lot of my friends were, like, gangbangers, right? They were not, like, typically, what you would call the,
You were a hooligan, so was I.
And I basically have to watch my step where sometimes I'm afraid of saying certain things. I'm afraid when you were talking earlier, I was terrified. I still am terrified.
Look, I've said nothing inflammatory enough. There are lawyers in the chat that yell at me when I get...
Could you please tell me
You're fine. They're saying you're fine. They yell at me when I get close to saying something I shouldn't.
I love you, lawyers.
I
got family lawyers too, but they're not lawyery enough, for lack of a better term.
I got
I wonder
the
if I'll
best
ever
in
get
the
a
biz.
job again because of this.
Look, Dre, if you want to try and leave the United States, DM me and I'll send you some resources that I have for potential options. I have, join my Discord too, because I have like a whole resources for safety section.
Yeah, I will
teach us
DM you
first
after the
aid.
show's done.
Yeah.
I'm afraid that some people that I have associated with in the past, like I know I have no hate towards those people. Like those were good people they were just caught up in their environment. I'm afraid that my government is going to use my my teenage associations when I was a teenager.
They
to
plan
try
to
blackmail me. Like I'm not sure if you've heard of
No, I have.
COINTELPRO.
They want to make it so that you can like retroactively charge someone with a crime.
Okay. I tried to explain COINTELPRO my last stream with the last guest.
Ah, yes, COINTELPRO. That still exists, by the way. It's just a little different now.
Because they want to terrorize people who are trying to fight against racism.
Again, like, this has been the same fight forever.
Oh, by the way, guys, I just want to break. I might have to go in like a second, so
I'm free to talk.
It was really good to stay with you.
It was a wonderful chat.
If you want to end our stream, Biz, I'm cool and I'm happy to stay on this sort of stream. But
Yeah, sure. And by the way, shouting out. So my stuff is Real Visigoths on Twitch. It's where we also stream our podcast. So I know everybody's here on Twitch, so
linked in the
mostly
chat.
go there or go to BTI Pod on YouTube, which is also where we stream. So yeah, and where we upload clips. So thank you for everyone for being with us, and I will have to go now. See you guys.
Thanks for the lovely conversation. See you next time.
See you.
You can stay, Dr. Dre. I just called you Dr. Dre. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
But like, I am mostly gonna be showing this. Your video is still frozen, by the way. By the way, one of my chatters says now it's 500 different unnamed projects. COINTELPRO just evolved into an entire division of the FBI and a few different General Service Corp LLC kind of orgs.
because whenever black people try to get ahead in America, the racist
Mate, in the 90s, or was it the 80s? It was the 80s or the 90s. The Philadelphia Police Department literally bombed a city block because
it was like, was it like early 80s? I think
it was like it was the 80s. I think. Yeah, you're right. Like they bombed the fucking city block.
2 million people. You kill like a few hundred people. Like it was.
Have you seen the whites only community that they're trying to build in
They're trying to build. There's thousands of these fucking towns across the country.
Oh no, I know, but like specifically,
I've driven in them and been threatened by the local sheriff.
Really? You? I mean, why? You're white.
I am half white.
You are white enough.
But no, I have a hat.
Like really? Like this?
He thinks Hitler may have been right. He talks about preparing for civil
I will admit that, like I have.
Can you hear it this time?
war. Now he hopes.
No? Damn it. Well, this is.
There it is. Yep, there it is.
Oh, okay.
He thinks Hitler was right. There's thousands of these fucking towns across the country.
I know, but this is the one guy. He's making. There's one guy in an org making these.
Too. I'm not sure if that has any.
Fascists are fascists.
Had some tough questions for this man. That's right. I had questions about his plans for that whites-only community, questions about his views on Adolf Hitler and the Holocaust, questions about his ties to the white nationalist Patriot Front, and his talk of civil war, as well as questions about his upcoming appearance at a white nationalist conference right here in Middle Tennessee.
No Nazis, no KKK, no fascists, USA!
This is terrorism now.
We were there last year as anti-fascist protesters raised
that flag, the Antifa flag, yep.
voices in opposition to the annual gathering of white nationalists at Montgomery Bell State Park.
Honing in on Idaho, Tennessee, the Ozarks.
You say Tennessee?
Yeah.
That's the guy building them. Yeah, this little piece of shit right here.
People want to blame, like, there's thousands of these towns across the fucking country. Thousands of them.
I mean, yeah, literally, they're called sundown towns. I've already seen, like, videos of, like, black people, like, stopping in a town, pulling the window, be like, is this a sundown town? And they're like, they speed the fuck off. By the way, this is what they support. Like, this is what the party wants now. This is the new face of the party.
Do you think they'll strike down the Civil Rights Act? Do you think they'll strike down the Fair Housing Act?
I think they're going to try.
They're trying to do the Voting Rights Act. They are trying to do that shit. So
I think they're going to get rid of the entire 14th and 15th Amendment if they can.
What about the 13th?
Maybe that too. Nick Fuentes, I don't know. Maybe all of them. They wipe their ass with the Constitution. It works for them, not for you.
I don't understand why people are hateful of other people, though.
Guys, like, look at Nick Fuentes. A lot of women want to be raped. They want a guy to beat the shit out of them. This is the new head of
I'm not
the right.
surprised why women don't support me. Women are irrational and sensitive.
By the way, that's self-admitted incel, by the way. Femboy. Fair Housing Act for sure, definitely already in the pipe. Oh, okay, that's going.
I don't get why people hate other people because they're color. I mean, I grew up in a very diverse area of the country. I mean, my district is one of the most diverse in the country. I'm not going to say which school.
It's literally just because they're told to. I went to a really diverse school. 33% of my school was Korean. And, like, whites were the minority. We had mostly Koreans, then Hispanics, then black people, and then white people.
There was no like super majority, but there's like 40% white, 30% Hispanic, and 25% black.
But like, you also have to remember that people do not act the same online that they do in person. You can see like a MAGA dude, right, who will like call people the N-word online. But I could easily see him in a diner in a suit with a black guy in a suit in front of him having a peaceful, rational, normal conversation, and that guy saying nothing bad about him. But then I could see that same but then I could see that same white guy walking home and see 3 black guys going to the gym wearing basketball shorts and like a t-shirt, and then they'll still say the thing. Like, it's situational. It's because they're taught to. All of this is manufactured. People are only naturally, innately one thing. That's social. That's it. Everything else is built on top of that. People are social creatures. Everything else comes after. By the way, like, you know, shots were fired at ICE in Chicago.
Yeah.
And you know what? Like, that's blowback. Like, there's a certain point.
I mean, ICE is not going to successfully take over Chicago. Or any major metropolitan area for that matter. Probably not even my city, even though we're not nowhere near as big as Chicago.
You should not be that confident about that. Don't be that confident.
I'm not going to be that confident, but when America has so many guns, there's so many guns here. And most of that shit is...
Amy Coney Barrett wrote a paper arguing that Reconstruction amendments were never validly ratified. Of course. Yes, there are so many guns here. By the way, you're never going to get rid of the guns. The guns are not the problem. Americans are the problem. Switzerland has almost as many guns per capita as Americans, and they have no shootings like that.
No one has nearly as much.
Guns are not the problem. It is America.
I agree with the sentiment, but it's important to realize that no one has nearly close to the guns per capita in America.
No. Switzerland does have close to. By the way,
120 per 100 people. I think Switzerland's in the top, but no. Guns per capita by country. I'm gonna do that right now.
Yeah, thank you. I was doing the same thing. But you also have to remember that you can literally
by far, number one,
print a gun now.
125 per 100. Half that is number 2 is Falkland Islands, which is UK territory.
Wait, no, Falkland Islands is the UK gave that back.
UK territory.
UK gave that back. That's American territory now.
Falkland Islands, British overseas territory.
Wow, Yemen? And then
Yemen's 3.
Wow, actually, I did not realize.
British territory.
Either way.
Serbia's 5th.
Serbia, I can see. Montenegro is insane right now.
No, it's not even the guns. I do agree. It's not the guns that are a problem. I'm pro 2A. I'm pro rights. You know my views on rights. I believe in everybody getting.
You sound like a libertarian socialist to me. Everyone should have full rights, and the government's only job should be to make sure that corpos don't fuck you over. That's it.
I believe in private property though.
I believe in personal property, but not private property. This is personal property.
I believe people should buy private land.
I don't believe that.
If you buy too much of it, then you should be taxed on it.
I don't believe that. I don't believe you should be able to own the means of production.
You should buy. People have houses.
You can live in your house, but you can't buy another house and rent it to somebody because that's making you money that everyone else doesn't have access to. And that's just capitalism again. That's capital. Private property means the existence of capital. And we can't do anything good with capital existing. You have to get rid of capital. You can have money, you can have property. You can't have capital. You can't invest, you can't be a CEO, you can't buy land and sell it, you can't rent out a house.
Not on that.
Let me lay this out for you.
Maybe not predatory price gouging for landlords, but I do believe you should be able to maybe if you work hard, maybe buy a big rent it out.
Why would you want that instead of everyone should just be able to have that because we can do that?
I think people should have their basic necessities met.
No, I think people should have all of their.
Trying to contribute to society, you should have your basic necessities met.
I think we need to build a society based off of egalitarian cooperation. This is also how humans worked for all of human history, by the way, until 2,000 years ago, is cooperative engagement. You work together. What's good for me is good for the community. What's good for the community is good for me.
I do agree with that sentiment.
And
I do agree with that.
That's how we lived for hundreds of thousands of years.
As long as you're trying to contribute to society in a meaningful way,
But that's what I mean, right? I don't want an actual government. I don't want you to have to live off of a wage. I want all of your basic needs met by default. I want you to be able to do any job that you want.
Luxury shit.
No. Everyone gets luxury shit. You're missing it. You're missing the point.
That defeats the purpose of luxury shit.
Exactly. We don't need luxury shit. Luxury shit is for bourgeois assholes. We just need nice shit that's functional.
I mean, we do need functional shit. I do agree.
Nadia Yvette, yes, you are right. The video is frozen for Trey. But
yeah, it's me.
Hear me out here. Hear me out here, right?
Government.
Hear me out. I want decentralized states, and inside of them, more decentralized cities that run their own local governance. Now, there is an overarching superstructure of a bureaucracy that is elected but has no power at all. The bureaucracy doesn't do anything. They don't make decisions. Their job is just to make sure that like communications between all of the decentralized states is organized, filed, and kept. Like they're the record keeper. They're the message sender. That's their only job. Every other decision is made locally within your community. If you want to start a business, right? Like you want to create an invention, you can do that. And then people in your community will help you. You can go and ask people in other communities to help you. But you don't get to own that. You're not the CEO. Everyone who works with you on that has an equal share of that. And it benefits you and the community. There is no, like, the individualism that exists also benefits the community. That's what I want. Like, I don't want to get rid of individualism. I don't want you to not be able to have your own, stuff. I don't want you to be able to not be able to choose. Like, I want you to have choices, nice things. It's just everyone also should have that equal opportunity. I also think, like, in that scenario, anyone should be able to do any job they want, and it should not matter on their living standards. Now, first off, like, there's a person for every fucking job. There is an autist somewhere who just loves pulling a lever, right? But if we're building a system that doesn't have capital, that has no private property ownership, only personal property ownership.
Have the same exact thing
no
matter what.
No, not even close. Why? Because, like, a culture like that makes it so art is far, far more valued. And so, no, everything is far different. Like, we would have so much more art because that's what a lot of people want to do, but they don't have the money to do so. Now, we talked about AI and how bad it is in this world. If you
want to get rid of capital and like there should be no luxury shit.
I don't say that like
that video is still frozen.
Definition, right? Your video is still frozen. Definitionally, luxury only exists. Your video is still frozen. Switch your camera to like.
This is my only camera. This is my only camera.
So I was gonna say switch it to a virtual mic and then switch it back.
Do what? Sorry.
Switch your camera to the virtual camera option that you'll probably have, and then switch it back to your regular one.
Okay, OBS virtual camera. Reset issue camera. Alright, how about now?
No. You know what? Hold on. I'm gonna end the call, and I'm gonna recall back, and then maybe that'll work, huh?
Alright.
2 seconds.
Sounds great. He ain't picking up, so it's just...
That's okay. And I think I fucked it now.
Still nothing? You are frozen, actually, this time.
And now I'm frozen. Love that. Okay, hold on. I can fix it.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I sure as hell can't hear you.
What the fuck? Okay. Now we got it. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes, we did it.
Can you see me? I'm doing all this crazy stuff on the stream.
We did it. Sorry, guys. Sorry about that. We fixed it. I can see you now. You're moving now.
Okay.
Okay. So what I was saying is, definitionally, luxury items exist because they're a tier above the regular items, right?
Yes.
Why not just make all of them the best thing? Like the best version of it? Because the luxury items generally don't cost that much more to manufacture.
I do have a question to ask you, which is completely unrelated to, like,
please do
this stuff. My camera's fucked. We are the same shade, you and I. What is your ethnic background, if I may ask?
I'm Turkish.
Turkish. Okay, that makes sense.
I still don't know if I'm considered white or not. I don't consider myself white. Most Turks do, but I was born technically in Europe. I am not Armenian, Buncourt. Proto-Greek. I'm gonna ban you.
I'm not gonna say my ethnic background here.
You don't have to. But like, this is like,
I could let you know later if you want to. But
we can chat off stream on like Simple X or something if you want to be more secure.
Yeah, no.
Zoe, hey, just caught up in the stream. Remember those Russians on cars and motorcycles in southern Pokrovsk while they all blew up? Fuck yes! Fuck yes! Safe to show on stream. I love you, man. Okay, let's go take a look at these Russians getting the shit blown out of them in Pokrovsk.
I just want Ukraine to win the war because Ukraine is freedom. I was pro-Russia when this started. I'm ashamed to admit this. I was pro-Russia when this started.
It's okay, you learned.
Because again, tanky family, plus, I still admit I don't like stuff, but...
I'm surprised with your tanky family that you have, like, takes like this. This is pretty good.
Again, my dad's an old man, so...
This is great. Again, like, these people went into Russia on a fucking... like minibus from Russia to Ukraine on a minibus, like an old sedan.
You think Trump's gonna arm Ukraine still? Or
no. Well, right now, at least with the shutdown, we have stopped arming Ukraine.
Yeah, but like, will he? I don't think Trump and Putin are gonna like each other very much anymore. Well, because they both want to be king of the world. There can only be one king of the world.
See, that issue already exists with Trump and Erdogan.
That too. No, everyone wants to be king of the world. There's only one king. There can't be two kings. Even with Trump and Elon, they're probably going to play nice for now.
Neither of them are king. Trump is not king. Putin is not king. Xi is not king. Larry Ellison is king.
Yeah, but Trump is not going to be too happy that Larry's king, or Peter, or Elon.
Trump doesn't get a choice. Trump is owned by these people. He knows them. He goes to dinner parties with them. He is aware that they own him. He is the bottom.
I got one more question to ask you. Did you pay attention to the US presidential election?
Yeah, I covered it. I did an 11-hour stream on election night.
Do you think it was fair? Or
No.
at least correctly reported?
Look, I don't like to talk about this much because I think people will learn the wrong lesson from it. I think that election was rigged without anything else, just from the media environment. Like, literally just the media environment.
Like propaganda or like actual manipulation of voting machines?
No, I mean like propaganda. Like, they owned all of the media. Now, like, I do kind of believe the thing about the machines a little bit. Not quite. Also, check the name of the drone at the top of 17.
Again, I'm not saying anything for sure, chat and people watching.
Look,
but
I have talked about this stuff at length. I covered, the Neuralink stuff on my last stream, like, pretty extensively. Peeve Denny. What does Peeve Denny mean, Zomi? Please tell me. But, like, I fully believe it. Listen, they bought Dominion voting machines. Like 2 weeks ago. They own Dominion. They had Dominion settle their lawsuits, billions of dollars of defamation suits, and then today just pardoned all of the people that helped him try and steal that election. Today.
Yeah, no, the ugly fuck, Giuliani. God, that man is ugly as shit.
Well, like,
God, that man's
they're
ugly.
all, like,
Giuliani's
evil
so
makes you
fucking-
ugly.
It does. It really does.
Ligma balls, that was the name of the drone. Oh my god. That's amazing. Imagine dying from a drone that's labeled "Lick My Balls."
That's funny. It's kind of gross though, but I mean that's.
Every accusation is a confession, Dre. So if they said we stole the election, or sorry, like, that it was a hoax, they're doing it. They did it.
You think 2020 was rigged?
No, I think Biden only won in 2020 because of COVID.
Yeah.
That's it. Like, that's it. Biden would have... I actually, unironically, think I wish Trump won in 2020. We would have been better off. They wrote Project 2025 in the 4 years that he wasn't the president. They didn't have that then. They weren't prepared. They weren't organized, like consolidated. They were just there. We should have let them stay.
You know what I miss? I miss neoconservatism. I miss Mitt Romney. Damn it. I miss Bush.
Why?
Never thought.
I mean, look, no, okay. I will say, I have said on multiple occasions, I wish this was Bush. But like,
Bush is kind of retarded. No, that's the problem. Nice guy, but he's kind of.
Yeah, if Trump won in 2020, we would not have the Forever Reich. Like, almost definitely not. Yeah, exactly. I believe that.
Yeah, Trump is autistic. I think he's on autism.
No, I think he has neurolytic syphilis. Actually,
I don't know what that is. I'm sorry.
It's syphilis. It's an STD, and it degenerates your brain. Also,
that's not a real thing, is it?
No, it is. It's a real thing. Go look it up. Neurolytic syphilis. I also know for a fact that he has a heart condition, and and
like,
also a kidney condition.
Historically speaking, presidents have downplayed their health issues to the general public. Administrations have been, historically speaking, that is the thing that happens. I'm sure Biden did his.
Oh, well, like, again, Biden was also, like...
Bush and Obama probably did theirs, too, for a little bit, I'm assuming. I'm sure Obama was healthy most of the time, but I know FDR did. Like,
again, I need you to, like, let's take this to the Russian perspective. Rumors and speculation about the dictator's health is such a common thing in a fascist country. Turkey, everyone speculates about Erdogan's health and when he's going to die. Russia, everyone does that with Putin. We're doing this in America, but it is actually showing me just how Americanized we have become because of that. It's actually really scary. I sent a few links in the chat to you. I sent them in this chat as well. I fully recommend watching them about how, like, Russian propaganda has infiltrated and taken over everything. And every bit of this, like racism, anti-queer stuff, like, it's all them. And all of these are also pedophiles and child rapists. The amount of, like, fucking articles that I have, I'm looking at them. MAGA pedophile tried to kill their whole family. Texas megachurch pastor arrested for raping a child. Like, it's just all here. Trump is a symptom, granted by a nasty one, but he's not why the U.S. is what it is. Exactly.
I think I'm an embarrassing confession to make, but
it's gonna be. Do it, please.
In 2020, I wasn't too informed on the election. I voted Trump.
Okay.
I did.
Look, there is someone that recently...
I was never like MAGA. I was never wearing a stupid hat. I never did the stupid dance. I never wore his fucking merchandise. I never bought any of the Trump shit. Okay, I want to make that very clear.
Good. That's great. I want you to understand that, like,
I was hesitant on Biden due to his stance on the 94 crime bill, which disproportionately affected African American communities.
On Biden, let me just say real quick 2 things. His foreign policy, obviously atrocious. Funny enough, best president domestically since FDR.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
I liked his administration. I did.
But
very much.
Let me add this in here. The fact that you voted for Trump doesn't matter. I literally, just like a month ago, I had a chatter come in saying that they were a 3-time Trump voter and that they were sorry that they got tricked. They feel politically homeless. They sub to the chat. They join the Discord. Like, you're well, as long if you're willing.
I want to make this very clear.
You were never that bad.
I was never MAGA. I was never Republican. I was never.
Did you get caught by QAnon?
Fuck no. Those people are stupid.
They are stupid. I was there at the beginning. I was dating one.
I was never with that shit. I was never on the QAnon train.
Okay, you're good. But now, actually, now you have to get on the QAnon train. Because now QAnon's real. Unfortunately.
Like the guy with the fucking raccoon headscarf and shirtless with the...
QAnon was Michael Flynn from Fort Bragg. That's what QAnon was. I've talked about that at length as well.
I don't know much about QAnon. I'll have to do some deep research on that.
Look into Fort Bragg, because that's horrifying. I'm going to link these. Because... like, holy shit, do we do some fucked up stuff at Fort Bragg. Here's one.
Oh shit.
And here...
I'm gonna hop off here in around like 10 minutes.
That's okay, that's okay. I'm gonna actually... I think we should end here, because then I'm gonna show some ICE videos. And we gotta talk about the American Civil War a little bit more. But, you can feel free
Oh yeah, the Confederates attacked first. They betrayed the country.
Literally, yes. Southern soldiers attacked a northern state.
The fact that we even have monuments to people who were
the fact that the National Guard literally exists to protect us from the military and is being used to attack us. That's why the Second Amendment's, well-regulated militia.
Way before I knew that shit before I could vote. Like, I want to make that shit very clear. The reason I voted against Biden, I didn't vote for Trump, I voted against Biden. I never was thrilled about Trump. I never was like, yay, Trump. I was never like super Trump.
Hey, join the community. You'll like it here. I promise. You'll like it here. You'll learn a lot too.
I want to fucking bring people out of this shit.
Well, that's the whole purpose of this. Is
I want to bring people out of this hellhole.
The first thing you need to teach people, the thing that I am constantly having to teach people every time we go into a difficult topic, is the ability to feel uncomfortable and not do anything about it. I beg my chat, spend 5-10 minutes a week, a day if you're good at it, a week at least, in a room by yourself with no input. You don't have to meditate. Just leave your phone in another room. Don't have a book in front of you. Don't bring like a tablet and just sit there for 10 minutes. That's all. It's all I need you all to do. I'm begging you. And that's what you should be telling people, because that's the first step that needs to happen before anything else. People can't feel uncomfortable. Like, you noticed that, right?
Don't like attack them immediately. Say, oh, you're this, you're that, you're that. Like, I am trying to bring people out of this.
It depends on the type of person, Dre. Look, the amount of steps that you have to take to become radicalized. Think about this for a second. How much effort would it take for you, like you, in 2020, to have shown up at a Biden rally? Like, positively. You don't care about this person. You don't like this shit. You don't care. How many steps do you have to go through before you're not only at the rally, but you have a hat and you're carrying a sign? Like, it is years of... I actually deprogrammed the MAGA. It took years. I've done one. They were a Mormon, and they moved from California to Florida because it was too woke. And I got that person to vote for Kamala Harris. It's possible, but that was someone I personally knew for years. The people who come to you can be saved. Don't try and save the people that aren't coming to you. You are wasting your time, and it is a danger to yourself. If they're not, like, if
I think I deprogrammed one person who I came to.
That's good. I didn't know that's good. If they're willing, like, again, like, don't try and... Let me put out some, like, names, right? Just to make
the agenda of trying to... I don't initiate conversation with the agenda of trying to prove said person wrong.
See, I think about it this way. I like to get the person to come to the realization themselves. I am not against using manipulation tactics and psychological tools against them. Literally just brainwash them into regular humans again. Because they got brainwashed into this. It's, this is the problem right here. Like, you can tell anyone anything. They'll believe you. They'll understand it. And then they'll look at this and then they'll forget all of it. Because this is it's a divider in your brain.
Yes.
This, by the way, is why you never feel bored anymore. When you stop at a traffic light and you're waiting to cross, like you're walking, right? You'll pull out your phone to check something, even if it's like 10 seconds. You're waiting in line, you'll pull out your phone to check something. That is the time that you're meant to be bored. And boredom is important, because boredom is what leads to difficult thoughts.
Before I go to bed, I turn off my phone. Unless I have like if I have no, like, I don't have to wake up like super early, I will turn off my phone before I go to sleep. Like, I go and like literally turn it off. Not just stand by I literally turn my phone off. Like, before I sleep. Every night.
I mean, that's good. I personally just sleep within another room. Nadia, are you talking about my stream? Are we cutting off? That's fine.
Speaking of cutting off,
yes, well.
I want to talk with you further about other things.
DM me and we'll have a chat.
Right.
We could probably talk on a bit. Well, I mean, to be fair, this is still kind of. If this wasn't live stream, this wouldn't be too bad security wise.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say that thing anymore. So.
That's fine. That's fine.
I'm also tired. Good night.
Good night. I promise they're not gonna come for you for having this conversation. I promise.
I thank you for trying to promise me, but I'm not gonna guarantee that. But
look, if they do, I'm gonna be fucking shocked. But just blame it on me. Be like, this Antifa scum in Australia tricked me. Just say that. It's fine. I don't care.
I'm not even a far left person, so I don't know.
You literally just blame it on me. I don't care. Just
I'm a registered independent voter, so
call me a terrorist if they come for you. It's fine.
All right.
I believe it. All right. Give me a second, guys. Let me switch back to the regular screen. Aha, we're back. There we go. It's almost certainly my end. Yeah, it makes sense. Look, I had like a call going and the call often like fucks with the internet a little bit. But I think that was a good conversation. I enjoyed that quite a bit. It does surprise me how like often I seem to be quite a bit more knowledgeable than a lot of other people, but I do like talking to especially people like Dre, like people that are they're not as in it. And because they're not as in it, they need to see more. I didn't get that vibe from Visigoth, but like, you know, seems fine. But Dre seems not only savable, but useful. Like, would fight for the right side here, you know? And I mean, like, this is the right side. As long as people are asking questions at the start. Hey, remember how the right started out? We're just asking questions. We're just asking questions. But yeah, the FBI has warned that criminals posing as ICE agents have carried out multiple robberies, kidnappings, and sexual assaults in multiple states. Shocker! I am so surprised. By the way, remember this point in American history? Why is there no sound? Oh, that's why there's no sound. I have to change that from there.
Going to give this sucking government a good if you lived in America? Could you get 8 to 16 years in prison for saying you're going to give this sucking government a good if you lived in America? Why, yes, you could. And like J.A. Griffith, you might end up here at the old Montana prison. America entered World War I in 1917, but support for the war was far from unanimous. So when President Woodrow Wilson signed the Espionage Act of 1917 into law, Congress wasn't just worried about spies, they also criminalized free speech. The law addressed offenses like disclosing information related to national defense, but it also turned a drunk 64-year-old into a criminal for criticizing the draft at a bar. Now anyone caught sharing information that interfered with the war could face fines up to $10,000, which is like $250,000 today, and 20 years in prison. To gain support, the government put on a propaganda campaign with writers.
Do you think that they're not going to do this again?
Artists, educators, celebrities, and journalists to unite people. Gee, sound familiar? Then Montana took things a step further and passed their own Sedition Act. Basically, it became illegal to write or say anything disloyal, profane, slurring, contemptuous, or abusive about the U.S. during wartime. 26 other
sounds kind of like NSPM 7.
States had similar laws, but Montana's were the harshest. It became illegal to speak German, even from the pulpit, and books written in German were banned. The government even encouraged citizens to snitch on each other to wipe out sedition. So I guess some things don't change. And they weren't playing around.
Oh, speaking of. Letitia James launched a public portal where residents can upload photos and videos of ICE operations for investigating. So look that up, and if you see them, report them.
On April 3rd, 1918, Pete Urvik said, "F the United States and f the flag." 3 days later, he was sentenced to 2 to 4 years in prison. You could even be polite about it. Herman Bosch received 4 to 8 years for saying this war should be stopped and peace declared. And Matt Johnson's very based take that United States Liberty bonds were no good landed him 2 to 5 years in prison. Montana convicted 78 people under this law, and it even inspired the federal government to expand the Espionage Act with the Sedition Act of 1918. And if you're wondering why people didn't appeal, well, they did, all the way to the Supreme Court, where they upheld the sentence. By 1921, Congress repealed the Sedition Act, and in 1923, those in the Montana prison were paroled. They spent a combined 65 years locked up, and 19 men received fines of $20,000. Montana Governor Brian Schweitzer pardoned the sedition law victims in 2000.
We're headed right back here, y'all. Like, we really, really fucking are. But to give you some anger and then some hope, how about we do that? I'm gonna give you a little bit of anger, and then I'm gonna finish it off with a little bit of hope. So, let's start with this one. We're not gonna watch the whole thing, obviously. MSNBC, but it's a story that needs to be told.
I want to bring in Alderman Matt Martin, who represents that 47th District of Chicago. Thank you for joining us. I know you've reviewed security footage of the incident, so can you add to our understanding of this story and what actually happened?
This is about armed ICE agents violently dragging a teacher out of a fucking preschool.
What did you see?
So I've talked with a number of people who are on site, educators as well as parents, and what happened shouldn't happen at any school, shouldn't happen anywhere, not just in Chicago, but our country. What I understand happened was as parents were dropping their infants and toddlers off at our local daycare, ICE agents violently dragged Miss Diana, an educator, outside of the building. She was wearing her polo shirt with the school's insignia there. She was in the building to work. Other educators and parents were pleading with the agents to leave her alone. They were emphasizing they were in a preschool, that children were on site, and that they didn't have permission to be there. And then after they dragged her outside, one armed ICE agent walked from room to room, questioning adults.
This is literal Nazi shit. It's just, they're just the Gestapo.
As children were present, this has shattered our sense of safety, not just at this specific school, but at so many other schools and daycares across Chicago.
Do you have any updates on the...
I know I'm harsh, I just have no room for bullshitters and all the bad faith actors. I would sooner participate in CBT. It was a challenge to not only go get some scotch. Well, you did well. I'm actually surprised to see it here. Oh my god, they made one of these videos fucking private. Oh my god, I hate them so much. I hate them so fucking much. It's a video about a lawsuit. Whatever. Here's them detaining the teacher.
We're learning more about a developing story that is unfolding as we speak. An early detainment Chicago daycare.
They were not invited inside and violently taken away. You had agents with guns.
Before, it was a daycare that is located in the North Center neighborhood. We know that these federal agents apparently arrived this morning as this teacher was getting out of her car, and we're told that she apparently wanted to run inside the school where she thought it was a safe place, and at least 2 men wearing vests followed her inside. To the alderman's knowledge, they did not have a warrant.
To see...
They're just demons. Here's a federal agent testifying about an SUV involved in the shooting of Miramar Martinez. Let's see what you have to say, buddy. Or not buddy, but...
The defense for 30-year-old Martinez requested this hearing today, claiming the government mishandled evidence in this case. On the stand, Charles Exum, a 20-year-old Border Patrol agent stationed in Maine, deployed here to Chicago as part of so-called Operation Midway Blitz. Now, court documents show the silver Tahoe Exum drove, the same vehicle from the shooting, was repaired just days after the incident. The government claims Martinez intentionally rammed the SUV. She's now...
They've been doing that.
charged with impeding, intimidating, and interfering with a Border Patrol operation. But Martinez insists agents hit her. The SUV was driven back to Maine and then repaired. And attorneys say that destroyed crucial physical evidence. Now, in court, defense attorneys shared texts Exum sent after the shooting, including messages on the encrypted app Signal. In one, Exum sent his brother a link to a news article writing, "Sweet, my 15 mins of fame, LMAO." On the stand, Exum testified he didn't order the repairs and believed he was clear to drive it back to Maine after the FBI released it. The judge will now.
So, like, it's not looking good, y'all. I lied. I'm going to show you hope later. Here is a few more not hope videos first. And I appreciate you keeping your promise, Buncor, even if you are a little late. I really thought you'd be too busy today.
Nice is coming.
First off, what the fuck are you doing? Second off, you are Asian. Why is all of the Nazis multicultural? Why is the last ICE agent I talked about Guillermo fucking Diaz Torres and this one is fucking Korean? Can't even hold a fucking gun. Yeah, it was a good day? Good.
You are lying! He pointed a gun at me! He pointed a gun at us! What the
You understand that, like, every time they make these claims of, like, the protesters are making this place a war zone. No. ICE is making it the war zone. The protesters are fighting back. Because, you know, there's a war that got started. Like this.
Now to the chaos in Chicago as federal agents clash with protesters. Authorities are now searching for a suspect who allegedly fired shots at federal agents on Saturday.
Arrests were made. That's the next video.
During an immigration crackdown. ABC's Alex Stone has the latest.
Tonight, violent clashes on the streets of Chicago. And an urgent search underway for the person who federal agents say fired multiple gunshots at them during an immigration enforcement operation on Saturday. A crowd was demanding a detained woman's release when the Department of Homeland Security says a man driving a black Jeep fired the shots and then took off. The agency saying protesters also threw bricks and a paint can at their vehicles, calling those in the crowd agitators. But some residents say the federal agents were overly aggressive. Members of the Veraza family say they were driving yesterday when immigration agents drive.
Fucking hell, I just jumped. Well, I guess I'm probably traumatized. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. And yes, they are just like spraying mace into people's cars.
Driving the opposite direction, pepper sprayed their car. They say they had to pull over and wash out their one-year-old's eye.
They're just doing this to like random cars that pass by, including that fucking 1-year-old. It's evil.
Cheek, I couldn't feel nothing, not even my face. If my face was numb, now I imagine my daughter's face.
And tonight in Portland, Oregon, a federal judge whom President Trump himself appointed to the court says a president had no lawful basis to federalize Oregon's National Guard and to send troops to Portland against the wishes of local authorities. In a 106-page ruling, Judge Karen...
And yet, they're still there. To everyone who keeps telling me about the court hearings, they're not following them.
Immergut finding the federal government...
They're not even allowed to use fucking tear gas anymore. That was 2 weeks ago.
Exaggerated claims of violence in the city to justify sending in troops.
There's a huge problem in Portland. I'll tell you what the problem is. Crime.
Portland's leaders admit there have been protests, violent at times, but they told the court those protests have been small and easily handled by police.
His goal is to make Portland look like what he's been describing it as.
And Lindsay, the Trump administration is asking the Supreme Court to overrule a lower court blocking deployment of National Guard troops to Chicago. The Supreme Court has not yet issued a decision. Lindsay?
Alex, thank you.
Again, no one cares. The courts aren't functional. Like, they're not listening to them. We had arrests made in the shooting of the ICE agents. I'm curious.
We are following some breaking news. A suspect in custody after officials say someone opened fire on Border Patrol agents over the weekend in Chicago. And we're learning that a so-called shoot-on-sight order was allegedly issued by a gang directed at agents carrying out.
You know what? Normally I'd call bullshit, but I do believe it this time. I haven't been inside a courthouse in a month. You're literally a lawyer, so that tells me a lot. Like, courthouses are unsafe, man. I mean, yeah. I mean, to be fair, a lot of that is the shutdown, but also, like, you know, yeah, like, exactly.
Operation Midway Blitz. Let's get right out to NewsNation's Allie Bradley, who is
again, they got banned
the
from
very
using tear
latest
gas
on
2
this.
weeks
Allie,
ago.
what more do you know about this arrest?
Yeah, hey, Nicole. So shots were allegedly fired at Border Patrol agents in Chicago's Little Village neighborhood on Saturday over the weekend. Now our DHS sources say that a person in connection with that shooting is now in custody. What they're saying is that he's an illegal immigrant felon from Mexico. He was apparently inside of that Jeep with a gun, but they're working right now to confirm that he is, in fact, the one who fired shots. So this manhunt isn't necessarily over just yet. But here's what DHS is saying happened. They're saying that agents that were conducting immigration enforcement near 26 and Kedzie where someone in a black Jeep opened fire and then actually took off from the scene. DHS also says people nearby threw bricks and even a paint can at Border Patrol vehicles. Chicago police did respond as well. They secured the scene there. No one was actually hit by that gunfire. One CPD officer, though, was accidentally struck by a pickup truck. That officer is expected to be okay. The driver did receive a citation.
Is the pickup truck okay? Because, like, I'm worried about the truck. Yeah, man, they were probably kidnapping his family. Yeah, literally. Literally. There was white women, there was, like, wine moms protesting outside this facility, like, the other day that all got arrested. There was, like, a circle of, I don't know, 45-year-old white wine moms just sitting, and all of them got arrested. And also, like, yeah, no, I can't say that it is not a rational conclusion that if you kidnap somebody's family in a country that has more guns than people, there will be gunfire. I'm not saying anything is good, I'm not saying anything's bad, I'm not claiming any, I'm just saying rationally, no fucking shit. Right? Can we agree on that? There are more guns than people in this country. If someone is kidnapping someone's family, well, shots will be fired. Think of how the truck fender feels. Truck kun.
But people who live in that area, though, they're accusing federal agents of continuing to be too aggressive. Take a listen to what they had to say.
Each and every single time, they left destruction in their wake. They left traumatized people in their wake.
Yesterday, community members witnessed ICE and CBP agents shoot pepper balls, use tear gas, and use pepper spray.
So residents are increasingly frustrated, too, with Operation Midway Blitz. One man sharing his story on how he was in the car with his family on the way to the store.
Look, I have the video for that one. Here.
She okay in the back seat?
This is what ICE does. This is what these terrorists do to babies.
Mama, you okay, Mama? You okay? You okay, Mama?
Correct. Fucking terrorists. Yeah, they went fucking hard today. Yeah, because blowback. They got shot at. They're mad. So, you know, obviously. But then again, like, you do realize they're not the only ones that are fucking mad. Like, Trump administration bars grocery stores from offering discounts for SNAP recipients. Imagine fighting so fucking hard to starve your own people. For your own, like, you just really, really, really want to starve your own people. You can't get enough of it. They're, like, horny for it. But when you tear gas a crowd with a child in it, you do tear gas children, yeah? And preventing SNAP does confuse me. They want you to starve to death. I don't know, like, the cruelty is the point. That's it. That's the answer. That's the only rational answer. Is they just want you to suffer. By the way, like, funny way of admitting that capitalism breeds fascism. Zohran Mamdani said in his victory speech that he wants to dismantle the very conditions that allowed Trump to accumulate power. You mean capitalism? The masks are off, New York City. Welcome to communist rule. Like, just admit that capitalism produces fascism. Thank you. Occasionally they are correct. Should we assume they don't care about approval anymore? If that's the case, that's scary. Yes, you should assume that. You should, at this point, I think it's safe to say you should assume that they don't care about approval. But that doesn't mean you can't get stuff done on a local level. Look at what a city in Washington did. They turned off the flock cameras.
A court ruling today raises new concerns about the cameras
Local courts still work. It's the feds that don't.
That dozens of Washington police departments use to catch criminals. Glad you're with us at 6:30. I'm Greg Copeland.
I'm Joyce Taylor. King 5 was the only TV news crew in the courtroom for today's hearing. As our investigator Chris Ingalls reports, the Skagit County case has implications statewide.
Here in Cedar-Woolley, where cowboys, loggers, and railroad barons built this historic town, new technology has been helping catch criminals. A half dozen or so Flock brand cameras are mounted along the busiest streets. These cameras can keep an eye out for stolen cars or vehicles that suspects use to commit their crimes. But earlier this year, Cedar-Woolley shut all its cameras down and asked a judge to settle a case involving a public records request.
You're a tattoo artist?
Yes.
Who files public records requests?
Yeah, on my free time, yeah.
Jose Rodriguez, who works in Walla Walla, is an ordinary citizen. He filed requests asking for images from Flock cameras with dozens of police agencies. Many complied, and his records, some of which are shown here, reveal that Flock cameras are shooting images all the time of passing cars and passengers.
You were worried about abuse.
Thank you. Thank you. Shuvaboofer. Well, if people can't be swayed, they can always resist in other ways. Rather if being swayed to vote doesn't matter, I think you should still vote. Always. Just always vote. Just do not assume that it will do anything. Voting is the easiest task that you can possibly do. It is one of your many on your to-do list. But yes, you're right. People can be swayed to resist in other ways. Organizing in person is a great way to make that happen. This city managed to turn off their Flock cameras because a few people organized and worked on it together.
Use of this system.
I felt like that's, I don't know, violating all of my privacy, everyone's privacy, regardless if you are obeying the law or not. It's not like a traffic light camera that takes pictures of only people that are
we should capitalize on Trump's lowering popularity. We should. Like right now.
Speeding or whatever. It's taking pictures of every single vehicle that passes by.
He calls it surveillance by Big Brother. Cedar-Woolley denied his records request and
all rise, please.
Took Rodriguez to civil court.
This is a fairly specific issue regarding a very valuable
A University of Washington report last month that found federal agents accessed Washington Flock cameras, possibly in violation of a state law prohibiting their use for immigration purposes.
I think a lot of cities are discovering right now that we don't know who all has access.
You want to know how little the enemy doesn't care? This is how little the enemy doesn't care. Up to you. Welcome to New Mecca, formerly known as New York City. From ground zero to ground Sharia, those jihadists will rape your daughter and make 9/11 look like a dress rehearsal. This is just American ISIS.
Muslims out of the Republican Party starting today
because these Muslims will never assimilate to the American way of life. They hate our bacon, our flag, our military, and even our dogs. And to be honest with you, they're just a bunch of inbred pedophiles. And unlike Andrew
Every accusation.
Cuomo, I will never pander to these jihadis by going to a mosque, to the illegals, or to the groomers that want to top
Yes, she is a Hispanic woman.
up the genitals of your children and turn them gay. So to the productive members of society, my congressional race is no longer a slide on your deck. For me, this is just an election. But for you, this is your life. And at the end of the day, politics is the only place where I can be myself and...
First in the hole, maybe. Is it AI? No, that's a person. She's the one that made that meme of like, this is cheaper than deportation, and it had like a fake guy sitting in a chair and she shot a gun at his head. Like, that's the same, like, this is fucking, this bitch is insane. She's fucking psychotic.
Mohammed, this is...
It's gonna have music in it.
Beautiful yard signs have officially arrived, and if you live in the 31st Congressional District and want one of these, send me an email or a DM and we'll make it happen. We're gonna put the fear of God on these jihadists, corrupt politicians, and...
Yes, Texas, famously known for a hub of jihadists. Yeah, she's like going to get the needle. She's like Uncle Tom of the moment. Yeah, literally. I mean, to be fair, I also do call Caitlyn Jenner an Uncle Bruce because that's the trans version of like an Uncle Tom. She thinks she's safe. I don't think she thinks. Genuinely, I don't think she thinks. By the way, Fuentes, the guy who's now important again. Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be in prison for the most part, and we should live in paradise. Also, Hispanic. Fuentes. How you gonna have the name Fuentes and shill for the Nazis? Oh, by the way, ProPublica, great article. Unfettered and unaccountable, how Trump is building a violent, shadowy police force. Highly recommend you read it. I'm not going to read it on stream because it's long and it will bore the shit out of you guys to watch me just read for a while. Tried that before. But this is where you're going. That's not giving, you know, your heart out to somebody. That's a Nazi. It's just that simple. He's just autistic? Well, yes, he's also a femboy, but like, you know. Oh, update on the Caribbean region. The Trump administration's ongoing military buildup in Latin America, part of their current fight against drug trafficking and cartels in the region, has now expanded to El Salvador, with recent satellite imagery obtained by the New York Times showing at least 3 military aircraft, including a specialized attack aircraft, on the ground at cooperative security location Comalapa, located in El Salvador International Airport. 3 aircrafts seen on the site, one of which is one of 2 such joint military sites operated by the U.S. Southern Command, a P-8 Poseidon, a C-40 Clipper, and an AC-130. So, the El Salvador movements are all supply chains hardening for logistics towards Venezuela. Oh yeah, I know. It's pretty obvious. In fact, that's likely why we've had the Gerald Ford stop and not make the journey across the sea yet. The Gerald Ford is still in the Strait of Gibraltar, I believe. At least it was when I last checked. They need more time. Fucking Tylenol. Fucking Tylenol. What else we got? Let's see. I got a lot of shit. Trump pardoned the Binance CEO for $5 million. Trump says he's more popular than Jesus. Sure. Why not? I showed this before, but 6 senior Trump officials are now permanently living on military bases for their safety. Is that real? Yes, it is real. If something is AI, I will tell you it is AI. This is 60 minutes. Hopefully they won't copyright me, but
Your administration has arrested and deported aren't violent criminals. Landscapers, nannies, construction workers,
landscapers
farm
who are criminals.
workers.
Yeah. No, look.
The family of
I
U.S.
need
service members.
landscapers and I need farmers more than anybody, okay?
Is it your intent to deport people who do not have a criminal record?
We have to start off with a policy, and the policy
aren't violent criminals. Your administration, you were going to deport the worst of the worst.
Many of them are people that were and by Obama.
You're okay with those tactics?
Yeah, because you have to get the people out.
Car windows.
Here we go.
Have some of these raids gone too far?
No, I think they haven't gone far enough because we've been held back by the judges, by the liberal.
They haven't gone far enough, guys. They've been held back. What do you think that means? 6 senior U.S. military officials are living permanently on military bases. Trump says we haven't gone far enough.
I don't think.
We got this.
Mr. President, if you are declaring war against these cartels and Congress is likely to approve of that process, why not just ask for a declaration of war?
Well, I don't think we're going to necessarily ask for a declaration of war. I think we're just going to kill people that are bringing drugs into our country. Okay? We're going to kill them. You know, they're going to be like dead.
We're going to kill them. They're going to be like dead. Sure. I feel like I have more on Chicago, if you give me a moment, because there's been a lot going on there. Oh yeah, hold on. That's actually really, really interesting. Got a couple things here. So first, the Trump administration's foray into National Socialism. Again, we talked about the Westinghouse stuff, but other National Socialist policies Trump has done, refusing to enforce the 2024 law requiring the sale of TikTok until he was able to compel the business to be sold at an extraordinarily discounted price to his political allies, creating a golden share of U.S. steel for his government, requiring NVIDIA and AMD to pay the government 15% of all revenue from chips from China, acquiring 10% ownership in Intel, acquiring 15% stake in the rare earth producer MP Minerals, a 10% stake in Lithium Americas Core, a 10% stake in Trilogy Metals, creating a strategic Bitcoin and digital asset pile, taking steps to create a sovereign wealth fund to be used for vehicle and government investment. He has demanded that Microsoft fire an executive he does not like and demanded that the private law firm commits to doing pro bono work on behalf of the clients he chooses for them. This shit is literal Nazism. Hell, like the director of the BBC in the UK just got fired for reporting the truth of January 6th. They fired him saying that he fixed the video to make it look like Trump was supporting violence on January 6th when he wasn't, and they fired him for it. Oh, by the way, there is $279 billion in federal contracts to the people who are building the ballroom. Again, what do you think they're building down there? It is more surveillance technology. It's just that. By the way, here's why the right loves Russia. It's just this.
I think we all care about.
Also, fuck Kirill Dmitriev. Don't listen to him. But like this, like take this as like a this is why we're the same things.
About our families. We all care about education of our children. We all care about having good economy, good growth, and we are much more similar when they see Russia with traditional values, US with traditional values.
10% of Russian families face domestic violence. 65% of Russian women are killed by their partners. That sure makes sense.
Working together, it undermines the whole concept of world full of immigration, full of control of, different values that are not traditional values. I think we all...
Like, we are just Russia. We're doing the same things. We want the same things. Those are the same, words that we use. Speaking of surveillance technology, I recommend canceling your Spotify subscription. The CEO recently became the head of a board of an AI weapons company. I really do need to hop off of Spotify. I just need the time. I need to download music. I want, actually own my music. I just haven't done that in a long fucking time. By the way, this was Mar-a-Lago recently. And I would just like to remind you all that Trump's teenage modeling agency, as well as his pedo associates Jean-Luc Brunel and John Casablancas, were also part of the Epstein group. Okay, fun. I would happily do that. That would be sick. That would be sick. I know it's actually spyware. I don't do anything important on my phone. Again, I still need to buy a Google Pixel. I don't have the money for it. So, donate, please. That would be helpful. That would be great, actually. And Christopher Zablante, I didn't get to say earlier because we were talking with our guest, but thank you for the $10. Oh my god, V, it's Jackie and Silverhand. True? True. Is your phone in the room with you? It is right now. And like, this is public. I'm not hiding anything. It can spy on me. I am literally broadcasting to another piece of spyware. So you know, there's that. What happened to YouTube? I feel like YouTube crashed. I actually think YouTube may have crashed. No, it looks like it's still up. I know, I just mean like as a general premise, not in this moment. Oh yeah, no, facts. That makes sense. Here's another thing that they're doing today. I think we're all still here on YouTube. Thank you. I very much appreciate that. So another thing they're doing today, they are erasing the contribution of Black Americans who fought in World War II. Just like, they really fucking hate everybody, huh? Like, anything positive in the world is too much for them. Literally, like, the graves of black people who fought the Nazis. That's it. Like, that's too much for you? Can't even have that? It's fucking insane. I hate this fucking planet. I really do. I hate this fucking planet. Alright, let's jump back to the Nazi. Actually, might actually do this first, because we started watching this once, but we never actually got to finish it. And I want to, but I'll show you a couple funny things that I saw from today first. There we go. So, first and foremost, Alex Karp, CEO of Palantir, said this, which is so fucking lame.
And I'll also say...
Oh, thank you, Shufu Poofer. I really appreciate that.
Both parties, and again, let me just go to the party where I have more credibility. Like, the way in which the Democrats just completely neglect males. Like, there is nothing wrong, and it's admirable to be a somewhat to high testosterone male. And you know, it's like, you have the general vibe in the Democratic Party that it's like there's something wrong. I don't know. Like, I just like, yeah, there's.
Look at this absolute fucking dweeb. I agree, 100%. Like, again, we all know that these are the biggest fucking losers on the planet. He sounds like he's onto something. What? Like, on Twitter, reading Andrew Tate tweets and Nick Fuentes tweets? What is he on to, Maxie? The Democrat Party is not ignoring men. The Democrat Party is ignoring everybody. Fuck the Democrat Party. Again, there is no male loneliness epidemic. There is a loneliness epidemic for everybody. Again, I showed a video today from Twitter that has 11 million views. That's a 6-second AI clip saying I love you. Sisyphean and task, I make everybody a moderator once, like, I know that they're not a troll chatter. Like, weed or under the influence? Maybe.
Some way in which I don't find it very appealing as a dude. I don't think most dudes do. It's a huge problem, and you can't address it.
You can totally address it. You just have to address, all of it. You just can't address half of it. Democratic Party isn't ignoring Israel. That's true. Nah, he's on amphetamines and he has default tics. Oh, yeah, no, that tracks. Like, again, he's a CEO. He's on amphetamines. He identifies as a dude to everyone. That's true. Call him a woman. The CFO of OpenAI says the company wants a federal guarantee to make it easier to finance massive investments in AI chips for data centers. They want a pre-bailout. OpenAI is asking the federal government for a pre-bailout. As OpenAI ramps up its spending on data center capacity to unheard levels, the company is hoping the federal government will support its efforts and help guarantee the financing for chips. They're like, can we have a little bit of socialism, please? The same company that want to keep laying off more employees. I mean, to be fair, all of them are laying off employees, and Palantir literally is like, I mean, like, it's the Palantir. Do I get more money if I tell you in advance? Basically, yeah. Oh, by the way, remember that story I showed you about the Washington community getting rid of the flock cameras? Guess what else they managed to do? You can do a lot locally.
New at 4, Sandy Springs has terminated an officer after he allegedly used the city's cameras and surveillance system for his own personal gain. Channel 2's Michael Dowden has been digging into the report, and it shows the former officer may have committed corporate espionage.
Yeah, this investigation sent
corporate espionage is going to get you more time in prison than rape would.
Around flock cameras. They give officers a real-time look at what's going on while also being license plate readers. But the investigation found that this officer may have been using this technology to benefit himself and his other job. Flock cameras, always watching, tracking, a tool built on trust.
It's an invaluable tool for law enforcement to actually solve cases. Homicide cases, sexual assault cases.
But a recent investigation shows the trust may have been betrayed. It alleges that over the course of months, Sandy Springs Police Reserve Sergeant Francis Esposito used his Sandy Springs Flock login to run license plates, gather data, all for another job.
The data is the gold mine for literally any startup, any company that is trying to grow.
The investigation concluded that Esposito may have violated multiple Georgia laws, including
yes, exactly. You can only do this if you're in the government. Cops don't count. You have to be at least like a congressman. No one thinks of corpos. Who will possibly think of the corporations? Like, this image will never get old for me. What is this image? I need to see it. Oh, yeah, no. Literally. The Ouroboros, the Capitol Loop. This is how the entire US economy runs right now. If any part of this breaks, the whole country crashes. Edward Snowden exposed all the government programs. Yeah, those were 10 years ago. Imagine what they have now, Maxie. Again, like, I covered the likely illegal surgeries on ICE detainees for Neuralink. I covered the entire structure of, like, bottom up of where all of this data goes, all the way up to space. Like, it's big. It's shaped like a circle, almost like a bubble. It'll break sooner or later because it's bullshit technology. You don't understand because it's not generative AI. That's the technology. Generative AI is dead. Like, no one gives a shit about generative, like, LLMs. The AI is now a different thing. We have moved on from LLMs. But you're right. That bubble can pop really easily. You know who can pop that bubble? China. China could really easily pop that bubble. Real easy pop that bubble. All right. Now, let's take a look at Chicago once more. I got some videos for you that we didn't take a look at before. All right. So first off, here is Commander Bongino, the guy who's in charge of the ICE troops in Chicago. And this is him giving orders.
People that touch you as you want to. Those are the general orders. Arrest as many people that touch you as you want to. Those are the general orders all the way to the top. Everybody fucking gets it if they touch you. You hear what I'm saying? Less legals. We're going to look at shipping tractor trailer loads of that shit in here. So you catch what it's all about us now. It ain't about them. Professional, legal, ethical, and moral. You know what we're
Legal, ethical, moral. All of the rules you have to break.
Talking about legal, ethical, moral. You're on camera. But other than that, it's what we do.
What city is it, Chief?
Fucking Irish, this is our fucking city.
Is that
Anyone who touches you gets it. That's wild.
you in the video, and did you say these things to the agents under your command on June 7 in Los Angeles?
That appears to be me, and
I can indeed.
And it appears to be what I said there on sometime. I don't know what the date of that was.
Do you recall saying those things?
I don't recall everything. I don't recall everything. No.
But you have no doubt that you said that.
I believe that I said what was on the video there.
All right. So the instruction that you gave to your officers was that they had full reign to arrest anyone who so much as touched them. That, in essence, was what you said to the officers, right?
Yeah, truthful proof, you're exactly right. Remember, this is happening everywhere all the time. This is only what we've managed to get recorded and released. That's it. That's it. Nothing else. We don't have all of the data. We just don't. And do you understand how easy life is for these people? Like, for just a second, let me pull up a video.
Every ultra.
This is how easy life is for these people. Let me make this full screen. No. Ah. Why can't you see it?
A rich person.
What the fuck? Why can't you see it? All right, hold on. I'll fix it. That one, go back to here, studio mode, and then change the display to the other one. Okay, now it'll work. This is how easy life is for these people.
Every ultra-rich person teaches their kid this. Buy, hold, borrow, and die. As an example, let's say you're rich and you buy $1 million worth of stock in Amazon. That Amazon stock grows to be worth $10 million. Well, I don't have to pay taxes on it as I go from being worth 1 million to being worth 10 million because I haven't sold it. It's not taxable until I sell it. My worth has gone up by $9 million, but I haven't paid any tax on that. Versus if you worked your ass off and earned 9 million, you would pay tax on that because that's earned wages. And you'd probably pay 36% tax on that. So what they do is they just don't sell the stock. If they want to get the money, the value out of it, they borrow against the stock. I can borrow 5 million against that stock. So I dropped 5 million of it in my bank account, but it's a loan. So there's no tax on that. I then take that 5 million and I invested in a mansion. And over the next few years, my mansion is now worth $40 million, but I didn't pay any tax when I made that 40 million either. Or 35 million either, because it just grew in value. And I'm just not going to sell it. I'm going to borrow against it. And so I'll borrow against that. I could take 10 million against that house and buy myself a nice jet. Oh my God. And I'm still not paying.
Remember when Tesla stock was going down because everyone was mad at Elon and Elon sold Tesla to XAI, his own company, for a $13 billion loss? And then took that as $13 billion that he can claim as a tax deduction, and then also went and purchased more stock in Tesla by himself to make the price go up because he borrowed against it. Yeah. That's, like, I've said this before. If you're fighting fascism, you have two boss fights that you have to win at the same time. If you want to beat fascism, the final boss fight is capitalism and fascism. If you don't get their health both down to 0 at right about the same time, they spam you with stuns and each other with heals. And then you start all over. Just gamifying it for you, but like that's the fight.
And then, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to die and leave it to my kid, and you get a $15 million write-off right off the bat. The first $15 million I leave them, they don't pay any taxes on.
That's how the rich get rich and stay rich. They don't use any real, like, none of them are fluid. They're broke as fuck. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter for them. And then he fought to get Trump elected so he wouldn't get in trouble for it. That's true.
Are spies interested in someone like you?
By the way, this one's fun for me. Hello, Azio. I know you're watching.
Are spies interested in someone like you? The Australian government has expanded temporary powers granted to the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation, ASIO, during the War on Terror. So what are these powers and how could you be affected? Compulsory questioning is being expanded for a further 18 months with a view towards making it permanent. So unlike a normal interrogation where you might have a right to silence, if ASIO questions you, you can be compelled to answer to provide evidence. This applies to a particular list of crimes that they're investigating. That list is being expanded to include things like sabotage or attacks on the defence system. A joint submission from Liberty Victoria and the New South Wales and Queensland Councils for Civil Liberties says, this creates an incentive for the executive to conduct fishing expeditions against individuals who could not otherwise be investigated under ordinary criminal procedure. These powers can be used against somebody as young as 14. And
That's
ASIO
fucking
says that
wild.
This is because so many
Look,
young people
Azio, I just need you to know, Azio, I love Australia. I have no beef with Australia. My beef is with America, and so should yours. They are making your life worse. Don't come for me. I'm not gonna fuck with you. Please don't fuck with me. I think increasing class consciousness will help in the fight against capitalism. People kind of understand the fight against fascism, but not capitalism. Well, that's one of the reasons why I would like the shutdown to continue. Because the more people stay hungry, the more they understand that that is a product of capitalism.
Online now, and I guess they're right, like the time that their mates in the Australian Federal Police groomed a 13-year-old autistic boy, feeding his interest in ISIS to try and entrap him in a crime, after his parents had gone to the police seeking help for their son. ASIO is not a politically neutral organisation. Throughout the Cold War, their job was basically to go after left-wingers. Principally, this was the Communist Party at the time, but also Labor. Reminder, this was a time when Labor supported free higher education, nationalising industry, even opposing genocide. Things changed. There's this really fascinating book called Dirty Secrets, Our ASIO Files. And it's got these chapters from people that have requested their declassified files from the Cold War. People like Peter Cundall of Gardening Australia fame, Gary Foley, an Aboriginal activist, Anne Summers, the feminist, even film critic David Stratton, and Michael Kirby, who went on to become a justice of the High Court. Now, these files show that ASIO informants were everywhere.
So which one of you is spying on me from ASIO, huh? Is it you, Maxi? Is it you, Buncor? Is it you, Shulfapoofer? Again, I'm literally just an AI inside of Pine Gap. I can't physically do anything. So you can like not worry about me. Go worry about something important. I am scenery. Let's go with that one. Don't come for me. Fuck, I thought this stream was Gooner friendly. I already came. I mean, it is Gooner friendly. There was one time I was talking and like someone dropped their vibrator and wrote that in chat. I was like, how the fuck are you masturbating when I'm showing what I'm like my show in particular, right? Like I just can't imagine anyone watching my show in particular in doing that because my show is very fucking depressing. I am not secretly in the Espeon figurine. Salamander Sapien, we both know you are. That Chica Rule's a real one? How? How? How do you look at shit like this? By the way, yes, they have like a standing army in Chicago.
Of the Illinois State Police. This is an unlawful assembly in violation of Illinois State Statute 720 ILCS 5.
Do you think that this isn't a war? They have a standing army.
25-1. You're required to leave the roadway. Leave via Lexington. If you do not leave the area, you are subject to arrest. You may be subject to chemical aid.
So it's a war against the citizens and it's a war against the country. These are insurrectionists. You may be subject to chemical weapons. What are we, fucking Syria? You guys understand, again, tear gas is illegal to use in a war. It is a war crime. If we are in war with Venezuela and we deploy tear gas, that is a war crime. Doing so at home with domestic policing is not. CN gas, CS gas as well. It's a war crime. At home, it's not. This is permanently damaging. Like, it can harm your fertility, it can fuck with your lungs, it can fuck with your eyes, all of it. It should be illegal.
Agents, pain compliance techniques, or reasonable force to effect an arrest.
It's a class war. Every war, like World War I and World War II, Sisyphean task, were both class wars. They just got co-opted by imperialism, which the same thing is happening now. You know, there's like 15 countries in the world in the middle of a revolution right now.
This is Major Kellner, the Illinois State Police. This is an unlawful assembly in violation of Illinois State Statute 720 ILCS 525-1. You're required to leave the roadway immediately. Leave via Lexington. If you do not leave the area, you are subject to arrest. You may be subject to chemical agents, pain compliance techniques, or...
Again, chemical agents. We're just fucking Syria.
ICE agents have assaulted Evanston residents, beaten people up, grabbed them, abducted them, taking people off the street once again because of the color of their skin. It is an outrage. Our message for ICE is simple. Get the hell out of Evanston. ICE agents have...
At least they warned them back then, true. I swear to fuck, I'm sick and tired of getting sucker punched by a fucking canister of CN gas. Ouch, that would hurt. That would hurt. Yes, get the fuck out. From the very inception of ICE, they were always this. This was their entire purpose. They want to kill you. They want to kill you. It would hurt, sure. It does hurt. My bad. I haven't gotten hit in the face with a canister of CN gas, so I don't know how much it hurts. They just want to kill you.
Hey! 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 No!
There he is. That's when he pulled it out. That's when he pulled out the gun.
Hey! Hey!
Right there. There's no one in front of him. No one's coming at him. He's not in danger. He just pushed and threw that unarmed lady to the ground and then is shoving another one into a car. These are fucking kidnappers and terrorists. And again, how the hell do you know if they're ICE when literally like the FBI says that people are dressing up like ICE to commit crimes? Like, literally, how do you know? FBI warns that criminals posing as ICE agents have carried out robberies, kidnapping, sexual assault in multiple states. That's it. Like, what do you do? Like, as an American, if I lived in the United States, and I lived in an open carry state, I'm not advocating for anything at all. I'm just telling you what I would do. If I lived in an open carry state and I have a gun and 4 dudes with masks and no ID in an unmarked car try and grab me and put me in that car, I'm gonna shoot them. I don't care what they say, unless they show me something. A fucking, I don't know, warrant? A badge? An ID? No, I'm shooting them. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm an American. That's my fucking right. Stand your ground, motherfucker. People can own guns and use them outside dressed up as ICE. That's also true. Like, you could literally have mass shooters and terrorists pretending to be ICE. How the fuck do you know? That's literally, by the way, why we want the court system, so we don't have that problem. But if I can't know, and I have a right to defend myself, I'm gonna fucking defend myself if I can't tell. That's why you have a badge. That's why you get a warrant. Here's them assaulting the elderly in Colorado.
phone. You cannot. Oh, that's illegal, sir. That's him. Hey! 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 Stop that shit! Hey! You need to get off of her right now. Get the off her.
They can, but there is no courts. They're not going to court. They're not actually doing a real court, Licino. Yeah, she looked like a threat for sure. If someone dressed up as a cop, it would be impersonation. Why does this no longer count as impersonation? It does, Maxi, it does. The FBI is actually apparently looking for those people because that is a crime. It is a crime to impersonate an ICE agent. They weren't doing it when it was a bunch of like young kids going around to like, I don't know, bully brown and queer people. But like now there's like criminals doing it. Now they're kind of mad about it because no shit. Again, the obvious like logical conclusion is these people exist and they're part of the government and I have to do what they say. But there's also people that look exactly like them that are violent criminals and terrorists and might kidnap me. If I can't tell I'm an American, I'm gonna fucking shoot. I mean, people who have migration court appointments for green cards, they get arrested at those hearings and then get deported. Or rather, you know, not deported. The people who show up for their green card hearings, Licino, get arrested. I'll show you one right now, actually, after this. They get touched even the slightest. They touch a stove even the slightest. They are like a mousetrap. They want violence so fucking bad. They're horny for it. They're frothing at the mouth for it. Because these are the people that used to show up at the Nazi rallies. These are the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, Patriot Front. That's them. Yeah, so I can't understand why these courts offer video hearings. I don't know. Arrested and sent to detention centers without notice for their families. Well, again, remember, as we covered, sometimes multiple detention centers in multiple states, crossing state lines, and sometimes you just disappear because they're doing human testing. So, you know, there's that. There's that. By the way, a man ran to the Broadview ICE facility today searching for his wife of 5 years. They were following the legal process, showing up for her court case when ICE took her to another room and disappeared her. He tracked her phone to Broadview where the signal cut off. Police told him to just look up her name online. He sat in the parking lot weeping, confused with no answers. Privacy rights conflict with the needs of the moment. Long story short, basically, yeah. This is Aurora, a Chicago suburb. ICE agents surround the car of a U.S. citizen in a parking lot, firing into her windshield. I have kids in my car. Of course, yeah, you want all the kids. Again, I have still yet to see a detention facility photo or video that shows women and children. I have yet to see a single one. ICE picks up men, women, and children. I see the men. I have not seen a single detention facility image or video that is verified that shows any women or children. Not a single one. Where the fuck are they? Yeah, this is fucking horrible. These are demons. These are literal, like, demons. Bunko, you have? Where are they? Please, I need to know. Send me that. I've been asking this question for 8 months. They don't want to show the cruel conditions they keep people in? Well, on that.
Another suit filed in federal court alleges that agents are, quote, abusive and cruel to detainees inside the Broadview ICE Processing Center. This thing is a hefty 75-page-long criminal complaint with other claims of mistreatment.
I'm so sorry, Christopher Devontae. My goddaughter is an American citizen and her dad is Puerto Rican, but her mom and stepbrother are Honduran. ICE took them in Texas, and she's been living with me in California. Her father tracks them. That was 4 months ago. If they go to Hawaii, you gotta, like, let me know, because I'm gonna let other people know. I mean, like, there's not really much that can be done, but holy shit. Like, just hearing about that is horrifying.
That the federal government tells us are categorically false. Our Sabrina Franza in the newsroom with those details. Sabrina. We dug through the complaint. Many of these allegations that we have also heard from other people who have been inside Broadview themselves or from their family members or attorneys that have spoken to us previously.
The Broadview ICE Processing Center has been the location of months of protest. In part because of the alleged conditions inside. A new federal complaint alleges the facility, which is only meant to hold people for 12 hours, is overcrowded, that people inside cannot shower, they are denied soap, hygiene items, and menstrual products, lack access to adequate medical care when using the bathroom. This complaint claims privacy is non-existent.
What's up, 21 Night? So basically, we're just doing Israel shit. This is literally a concentration camp. Again.
Hygiene items and menstrual products, lack access to adequate medical care when using the bathroom. This complaint claims privacy is non-existent for detainees. It alleges federal officers who patrol Broadview under defendants' authority are abusive and cruel, and that the people inside cannot reach their attorneys for representation.
Class members are routinely degraded, mistreated, and humiliated by these officers. Even prisoners in jail get food, restrooms, and clothing. True. Defendants know and intend that the conditions they have created in Broadview are resulting in inhumane treatment of plaintiffs and on the putative class members. Worsening these conditions, defendants have cut off detainees from the outside world. Defendants' officers prevent people detained at Broadview from speaking with their lawyers. That sucks. You want to link it? We'll check it out. 21 Night. I mean, like, there's a lot of shit happening every day, but, like, you know, that sucks. And no, you're right. Sisyphean task. This is literally administrative detention from the West Bank.
Cut off from the
It's almost one-to-one.
outside world. DHS Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin told us in part, quote, any claims that there are subprime conditions at the Broadview ICE facility are false. All detainees are provided.
There is no problem in Auschwitz. Auschwitz is a hotel. Like, that's what they're saying. That's it.
With three.
There's nothing wrong with Auschwitz at all. That's it. I would like to remind you guys that the last time Trump was president, ICE subjected immigrants in detention to unnecessary surgeries like hysterectomies, forced hysterectomies, performed by medical staff detained at the Irwin Detention Center in Georgia. Just to remind you all. If there's no problems, why can't we be provided with footage of the centers? Maxie, do you want to go into the camps? That's the answer you get, is you ask that question, you go into the camps. Here's your video. Here's your footage of how they treat people. Man, I don't even feel anything, not great. Yes, you do. You're just suppressing it because what you're feeling is rage, and you can't express it. That's literally it. I've seen so much of it. I know. You get desensitized a bit. That's what they literally want, by the way. Like, not from you, but like from the general public. You're desensitized from it because you see it every day and you keep fighting it. I'm desensitized from it because I see it every day and I keep fighting it. But the average public, they just kind of buy it. Alright, well, this is my thoughts on how to get out of this.
time for people to accept that they will have to come up against the force of the law.
Yes, absolutely.
People have to get arrested.
People have to get arrested. All resistance, in order to in fact get going, in order to make sure that abusive authority will pay attention, involves risk. Risk of what? Risk of loss. And all resistance depends upon that one question. What are you willing to risk and how much? It's the nature and scope of that risk. And without it, there is no meaningful opposition. The level of frustration that people like Henry David Thoreau saw with moderates who just argued for reform and for appeasement and for compromise with the abusive authority that was consigning 4 million Americans to live in brutality was perfectly fine with enabling the perpetuation of that abuse, as long as they remained comfortable and they didn't have to risk their own place in the establishment. That recognition that unless they stepped up what actual resistance meant, then this would never end. The oppression would never end. It was going to continue in perpetuity because there was no reason for it to end since they had captured all the authority of the federal government.
That's what you gotta do. That's your literal only option. Like, never in history has any country fallen this deep and got out without a fight. And, like, again, they will tell you to turn the volume down and stop being a violent extremist while they shoot you to death. They will. They will. They absolutely will.
Members of Congress say they're doing everything they can to battle this regime, but they have no power. They're in the minority. Their hands are tied. So let's go back to December 4th, 1865, and see what resistors in the past actually did when they faced some of those same claims. Hey folks, I'm Tad Sturmer. I'm a scholar of resistance history at the University of Southern Denmark, and I'm the author of A Resistance History of the United States. The radical Republicans, a minority faction within the Republican caucus, were staring down a reckless president, Andrew Johnson, who was intent on running roughshod over the law and Constitution, going around Congress to work with the traitor states to undo everything the Civil War had accomplished, especially ending slavery. So get the Southern states back and return to business as usual in the first republic that the founders created. As Lincoln had said, if preserving the Union could be accomplished by ending slavery, great. But if it couldn't, well, that was fine with him too. After all, his big deal, and that of many others, even though he opposed slavery, was only to oppose its extension into new territories, halting it, preserving it where it was in 1860. That, of course, still wasn't good enough for the enslavers, for whom the endless expansion of slavery had already been a priority of the federal government since, 1790. And even after 4 years and more than 700,000 dead, too many of the white guys in charge felt that way. They said America needed to reconcile. But reconcile to them meant what compromise with enslavers had meant for decades. Reconcile really meant surrender, even if they had won.
I clicked the button twice. My bad. Can somebody tell me how the chat message that a YouTube chatter sent that says it's always in style to make fun of Hitler and the Nazis got censored? Like, that got censored. I didn't see it. I got sent that. That message was not allowed on YouTube. That it's always fun to make fun of the Nazis. Well, fuck you, YouTube. We're gonna make fun of the Nazis. In fact, I'm gonna watch the Nazi card again after this. I'm gonna end it on that. My favorite video on YouTube.
The war on the battlefield. Yes, the opponents of slavery had achieved the 13th Amendment that ended slavery, in most cases. But there were ways around that. So the enslavers thought, at least. Let the anti-slavery resistance have their win with the 13th Amendment. Now let them try to enforce it. And, by the way, there was that pesky little clause in there, slavery banned except as a penalty for crimes. After Lincoln's death, Andrew Johnson leaned into the Confederates who were flooding back into Washington looking to pick up just where they had left off in 1860, more or less in charge, and now with the presidency back in their hands, which is where it had been since the founding of the country.
We did not do Reconstruction hard enough.
After all, and this was lost on no one, the 13th Amendment that abolished slavery passed in the House of Representatives by a margin so thin you could see through it, just 2 votes more than the 2/3 majority required. Without the traitor states even being there. Imagine what they could do and what they would stop when they got back into Congress. Not if, when they got back. But the radical Republicans weren't having it. They knew that 2-vote margin. It was tattooed on their hearts. They'd read the reports coming out of the traitor states about what they were already doing against newly freed black people. And they didn't care what the war had been about for anyone else. For the radical Republicans, it had always been about the extension of the resistance they had been waging for decades against the Constitution of the First Republic to end the enslaver power that defined it. These were the folks called...
Remember, the Constitution of the United States was written to create a white ethno-state. That's the one thing the right is correct about. It just, that's not what the country became. That was what they intended for, but that's not what it became. And I don't give a shit what they intended for it.
Unionists before the war. If the Union needed to end for slavery to end, then that was fine with them. So be it. And that couldn't just be about ending slavery. It had to take a step further to truly transform the country by establishing a new idea, one Lincoln never agreed to, that guaranteed and protected the rights of not only freed black people, but everyone, regardless of race, forever. That's what the war meant for them. And they were watching a renegade president run over all that, ruin the chances of any of that. They needed to enforce the 13th Amendment and recreate the Constitution with a 14th Amendment more influenced by the French Revolution than by the American Revolution. Rights for everybody.
No fucking way! So this came out like 30 minutes ago. According to a whistleblower who recently came forward with information to Democrats on the House Judiciary Committee, Ghislaine Maxwell, convicted sex offender and co-conspirator of Jeffrey Epstein, has officially filed for commutation of her 20-year sentence from President Trump, with it also alleged that Maxwell is receiving preferential treatment at the federal prison camp Bryan in Texas. Quote, "I am struggling to keep it all together as it's big and there are so many attachments," Maxwell wrote in an email titled "Commutation Application" to her attorney, Leif Safyan, who was reviewed by NBC News. The whistleblower, whose identity was not revealed, states that Maxwell has received what was described as concierge-style treatment at federal prison camp Bryan, women-only minimum security facility, which was unusually transferred to over the summer after meeting with Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, including customized meals, permission to go to the exercise area after hours, time to play with a puppy that was being trained by an inmate to become a service dog, privileges almost never afforded to inmates convicted of sex crimes such as Maxwell. Holy shit, thank you, Cat Thrower. I really appreciate that. Based, you have a really weird schedule, Miss Vizora. I mean, it's nearly 5 in the evening for me now, so... She has been allowed off premises as well. I don't know if that's public yet. It is certainly not. Look, like, to be fair, to be completely fair, I do think we should let prisoners do that stuff. Like, I think that should be a normal thing for most prisoners. You should be allowed to go off premises. You should be allowed to go to the exercise area. First of all, I don't even think we should have prisons. To be fair, I don't believe in prisons. I believe in rehabilitation or the whole, so, you know. Yeah, but it's not public. That's insane. Sorry, I had to stop what we were doing because I saw that. I was like, what the fuck?
That would require a 2/3 majority. And they needed to be able to not just go around the president, they needed to run him over. They needed to override his vetoes and show everyone else who was really in charge. That would also require a consistent 2/3 majority. So what to do when, in returning to session in December of 1865, they found that Tennessee, Louisiana, and Virginia had sent new members to the House, and more were on their way. Again, the radical Republicans remembered that 2-vote margin for ending slavery. Everything else was hanging on this one moment as...
Well, there's one benefit they gave to Jeffrey they haven't given her yet.
Dozens more votes against them were standing there already in the House of Representatives, just waiting to be recognized by the clerk and take their seats. And then something strange happened. The clerk, Edward McPherson of Pennsylvania, knowing they were standing there with their credentials, knowing their names, went through the roll of states as usual, Maine, Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, say the names, get the response, and then he got to Virginia. Nothing. No names. And then Tennessee. Nothing. No names. And then Louisiana. Nothing. No names. Now that's how things had operated.
We're not fighting the Second Civil War. we're still fighting the first one. This is still just the actual civil war.
In Congress for most of the war years because the seats of the traitor states were considered vacant. But this was different. New governments had certified new members, and they were standing right there in front of McPherson. Horace Maynard of Tennessee came down to the well, waving his credentials at McPherson. Hey, other members were kind of shocked, like Brooks of New York. Maynard tried to interrupt McPherson while he's in the middle of the roll to ask why they were being ignored. But McPherson told Maynard that he couldn't stop in the middle of the roll call, wait for him to be done. And then, when McPherson was done, he told Maynard that he couldn't recognize Maynard because he wasn't on the roll. And then Thaddeus Stevens stood up, and with the members from the traitor states watching, introduced a resolution that would bar members from any traitor state from taking a seat in Congress until a new joint committee said they could. And, by the way, he would chair that committee. And it was done. One of the badass resistance moments in American history, showing what could happen when the resistance made it past the barricades, gained power however they could, for however long they could, on the inside. That Congress, under those terms, was the most powerful Congress in American history. It was supreme in the United States government. It created the Freedmen's Bureau, imposed military districts on the South, and forced states to accept black voting rights as the price of readmission. It passed the 14th Amendment and the Civil Rights Act of 1866. And ran over veto after veto of Johnson's to make the war mean what they said it meant. What they had thought about after the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850 was passed, after the Dred Scott decision held that the Constitution would never recognize the rights of black people. That's what the founders had intended. And after one of their own, Charles Sumner, was beaten senseless on the floor of the Senate for calling all that out by one of the enslaver power and having that...
Waiting. Oh, by the way, we fucked. You mean progress can happen when you don't let evil people win? I could never have imagined that, Shuvo-Poofer. That sounds genius. I know, it's crazy, but it just might work. You know what else is crazy? 11 million people protested for what? Chuck Schumer to fuck us over? Genuinely, it blows my mind that the average liberal still trusts the Democratic establishment at all. What have they done the last 20 years to deserve that trust? Which is true. But that's, this is what I wanted to show you why we're fucked. Here, Caroline Levitt. Apparently, it is anti-communism week. God, our country is a joke. Expired milk says moldy bread is okay, should be eaten. Jeffries says Schumer is effective, should keep his job. During Anti-Communism Week, our leader said he would give everyone $2,000. He did say that. I really don't see that happening. If he does, I'd be shocked. What is this word progress? It sounds familiar, but I haven't heard it in so long. Croaks from the old age. Yeah, like the before times. See, this is much more my vibe. This is what I'm used to now. He never paid contractors? Who never paid contractors? Trump? Of course he doesn't pay contractors. By the way, New York City Council member Shi Ose, 27, is preparing to challenge House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries in next June's primary, the New York Times reports. A progressive aligned with Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani, Ose is reportedly being urged by Mamdani not to run, fearing it could jeopardize his push to win establishment backing for affordability agenda. Ose would be challenging Jeffries, who hasn't faced a serious primary since 2012, to represent parts of Brooklyn that mixed gentrifying and working class districts. Ose is best known for his social media activism and the 2024 law-shifting broker fees to landlords. The Times says he plans an insurgent campaign with support from the DSA, though his ties to the group are recent and his endorsement is not guaranteed. Now, look, if you take Hakeem Jeffries' seat, I don't care if the Ayatollah is not happy with it. I would rather you take that seat. The Ayatollah can be a little unhappy as long as Hakeem Jeffries doesn't have a job anymore. Lola Wright just loves making shit up on social media. I mean, this is drop site, so like this I believe a little bit more. But we'll see. I mean, next June it says. Still, I don't care. Like if Mamdani doesn't want it, too fucking bad. Too fucking bad. Oh, well, I heard that, like, how Doge was supposed to lead to $5,000 checks. Oh, yeah, remember those 5,000 checks that you were supposed to get? Sure, yeah. You're definitely going to get $2,000. They're definitely very, very interested in giving you money. Oh, come on. What did I just do with that video? Ah. No, damn it, not you. Give me Laura Ingraham.
Another one thing with gold.
Why not
silver? You can't imitate gold, real gold. There's no paint that imitates
So
gold.
these aren't like from Home Depot or something?
No, this is not Home Depot stuff.
No, not stuff you buy.
This is not Home Depot. Another one.
All the money went to what is below the ballroom, Maxi. What's below the ballroom is the data center. The East Wing normally houses the bunker under it. Like the secret bunker is right under the East Wing. That's where they're doing construction. They are adding a data center. The money adds up. Why would Lockheed Martin, Palantir, and Booz Allen Hamilton want to build a fucking ballroom? You know what I mean? I was referring to the checks and holidays as made up shit. Oh yeah, like I don't even remember that. To spy on guests?
I would Booz Allen Hamilton. I would Booz Allen Hamilton build a ballroom. That ain't making sense to me. They're a defense contractor. What is it they're really after? It feels like a CO conspiracy. Why would Lockheed Martin build a ballroom? That ain't making sense to me. They build rockets, they build missiles. Now it's drinks to wet your whistle. It's something sinister indeed. Oh, why would Palantir want to help build a ballroom? Oh, that ain't making sense to me. I just can't get down with that, man. You remember that scene from Batman?
They're gonna build more surveillance technology. Yeah. Now the second part of the song, he is right, but that part already exists.
Oh, turns out Hitler also built a ballroom. Oh, now it's making sense to me. Oh, cause when stuff hit the fan, that's the place that they all ran. And it turns out that Trump has the exact same plan. God damn it. I would...
Banger song right there. Does anyone remember that YouTube ad for a song about fall? No, I have YouTube Premium. I don't watch YouTube ads. Fuck that. By the way, that song got so popular that there are several versions of it a cappella now.
I would Booz Allen Hamilton build a ballroom. That ain't making sense to me. They're a defense contractor. What is it they're really after? It feels like the CO conspiracy. Why would Lockheed Martin build a ballroom?
That ain't making sense to me.
They build rockets, they build missiles. Now it's drinks to wet your whistle.
It's something sinister indeed.
Oh, why would Palantir want to help build a ballroom? Oh, that ain't making sense to me. I just can't get down with that, man. You remember that scene from Batman? They're gonna build more surveillance technology.
Always. That's always the plan. I swear musician TikTok is the best side of TikTok. I personally fucking hate being on TikTok, but sometimes, like, there is some really important news that I get from there. But, yeah, no, the music side of TikTok is fantastic. Have you seen some of the stuff they made for Mamdani? Because that slaps so hard. Where is the Mamdani one? Oh! I saw this, and I think that this is fantastic. Like, this is obviously satire, but I think that it's fantastic.
I met a woman the other day on the A train. Her name was Kaya. Kaya asked me to lick her neck, her back, her and her crack. This is what happens when we don't prioritize mental health care in the community. Neck. That makes sense. It's an erogenous zone. Yes, of course. Crack? Sure. I'm a millennial. But back. Let's take a second and think about that. Her whole back. I think the real question is, who has her back? Which is why instead of deploying more police on the streets, we'll deploy a dedicated team of community outreach workers to the Department of Community Safety.
Zoran has your back and your neck. I love these TikToks so much. This is fantastic.
We've been up and down New York all day today. Mamdani supporters actually love you. What's your response to that?
I think they just like the fact I'm very good with one-liners, very good on Zoran himself when I said, don't be glazing me at that debate.
If there was a ranked choice election?
In this. You'd have to rank these.
Myself, number one, and Curtis, number two.
Mr. Sliwa.
Oh, please don't be glazing me here, Zoran.
Obviously, I have more in common with their generation than Andrew Cuomo. Andrew Cuomo is somebody, when you look at him, if you're under 30 and you're a female, you know he's going to be flirty. So you're like grossed out by the guy. And let's face it, he's like the uncle you're hoping won't come to any of your family gatherings.
Please give this man a job. I don't care what it is, just give him a job. Make him like, I don't know, Mamdani's personal assistant or some shit, please. It's so funny.
I almost feel like after I hear Andrew Cuomo, I gotta take a hot shower. We run into a lot of
I know that feeling, mate. Every time I listen to Andrew Cuomo, I also feel like I need a hot shower.
Easters, they go their way, we go our way. Cuomo, for some reason, is late in getting started in a get out the vote effort. It's a very dystopian campaign of his. You just don't feel good when you listen to the guy. We need to come together, whatever the results of this election. Millennials, Gen Zers, he doesn't understand that.
You're absolutely right, Shuvapoofer. This man is on our side. He just drank the wrong Kool-Aid. Like, that's it. That's all it is. He thinks it's this.
Now control New York City.
Actually, he doesn't even think it's this. This is what MAGA thinks. He's better than this.
If you were a billionaire yesterday, you won't be tomorrow. Price has went up. Yesterday's price is not today. White people are getting taxed from Harlem all the way to Staten Island. Today is Tuesday, November 4th. You have 7 days to convert to Islam. Mandatory hijabs will be worn by every person who voted against me.
I support that one, actually. I wish there was a law that the kids of politicians could not hold office. That'd be great, yeah. He's still afraid of immigrants. Again, it's just the Kool-Aid. Sitcom idea, Silva's Red Berets, a show about Silva and his friends drink at a bar. I could see it. You know, that actually, like, pre-fall to fascism, fascist, fuck is our ally. Don't let your guard down, though. For real, the Guardians were wanted to be ice long before it was cool. I would not trivialize Silver for whatever reason. Oh, yeah, no, I know. I was actually going to show a video of that. They've done some serious shit. It's just, they are misled, and we can move them. But, like, they're militarized. They're a militant group. Here, let me, pull that up. I actually have evidence of that somewhere. Probably in my likes. Like, he used to deploy in New York with like a team to try and like find people that they thought were like drug addicts or something, and community arrest them, basically. Silla is not just some quirky dude, he's done some real harm. True, but he is an ally. He's done harm, but not intentionally. Like, he does... All evil is done in the name of good. You guys understand that, right? Like, every single person who does bad things thinks that they are doing a good thing. All of them.
Says the police warned his group if they make more citizens. Angels leader Curtis Sliwa says the police warned his group if they make more citizens arrests, they too will go to jail.
You better find another ferry boat in England
and turn that into a jail because you're going to be loading it up with guardian angels. We are going to fight for the streets of New York City.
This was our avalanche van, and what we did in the middle of the crack cocaine epidemic is we would do drug raids. And I'd load up 40 guardian angels in that van, and we would hit the crack houses, and we would rob crack dealers in front of everybody. 40 of us would come bum rushing out, slamming and jamming people. We'd steal their...
See, what I need you to understand is I want this, I just want it to be smarter. This is what I mean by community policing. I want you to build this. I just want you to build it smarter than he did. Like, don't rob crack dealers. You need, like, you need to do, you can do better. Dress up as scary clowns and stand outside of Chuck Schumer's house and job all day. Do that. I need a hot shower with soap now. Sorry.
money, and then we'd bring it to the local...
Might want to wait a bit, because you might get a little dirtier first. I'm almost done, but...
Which was run by a church. And then we would destroy the drugs right out in the streets. And people thought that was crazy. We believe if there's a problem in a neighborhood, we can find people within that neighborhood and the surrounding neighborhoods to join together without weapons, with no special powers or privileges, and make a difference.
Literally what I'm telling you to do. You understand what I mean now? Like, he's just one of us, but in the wrong direction. He could have bought into something else, but Reagan and Nixon was his boy. You'd be surprised. He could flip. Again, these people can flip. In fact, these people are easy to flip. I could flip Silva if I had time and proximity. If I had like a week where I could occasionally hang out with the guy for like a half hour, I'd flip him. But he needs somebody there to do it. He is a proto-fascist. He isn't one of us. He is a proto. He's not a proto-fascist. He's also not one of us. He's... The paths can converge either way. I would suggest otherwise. Silva's ideologically committed. Not, he is a proper fascist. Okay, fine. You would know better. I take that back then. I'm occasionally wrong. This is one of those times. I just, like, his idea is what I want you to do, though. I want you to do this. I just don't want you to do it the way he's doing it. But this is exactly what I want you to do. Fuck Silva. Focus on the tactic.
Curtis Sliwa, founder of the Angels, indicated that now that his group has expanded from the
drugs right out in the streets, and people thought that was crazy. We believe if there's a problem in
this part, this is the part I want.
In the neighborhood, we can find people within that neighborhood and the surrounding neighborhoods to join together without weapons, with no special powers or privileges, and make a difference.
Curtis Sliwa, founder of the Angels, indicated that now that his group has expanded from the subways to some of the roughest neighborhoods in New York City, the risks out there are greater.
That's where all the hard rocks.
He realizes a problem and just doesn't know how to solve it. He thinks he can solve it the way he was told to solve it. But, like, that's what I mean. Like, I want you to do that. I want you to go and find people who are ideologically committed in your neighborhood.
No, let's go!
And work with them. Like, this could be us, but y'all playing.
No, let's go, bro. I got places to be.
What do you want me to do, jackass? Huh? What do you want me to do?
Do like that. You got the wrong one, buddy.
Huh? What do you think this is, huh?
What do you think this is, brother?
Traffic,
This is Mondani, New York.
Oh,
no, we gotta pray, bro. You have wudu, brother?
Hey, chill, bro.
Could be us. That was a great azan, by the way. And speaking of music TikTok, I quite liked this one.
Zoran. Oh, I'll keep practicing. I got you. Please don't be glitching me here.
Zoran. Excuse me, Zoran.
Mondani. From the Bangladeshi auntie to the parent strangers, thank you for nodding. Fight for working people, no apologies. Fight for a city that works for everybody. From Port Richmond to Jackson Heights, from Harlem to Bay Ridge. From the flavor to the rice.
My legal situation
is a disgrace. Zoran.
That's a good one. The masses can be flipped. Well, some of them can, some of them can't. Again, I fully advocate for focusing on the ones who can be flipped. And the ones who can be flipped are the majority. The ones who can be flipped will make themselves known. Now, one thing that I need you to understand about, like, leaving a cult or, you know, like leaving MAGA, these people will do so quietly. It is shameful Once they understand what's happening, they feel shame. And so they don't want to talk about it. And if you push them too hard, you'll push them back into it. What you have to do is you have to praise them as they go. Like, it's teaching a child. It's literally just, you have to teach a child how to cope. And one last thing. You guys ever seen a robot with a machete? Sorry, a robotic plant with a machete? You are about to now.
Aw, that's... Scientists, I want to trust you, but then you gave a plant a machete. What? You could have given it anything you wanted. You could have given it a little pitcher of water whenever it's thirsty. But instead, you started Vegan Fight Club. This is going to be the most embarrassing way for a human being to die. Oh, how'd Ryan go? Oh, well, you know, he was jumped by a ficus and a fern. Aw, that's cute. It's
also, this is war now.
Like they're playing with each other. I wonder if...
Finally, a plant that can kill itself.
Aw, that's cute. It's like they're playing with each other. I wonder if...
Accurate. Accurate. Alright, let's see. Who can we raid today? I believe that would be it. So, I'm going to raid somebody. Stick around. Join the Discord. Like the stream if you haven't already. If you want to donate to me directly so YouTube doesn't take half the cut, or Twitch, you can do so through that link. Also, check out this space, because that is where I do my show every Thursday at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. No, we don't need evil plants at all. We really don't. But, we have them. Alright, who we raiding? Let's see, who's up? Am I ever gonna catch Cat? Ever. No, I'm never gonna catch Cat. Sad Girl is streaming? A bit lib for me. I don't mind Sad Girl, it's just, you know what? It's between Hassan and Sad Girl, so I'm gonna go with Sad Girl, I guess. Unless you guys want Hassan. Tell me if you want Hassan or Sad Girl, and I will pick. I was hoping you'd save me from Debate Bro Land. Well, Sad Girl will help with that too. I did try and save you from Debate Bro Land, but you know what? Fuck it. Let's go to Hassan. At least he's doing something interesting. Sure. Oh, it says the channel's offline now. Never mind. We can't raid Hassan because he just went offline. He's in China, I know. He is in China. I see the Hassan Abi waiting room, but Hassan Abi is not streaming at the moment. So, I'm gonna throw you guys into Sad Girl. YouTube, I know you can't join, so I will see you all next time.